Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. It's good to see you. Thank you for, excuse me, I'm sorry. Thank you for being here. We have not missed much.
Comes because of some
Hold
confusion
on.
between the court rule and statute on the number of alternates allowed and whether there's a 14 cap. There's also the case of People versus Missouri, 100 Mishap 310, a 1980 case. But in any event, parties all agreed that 3 alternates would be appropriate due to the length of the trial. Is that a correct statement?
That is an accurate, correct statement, Your Honor.
Agreed? Okay, thank you. We will bring in the jury.
Sorry about that. Okay, apparently there was a little situation with the jury. They don't need as many alternates. Everybody agreed, blah, blah, blah. All right. What if you didn't catch my live last night? It was just a quickie. But you should probably go back and catch it just because it's good to hear that testimony. So, Scott Leroy was on the stand yesterday, okay, and he went through a bunch of pictures that he took of the home, and he was just getting into explaining. Hold on. He was just getting into explaining the process by which he um, decides investigates the case, investigates the scene, how he determines. I don't want us to miss anything, so let me push pause over here. How he determines what is fire damage and what is collapse damage. So, just in case you don't remember, there were 3 floors to the Stermer home. There was a basement level, there was a ground level, and then there was the second story. Okay. So the way that the Stermer home was built, hang on just a second. I got a little chicky nuggy pot pie in here. Give me one sec. All right. So the way that the Stermer home was built, okay, if you're looking at the home from the driveway, it's on an incline. It's actually built, it's not sitting on the top of a hill, it's built into the top of the hill. So, what happened was when the fire spread, it started on the first floor, okay? The the first floor in the living room, okay? And what it did was it did not damage the front of the house. All of this damage was to the back of the house, but it damaged, there were no floors in between. So when you're looking aerially from from an aerial photo down, all of the floors were burned through, which makes it very, very difficult to determine um, many things, including what you can't see is a pour pattern because the floors have been destroyed. There's no carpet, there's no vinyl, there's no nothing. So that's where we're at. He's going to talk about how he made the determination because when you look at the home, particularly from the aerial view, it's just completely collapsed inside. So he is explaining using photographs. Also, MK, I'm glad all of you guys are here, but particularly MK because MK Lynn, they're out here using the north, south, east, and west again. We don't like it. Yes, I'm using the royal we. So that's where we're at. That's where we're going to start. All right, let me push play so we can get right into it. Oh, also unmute.
I'll swear you in again. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And microphone near your mouth so the jury can hear you.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Leroy, let's go ahead and, if we can, kind of recap yesterday, just summarize very briefly. We were talking about determining the area of origin. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we were going through your various hypotheses as to what may have been the area of origin at the Stermer residence. Is that also correct?
Yes.
And we had already disproved, it sounds like, 2 of your hypotheses as far as areas of origin from yesterday. Do you recall that?
Let me just object. Way the
I didn't use the word disprove, I eliminated.
Eliminate. Fair.
Yes. Or I was still working on, I had eliminated the east section of the house and we were still discussing the south section.
Very good. And my memory serves correct. It looks like we were on People's Exhibit 34-13. I'll hand you those exhibits. Yes. Yeah, I think I admitted them yesterday afternoon, like first thing. And looking at 34-13, is that the photograph that's up on the screen?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. And is that your recollection where we may have left off yesterday?
Yes, we left off there yesterday. I was discussing the remains of the southern section of roof section. And I'd drawn your attention to a small area burning in the roof just to the west, or as we look at the photograph, the top portion of the ridge line of the roof. And I just suggested we switch to an interior view of the south section, which is going to be photo 22.
Before we go to 22, I did kind of neglect to ask this question of you. When you're evaluating burn damage, what are we looking for there?
Well, as I evaluate burn damage, I'm on the basics. I'm trying to find out how bad something is burned. And understanding the part that's burned the worst is the part that's gone. So, for instance, if we're at a campfire in the backyard and you put a log on the fire and it burns and it gets late, you go in, come out the next morning and there's still remnants of the log left. The part of the log that's the furthest away from the fire has, sometimes it's not even burned, but it has the least amount of char. And as you look down the log towards where the fire was, it gets smaller, because that is what we refer to as mass loss. The mass of the log has been consumed away, so there's mass loss. So that's one of the things we're looking for. If there's mass loss, that means this may have been closer to the fire. And then when you get down closer to where the fire was, there's nothing left. That's also a term of mass loss. So as I'm evaluating burn damage, that is one of the things I'm looking for, is the mass loss of material, or we'll also use the word fuel. And when a fire investigator uses the word fuel, don't confuse that with like fuel for your vehicle or anything. We're talking about anything that burns. Wood, paper, plastics, anything else that can burn, we consider fuel for the fire. So that's a generalization of when I'm looking at burn damage, what I'm doing. I'm trying to evaluate that burn damage to similar structures in that burn damage. The higher, the longer the burn, the more burn damage typically means that burned longer and it is closer to where the fire started.
Now, do you also evaluate burn damage on, say, things that are not part of the house, like a person?
Yes, it's one of the reasons I looked at Todd Stermer the night is to look at the burns on him. The burns on everything, furniture, the structure, and victims are part of the burn damage that need to be evaluated.
Very good. So now we're going to turn our attention, I believe you said, to picture number 22. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are we looking at here again?
So this photograph, I was standing in the central portion of the basement, looking towards the south. So in the previous overhead shot, the area where the roof was still intact, this is the rooms directly underneath it. So this is going to be the rooms in the southwest quadrant of the structure. I'm looking for the fire damage in these two areas. One of the things to notice is the amount of debris on the floor of the second floor. Obviously, is
that the area I'm pointing to here?
Correct.
Okay.
Obviously, the floor between the first floor and the basement is gone. But you can see there's still wood or wall structure that's unburned, especially if you, at the photo, the top left of the photo, you can see a wall section that is unburned. And you can see a large amount of debris that the prosecutor pointed to earlier on the floor. Now, this debris would be a accumulation from both floors. Actually, the debris you're looking at on the top, that likely came from the first floor when the floor burned away and it collapsed down. The significance there is the amount of debris in this area is more solid than the area to the center. So what I'm saying is there's less mass loss of the fuel in this area than the center area. That determination helped me eliminate the south side of the structure as an area of origin.
And is the fact that the roof still appears to be intact in that area relevant? I'm not sure if we talked about that yet.
Yes, it is. That's part of the overall mass and the burn area of the south side.
So at that point in time, then, you were able to eliminate that particular area of the house. Is that correct?
The south section, yes.
South section. What section did you move on to next?
Next, let's go back to photo 13.
Certainly.
So I've eliminated the east section and the south section, so that leaves what I'm referring to as the center section and the quadrant in the northwest section. The northwest section, by evaluating it, obviously there's collapse damage. There is significant burn damage here, but by looking at it, I'm comparing the amount of mass of the fuel that's left, the amount of structure that's burned or unburned, and there is significantly more on the north side of unburned area. You can also see kind of in the middle between the north area and the center area, there are studs. In this picture, they're actually kind of horizontal, but that's the picture of a wall that's collapsed down. But those studs are still intact, which denoted a wall section between the north part and the central part.
Just so the record's clear, we're talking about the area in the kind of upper right part of the photo here where I'm circling with my pointer?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And so at this point in time, were you able to eliminate that area, or is there additional evidence you need to consider?
So at that point, I eliminated that area, the northern area, as an area of origin. So now I'm concentrating on the center section. The center section has two floors, the main floor and the basement. I can see this photo. You can see at the top of the photo There's the exterior wall that appears to have remnants of a bay windows that would, you would
This
typically...
area here, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
That you would expect to see with a cathedral ceiling. So I'm going to examine this area. Now I want to determine if it's the first floor or the basement where the fire starts. So, I apologize. So if we can pull up photo 12.
12? No, that's easy.
So we're examining the west side or back side of the structure from the exterior. Important things to notice is, now I've already eliminated those sections, so I'm kind of concentrating on the center portion. I'm looking at the fire damage that's coming out of the windows. So where is the fire from inside the house first and longest coming out of the house? We look to the large bow windows. We can see there's heavy charring all around those window sections. We've already seen that the roof in this area is consumed away.
And we're talking, just so I'm clear, this area here, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Now, if you look to the right, we're still talking the main floor, the area that I've previously eliminated, but you can see that there's fire coming out of that window, and you can see the black, and it kind of comes out in kind of a cone shape out of the window as the fire does. Now let's compare those two areas, the burn damage there, to the windows on the basement level.
That would be these windows down in this area here.
Correct. So notice the amount of fire, or specifically lack of fire, coming out of those windows. Let's go to photo 17.
17?
Yes. So this is the close-up of the door leading into the basement. We've talked about how heavy the fire is to the windows above, but this basement window, there is no fire coming out of that door. And the two windows on the side, the one to the left doesn't have any smoke or fire coming out of it. The one to the right has some smoke and probably a little bit of heat coming out of it. But comparatively to those other windows, and especially the windows above, dramatically less. The reason for this is, or let me say it a different way. If, as I'm thinking about area of origin, if I think, what would this look like if this fire started in the basement? If that fire had started in the basement in this center section, what would that fire do? It would eventually go up to the ceiling, which is going to be the floor of the first floor, and from there it's going to start spreading to other areas of the basement, including venting out those windows. Now, if it goes long enough, it will eventually burn through the floor, and then it will go up into the living room. But before that happens, it's going to burn and spread through the basement. Let's look at it the other way around. If the fire starts on the first floor, where's that fire going to go? The fire's going to want to go up. So as it goes up and it starts spreading in on that main floor, it's going to spread, eventually go through the windows, and then it will start attacking the roof. At some point, the roof, in this case, burned, collapsed, and when it collapsed, it came down. Oops, I'm sorry. When it came down, and then it started burning away the floor. At some point in this incident, the floor burned away, and then all of that debris on the first floor now dropped into the basement. But since the roof was already burned away, the fire will go straight up instead of going sideways. It's sort of like if you're outside and you have a burn barrel, and you have all kinds of holes in the side of the burn barrel. When you light something on fire in that burn barrel, the fire doesn't come out the holes in the side because it can go straight up and out. So that's kind of an analogy for what's going on here. Because the roof is already burned away, the fire that's now in the house can go straight up and not out those windows. So given that information, I've now narrowed my area of origin to the main floor living room in the central part of the house, central west part of the house.
And if we flip back to People's Exhibit 13, oops, wrong one. That would be this area right here where I'm circling with my pointer. Is that correct?
Yes. If you can, could you zoom into that area real quick?
Yes.
So the boundaries of that room, you can see towards the bottom of the photograph, there's a wall section that is above the fireplace. So that would be the eastern wall of the living room. On the left side where that roof is, that would be the boundary for the south side of the living room. We know you can see the exterior is the boundary to the west side of the living room. And where you see that wall collapsed, that would be the boundary for the north side of the living room. So in that area that we're looking at right now, on the main floor, is the area of origin. Is what I determine to be the area of origin.
So you determined the area of origin to be the living room of the Stermer residence?
Correct.
And in determining the area of origin, at the time you determined this originally, did you have information about the statements of what Linda Stermer had stated to either Mr. Shinsky or other investigators?
Not at this point, no.
And had you received any information about the gasoline present on Mr. Stermer's sweatpants, if you recall?
I had not received well, I hadn't even taken the sweatpants to the lab at this point.
Okay.
Because this was all done on the January 8th.
And I think we've already touched on this a little bit. The next finding you need to make is basically the cause of the fire. Is that fair?
Correct.
And how is it you go about doing that?
To determine the cause, I say cause, what started the fire? What was the ignition source of the fire is trying to determine the cause of the fire. It's one of the kind of the same process, the scientific method as we did with origin. I'm looking in the area of origin, and I'm figuring what is there that can start a fire. Now, I'm breaking this down into origin and cause and section, but as the two in real life kind of happens simultaneously. As I'm looking through the house, I'm taking notice. As I'm looking for the area of origin, I'm obviously taking notice of items that may be a cause of the fire or need to be considered a cause of the fire. We kind of break it down, one for analysis purposes, one or the other, but really it almost happens at the same time as you're walking around. So in the area of origin, things I considered at what could start the fire. The fireplaces, an associated chimney, considered smoking, electrical, the furnace, the laundry machines. And I also considered an intentionally set fire as a possible fire cause. So then I start examining those to see if I can eliminate them from the scenario.
Are you familiar with the term ignition source?
Yes.
What is that?
Ignition source is something that generates enough heat to ignite or catch fire a piece of fuel.
And are you familiar with the term first fuel ignited?
The term is pretty self-explanatory. The ignition source comes into the fuel that is first ignited or first caught on fire.
Fair enough. Let's, if we can, then work through your hypotheses as to what may have caused the fire at the Stermer residence, if we can. What was the first hypotheses you would have tested against the data you collected?
The first one I would have looked at is the laundry machines. We had one photo of, a couple photos actually. If we go to photo 23.
Certainly.
Yes, 23.
Okay.
So when we introduced this photo yesterday, I mentioned you could directly in the middle of the photograph on the other side of those 2x4s is a white vertical. That is the side of one of the laundry machines. And we don't need to go through it, but we also showed a photo of the dryer. Those can be eliminated as a fire cause because they're not in the area of origin. They're on the other side of that 2x4 wall, and there is, one of the mental exercises the fire investigator goes through when he looks at an area of an ignition source, excuse me, is you look at that and say, okay, if this started the fire, what would this fire look like? If the fire starts in one of those laundry machines or at one of those laundry machines, it's going to spread from the laundry room, going to go up, it's going to spread outward. Well, as it does that, it's going to start consuming fuel, the structure of the house. Well, in this case, in order for that amount of fire damage to occur in the living room, the fire from the laundry room would have had to burn through that wall or up the stairs. Well, there's still significant mass left of that wall. As a matter of fact, if you look at those studs, 2x4s, they're not even smoked. The typical reason those aren't even smoked in this case is because they had drywall on them. If you can see that center 2x4 towards the bottom, you can see right there, you can see a strip that's kind of greenish and white. That's leftover drywall or gypsum board. So that was on that wall, and drywall serves as a fire barrier. And so that would have kept the fire from the laundry room into the living room. The reason it's gone now is during fire suppression, that drywall gets crumbly in the fire, and then when it's hit with a high-pressure water hose, then it falls off. So with that, I can eliminate laundry machines as the cause of the fire. I also considered the furnace. Let's look at photo 26. Yes. This is right in the center of the photograph. You can see the sheet metal. That is the furnace. Again, notice the amount of structural material that's still there compared to the living room. And go to photo 27. That is a closer view of the furnace. Now, the furnace is damaged because the upper stories collapsed on top of it, so there was damage. I examined the fuel lines, didn't find any significant leak in the fuel lines that I could see visually or I could test, and there was structural damage, or the structural damage around the furnace was less than the area of origin in the living room. So with that, I was able to eliminate the furnace as a cause of the fire.
What would be another possible hypothesis you would consider as to the cause of this fire?
One of the hypotheses was smoking, but it was, I learned that that there was no smoker, or that no one smoked cigarettes in the Stermer household. I think occasionally, I was said that Todd would occasionally smoke a pipe, but no one smoked cigarettes in the home.
And did you receive any indication that anyone was smoking in the house that day?
I did not.
And what else did you consider as a possible hypothesis for the cause of the fire?
I considered electrical cause. Well, let me back up. I considered an electrical cause. Electrical cause is a little more difficult because a lot of the electrical components are missing, which is not uncommon when you're doing a fire investigation, especially one of this magnitude, that sometimes the electrical components just are gone. So you have to consider how the fire burned, the fire dynamics. And you have to consider where the electrical is located. Electrical is located typically in the walls or the ceiling. So if the electrical system malfunctioned or failed, that fire is going to be in the wall. And electrical fires start small. So if you think about if you have something plugged into an outlet and that starts sparking and catches on fire, well, that fire is going to start small and is going to slowly grow. It's not going to be a large, expansive fire at the onset. It's going to slowly grow. The indication, number one, we noticed a lot of the walls are still in place. Right? When we looked at the photographs for the southern bedrooms, we had that one wall that was still there. We still had significant wall structure on I'm talking about studs. The studs are left on the north side. So if an electrical fire would start in those walls, we wouldn't see those studs, because they would have to, same thing. The fire would have to burn out, get rid of those studs before it could get into the living room and burn up to the roof. And the origin is not coming from any of the wall areas. It's coming more from the living space of the living room, on the first floor living room. So given the fire dynamics, the way the fire reacted, and the lack of initial damage to the walls, I eliminated electrical cause at that point.
Now, you mentioned an electrical fire is kind of a fire that starts small. Is that what you elaborated on here?
Correct.
And is that if you can opine on this, a fast developing fire or a kind of a smoldering, slow developing fire?
The development of the fire would all depend on the fuel load around it. The electrical short or the electrical fire starts small, but if that electrical fire happened to have been surrounded by styrofoam, it's going to burn faster than if it was just touching wood. So that varies.
Would there be smoke?
There would be smoke.
And to your understanding, how many people were in the Stermer residence on January 7th, 2007?
I was told on both 7th and the 8th that there was 2 people in the residence, Todd Stermer and Linda Stermer.
And is the fact that there are 2, and this fire occurred about what time, if you recall?
3:30 in the afternoon or 2:30? I'd have to look at a report to get the exact time, but it was in the afternoon.
In the afternoon. And typical hours when people would be awake?
Correct.
And does that factor into this decision at all, that there were 2 persons in the home that would likely be awake?
Yes, I was given initial information from the Van Buren County detectives who did some initial interviews on the 7th that there were 2 people, Linda and Todd, were in the house at the time of the fire, and they were both awake. Todd may have been taking a nap, but Linda was awake. These were some initial statements that the Sheriff's Department relayed to me.
So I guess to kind of get to the bottom of my question here, and to your knowledge, were either of the Stermers disabled or invalided of any kind?
Not that I'm aware of.
In fires you've investigated before, does that play a role in that, in when there's a fatality or something sometimes?
Yes, it does.
How so?
I've done fatal fires before where people were bed-bound or wheelchair-bound. I think one of the fires, a person was wheelchair-bound, and the fire started in their lap from smoking, and because they're wheelchair-bound, they're by themselves, they couldn't escape. Same thing, I've had people who are bedridden, fire starts, and they're unable to escape because they physically can't move. Also, occasionally, I've had it where people are known to be intoxicated and in bed, and this can also impair their ability to escape or to self-rescue themselves from a fire.
Would you agree with the premise then that the likelihood that a person is awake and not invalid, for lack of better words, would increase the chance that they may notice a small fire or a fire starting slowly? Don't think so at all. I think it's a hypothesis.
I'll overrule that. I don't think it's legal.
Yes, I would take that in consideration. The general condition of a person and how quickly they discovered the fire or they could take action about the fire, both mental and physical state.
I mean, this kind of goes without saying, but does smoke have a smell to it?
Typically.
Do electrical fires have a certain smell to them?
They do, and sometimes they're associated with sound,
What kind of sound?
like an arcing sound. Not everyone. Electrical fires is kind of a broad category, and I got to be very careful to try to lump one generalization to all electrical fires.
I need to pause for a little fair use commentary, but while I do that, please enjoy this video and run on over to the like button. I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much. What are you guys thinking so far? I'm sorry, hold on, let me mute because you don't need to hear me clearing my throat. That's so rude. All right, what are you guys thinking so far? I'm finding this quite interesting. I haven't made up my mind yet as far as whether or not they've closed the door to reasonable doubt. I don't know yet. I'm still listening. I'm kind of waiting for the cross. All right, let's keep going.
When you describe an arcing sound, is it like an electrical current kind of sound? Like the sound of...
If you take 2 wires and you touch them together, and it's going to go, you can hear the zap pop, and usually if you're holding the wires, you usually jump.
Fair, thank you. Just want to make sure everyone understood that in case people haven't played with electricity. What was the next, so at that point in time, I guess, were you able to eliminate electrical? As a
I
cause?
eliminated electrical as a fire cause at that point.
What was the next hypothesis you would have tested in this case?
I examined and considered the fireplace for a hypothesis. On the day of my exam on the 8th, I believe I was aware that there could have been a fire in the upstairs fireplace from the information that was passed to me by the Sheriff's Department detectives.
If I can stop you right there, when we say upstairs, we're talking about the main floor of the house, is that
Correct.
correct? Okay.
There's basement and the main floor, and if I misspeak, I say main floor, first floor, I'm meaning the main floor where the living room is.
Very good.
So I started examining the fireplaces. Let's look at photo 19.
Is that photo 19 on the screen?
This is photo 19. This is the main floor fireplace. Before I talk about this, I just want to go to photo 20 real quick. Yes, that's photo 20. I documented what was inside the fireplace, and there is burnt wood in the fireplace. So that tells me there may have been a fire. Now, obviously, is it possible that fire debris during the collapse got in there? It's possible, but unlikely, because the collapse is going to come straight down versus jump sideways. This is likely it's probable that there was a fire in that main floor fireplace. Now we can go back to 19. So I'm examining the fireplace. To understand the construction of this fireplace, this is a modern fireplace versus I'll call an old-time hand-built fireplace. Old-time hand-built fireplace, the kind you'll find in the nice farmhouses that are 150 years old. They were built piece by piece with stone or brick, made the firebox where the fire actually was built. There was a brick or clay liner in the chimney that went up to carry the smoke out. Typical modern fireplaces are a contained steel box, and that's what you're looking at there. And out of the top of the steel box is a steel round chimney pipe. Sometimes it's referred to as a vent or a flue, and that is the round chimney pipe that's connected to that firebox, the steel firebox, and then it runs up, eventually out through the roof. Then what's the important part for that is the actual fireplace construction. Typically then, people build walls around because nobody wants to look at the ugly backside of a metal fireplace or the fireplace, the chimney. So they will build walls around it, and sometimes you'll see they'll actually put like brick or stone on these walls, but that's just for decoration. The walls themselves are typically built of wood, and I refer to that as the chimney chase. So that's the area inside or around the fire, the chimney, the metal chimney, that's separating that chimney from the rest of the living portion of the house, is this chase. And it's typically built with wood. It may be drywalled. Sometimes they'll have OSB on there. It varies on construction, but that's a chimney chase. If there is, so I'm considering ignition sources from the fireplace. Did the chimney malfunction? Was there a chimney fire? If the chimney malfunctions, I've seen it where holes have developed in chimney pipe. So now the hot gases from the smoke that go up the chimney can escape the chimney itself and get into this chase area. Now, this chase area is built with, especially in this case, you can see it's built with wooden structural members. So that those wooden structural members have some sort of sheeting on the outside. Could be OSB, could be drywall. That's going to contain, just like we talked about earlier with the laundry machines. If that hot smoke or gas is in that chase, that's going to contain that hot gases and eventual fire for a while inside that chase. The fire inside that chase is going to go up, typically burn out the roof at the top of the chase, and then it's going to eventually spread outward. And as it spreads outward, it's going to consume the fuel or the wooden structural material that make up that chase to proceed. And typically that'll always happen at the top versus the bottom, depending on where the hot gases from the chimney collect the most and the longest for the fire to start. Excuse me. You can see here on the photo 19, this is the upstairs fireplace again, and you can see the remnants of the wall that was built around it. This wall would have been part of the chimney chase, where the metal chimney would have gone behind it. You can see there's 3 2x4 studs still in place and intact to the right. There's one directly above that is broken up to the left. That's broken off, but in your mind's eye, you can straighten it up and you can see where it would be. And there's one that's missing directly above it, of the fireplace. There's an area where there should have been one. You can, if you know what you're looking for, right at the bottom, you can see the stub where the nails were, right there. Yeah, there was one. Now, that's obviously, remember, we've had a lot of fire in here and structural collapse. And we've also have that 2x6 that runs horizontally right across the top of the fireplace. That still has clean wood and burns. So like I mentioned before, that likely had drywall on it up until the fire hoses hit it and knocked it off. So looking at the damage profile, specifically the lack of damage there, that's significant in considering this as a chimney fire or a fireplace fire. Additionally, if we look at photo 21, this is the chimney pipe that I collected from inside the structure. Yesterday we talked about excavating. Later I would excavate then it would be the basement floor, but had the debris from both the basement, main floor, and the roof directly above in this area. This chimney pipe was located. I moved it out and I put it here. I examined it and nothing extraordinary came to my attention. Obviously, if you look at it, it's bent, it's burned, but remember there was a whole house burning on top of it at one point. So, and the collapse happened. That's going to disform the metal, disform the pipe, and it was under burning roof sections for a while. So there is fire damage. But that being, what I discovered is there was nothing obvious to me that would indicate there was something wrong with that chimney. And that also states for the fireplace itself. I didn't find anything obvious with the metal fireplace box that would show that it malfunctioned or there was something wrong with it. And that backs up with the lack of burning of the wooden stud members around it. At that point, I could eliminate the fireplace and chimney as a potential ignition source.
If I can back up then to number 19, I guess, and maybe I missed this, but can you explain why it is you would expect this stud right here to be burned?
If the fireplace was the start of the fire is going to be directly above the fire. I'm sorry, I'm doing that again. Is going to be directly above the fireplace, and that's going to be one of the first structural members that are going to burn.
And so I guess just by the dynamic, would we expect then, as it burns to the roof, hot material to be falling down on top of the fireplace? Or what are we?
It depends if we're talking about the fires in the chase or outside the chase.
Inside the chase.
If it's inside the chase, the fire's going to go up inside the chase. If it burns the roof section, that'll eventually burn and fall down into and sit on top of the fireplace itself. I've seen fires in new houses before where the cellulose insulation will fall in, and on top of that firebox, and start the fire on top of that box, of the firebox. But the fire is inside the chase, sitting on top of that metal firebox, not in the place where the fire is supposed to be, which is surrounded by like fire bricks. So yes, if the fire was down there, we'd expect to burn off that area.
And what other hypothesis did you consider as to the cause of the fire?
I considered the possibility of a log rolling out of the fireplace. The entire living room was consumed. The floor, the furniture, the whole thing was consumed. So by looking at that hypothesis, that was more of a mental examination of the fire dynamics. So we think about, okay, what would happen if a log on fire rolled out into the room? If that burning log is sitting in the middle of the room, the fire from that log is still going to go up. It's going to start burning the floor underneath it. But for the fire to spread from that log, it's going to take a significant amount of time. And when I mean significant, I mean it's going to take several minutes for it to really spread, versus if a log rolls onto your floor in your living room, the whole living room floor isn't going to burst into flames. It's going to take a while for it to progress. Same thing if that log, let's say, rolled all the way over and was up against a couch. The couch is going to catch fire, yes, but if you would watch it, it would start at the log, it would start slowly moving up and into the couch and start slowly spreading on the couch. And of course, as it's doing this, it's giving off smoke and heat that would be easily detectable by someone in the house before it could spread to the entire living room area. So with that dynamic eliminates the log hypothesis as a fire cause.
And if I can kind of circle back to the idea of a chimney or a fireplace fire, you indicated that those are kind of it takes time for the heat to build up before that fire can erupt, for lack of better words.
Because yes, the main heat is contained in the firebox and in the chimney. How that heat gets out usually comes from a small, like a chimney, even a chimney fire. It's a chimney fire that escapes the chimney. It's coming through a small hole. So that's all the heat has to come through that small hole until at some point it ignites the surrounding chimney chase. And that can take time. Obviously, times are very subjective depending on how close the combustible materials are to the chimney, how long has it been, and how old is it, the materials that are made of. So that's very subjective. But yes, it doesn't. If you have a hole in your chimney, you start a fire, it's not going to the whole thing isn't going to burst into flames. There's going to be a progression.
In that progression, would there be smoke?
There would be.
And is that something that possibly a person who's not invalid would possibly notice within the residence?
He's not any kind of human factors expert. What somebody would or would not do is not within his expertise.
I think he's capable of testifying based on his training experience about he's investigated these in the past. I think it's fairly reasonable.
I'll allow it.
A typical person should notice smoke in their house. Where that, again, every fire is a little different, so I can't say if this would have been a chimney fire exactly how the smoke and heat would have progressed.
Fair, thank you. And so we've talked about a log rolling out, and you have eliminated that. What is your next hypothesis that you went to?
One of the hypotheses I considered was during the interviews, the initial interviews with Linda Stermer, she mentioned that there was some oil candle on the, I believe it was the half wall between the living room and the dining room on the north side. Again, I considered that. Again, that is a small fire source. I don't know what this oil candle looked like. I'm using generalization terms. I'm assuming it is a normal, could be as much as a lantern, an oil lantern, or a smaller candle that's from.
Well then, yeah, he's describing what are possible oil lanterns that he's encountered, so I think he's even said he doesn't know what it was, but he's just describing what they could be.
I was given information that there was an oil candle in the area. Do not know the size or makeup of it. But if this candle broke or tipped over, again, the fire is going to be relatively small. And it's going to be contained over towards the area of where it was located, which is the half wall towards the north side of the living room. That did not, again, that also has a hard time meeting the challenge of going undiscovered until it was a very large fire.
And these oil lamps, are you familiar with what type of fuel they burn?
The typical oil that these lamps burn are lamp oil. It would actually, if it's tested in a lab, it would come back referred to as a heavy petroleum distillate, which is the same as kerosene or diesel fuel.
And in this case, did you ever receive any lab reports that there was a heavy, which you just described here in court, present in the Stermer residence?
In the lab results back, there were no indications of a heavy petroleum distillate.
Thank you. And what was the next hypothesis you would have considered?
The next hypothesis I considered was an intentionally started fire. With this hypothesis, the one piece of data on this date, I had smelled accelerant on Todd Stermer's pants. I later learned to further that hypothesis, I waited until I got lab results. I got the lab results back that Todd Stermer's pants had gasoline on them. So I took that information and said, does that fit what I have at the scene? So with a gasoline is on Todd Stermer, and Todd Stermer is also severely burned. So remember I talked about burns on people are also burn patterns. Just like looking at the structure, the burns on Todd Stermer indicated he was at or near the...
Move to strike. One, he's not a medical expert, and under Smelser versus Norfolk Railway, he can't testify to medical conditions.
He's not
He's
testifying
not
about a medical
qualified to
condition.
that.
He's talking about the burns he observed on his body.
Causation.
Sorry, Ron.
Thank you. He's talking about causation, burn patterns causing whatever this degree of injury is. That's a medical opinion he can't make.
I don't think that's what he was testifying to. I think
Just
Mr.
asking about burn patterns?
Yeah.
All of the testimony was to burn patterns. And obviously, cross-examination is allowed.
Thank you.
As a result, burns on a person is a burn pattern. It is stated right in NFPA 921 that burns on a human is a burn pattern.
You just mentioned NFPA 921. We haven't heard that here in court yet today.
Oh,
What is that?
okay.
What is that, please?
NFPA 921, it's a long acronym. The NFPA stands for National Fire Protection Association. The National Fire Protection Association puts out volumes and volumes of information about building construction, safety precautions, anything to do with fire. And there's so many of them, they give them a number. So the specific number, NFPA, National Fire Protection Association 921, is the document that the National Fire Protection Association puts out as a guide to fire investigations. And that is updated, well, now it's updated about every 3 years.
Guide, or has it also been considered a reference manual?
It's a guide, it's a reference manual.
Very good. So again, we just talked about you considered the burns on Todd Stermer. How is that relevant to your determination of an intentionally set fire?
We know that Todd, with the burns on Todd, I know he is at or near the area of origin. And with the gasoline, positive for gasoline on his sweatpants, that says there is gasoline at or near the area of origin. Now, the gasoline at the area of origin actually fits the description of a fast-moving fire, where instead of a small individual area, the whole area is on fire at the same time.
Well, let's go this way. Does the statement of Linda Stermer that you reviewed factor into this as well?
Linda Stermer's statement is very important to my factor.
Why is that?
Because Linda Stermer was at the scene. She was in the house. She was able to give statements. Witness statements are very important. Her statement was that she was in the basement. She heard Todd upstairs scream. She ran upstairs and she saw the living room on fire. Subsequent statements, that was the initial statement I believe she gave the detective route. Then later statements were more specific. It says, started the same, in the basement, heard Todd scream, ran up the stairs, described seeing the recliner towards the north side of the living room on fire. Todd was towards the south in the living room with his upper torso on fire. And there was fire on the floor between Todd and the recliner. That description of a very quick starting fire, of she's in the basement, she's awake, and she hears a scream, that would be in. Then she goes upstairs and finds this large fire, not concentrated in one area, but it's spread in two areas across the room with a connecting fire between. That is an indication of a fast fire, which would be explained by the presence of an ignitable liquid, gasoline, which would lead to, and there's been no evidence of why gasoline should be in the living room. That would to lead me to believe this is an intentionally set fire.
Now, additionally, for lack of a word, trail of fire from essentially one side of the living room to the other was described by Linda Stermer. Is that what your testimony was?
Yes.
And in your line of work, is that described as something?
It can mean several things.
Okay.
I'd prefer just to leave it at that statement.
Okay, fair enough. So your conclusion, based on your review of the evidence, and I'm summarizing the gasoline And what was described by Linda Stermer as this was an intentionally set fire. Is that correct?
Correct. And this also, I also use this to confirm my origin determination. She says the origin is in the main floor, first floor living room.
And so we've already kind of talked about what the first fuel ignited is earlier. Do you have an opinion as to what the first fuel ignited in this case was?
Yes, I do.
What was that?
The first fuel ignited was fumes from the gasoline.
And let's talk about that a little bit. How does gasoline burn, for lack of a better way to describe it?
Gasoline, as we know, is liquid. We put it in our lawnmowers and our cars. People who are unsafe sometimes try to use it to get their leaves burning. When you burn gasoline, it's actually not the liquid that burns, it's the vapor that comes off the gasoline that burns. So if you've ever seen videos of people pour gasoline on a pile of leaves and then they start walking up to it with something to light it, and it catches on fire before they get to the pile of leaves, that's because the vapors from the gasoline, the liquid gasoline, has now evaporated and spread into a vapor cloud until it hits an ignition source, and then it ignites.
And does the fact that the gasoline may be indoors or outdoors affect how that may happen?
The environment as a whole, indoors or outdoors, is going to affect is there a wind, the temperature, if it's hotter outside, the gasoline is going to evaporate quicker. Any air currents are going to move the vapor around.
And in this case, I've already asked you what the ignition source. Did you determine what you believe to be the ignition source in this case?
The ignition source would have been open flame.
Do you have any idea what the source of the open flame may have been?
I do not know definitively what the open flame would be.
But we do know there was a fire burning in the fireplace per the statements of Linda Stermer.
There was open flame in the living room from statements and indications that there's logs, so there would have been open flame in the fireplace.
Now, we've talked about what you kind of touched on it already, what is a flash fire?
A flash fire is almost self-descriptive. It's a fire that immediately propagates quickly, like a flash. It goes very fast. It would be indicative of a gasoline fire.
So, for instance, when the vapors of a gasoline poured someplace are exposed to an open flame.
Correct. It's the vapors are going to ignite. The fire and the vapors are going to spread to the source, which is typically going to be the liquid gasoline, because that's where the source of the gasoline vapors came from. And then the fire is then going to make the liquid gasoline evaporate faster because it's hotter, and then it'll be burn more. Then it'll burn faster until the gasoline, in some cases, is burned up.
And that was my next question. Can fire totally consume gasoline,
Yes,
leaving no trace?
it is possible. Yes.
And just so the record's clear, and Judge, I'm going to ask this as a leading question so we don't go afoul of anything. You are not offering any opinion here today as to who set this fire, correct?
No.
I feel like Johnny Depp in Pirates of the Caribbean when he found out about Orlando Bloom. I'm not going to spoil anything, but he says, "That's very interesting." And I feel like that's very interesting because that's really what the crux of all of this is. Who set that fire? Was it intentional? Because if I'm not mistaken, it seems to me that the defense isn't arguing that that it was arson. They agree it was arson. But who is the arsonist is the question. Now, My thinking at this point, which is just my thinking, it's not really based on anything that's been presented in the trial so far, but have been rumors and speculation that Todd Stermer is an arsonist, that he's actually set fires to collect insurance payouts. Now, unfortunately, we have an issue here of, is it not just possible, because anything is possible, right? But probable that he had been successful twice before, but the third time he manages to catch himself on fire? I don't know, you guys. I don't know. I mean, every time you commit a crime, right, you're rolling the dice. I mean, eventually, over time, you will get caught. But caught is one thing. Actually catching yourself on fire is another. I don't know, it doesn't seem probable. It doesn't seem like, certainly you would think, right, that a person who has potentially, allegedly, right, committed arson before and gotten away with it, okay, that they would know how to avoid getting caught in the actual fire. But it does happen. It does happen. But there's something about this. It's not adding up to me quite yet. And I've considered a third possibility. Okay. Is it possible that they were so in debt, that they were in such financial woes, that they were cahooters, and they were both in on this together? And that he was willing to go in an accident, quote unquote, right? So that, was there life insurance? We haven't even talked about that. If there's fire insurance and there's a death, I've never owned a home, so I don't know these things. Maybe you homeowners can explain this to me. But if you have fire insurance on your home, does it cover somebody perishing in the fire? Do you get extra money if somebody perishes in that fire? I'm kind of wondering if that third possibility isn't what we're looking at here.
You have just a moment, Your Honor?
Which, okay, they're having a moment. Let me have a moment too. So then, okay, so now I'm thinking about that too. And how could that be possible, right? Like that is a horrible way to go. But typically, when when a person perishes in a fire, they perish from the smoke inhalation, not the fire itself. Okay. So I was thinking about that, and I was thinking, well, did he take, some extra, medication in an effort to just go to sleep, if you will, and then presumably perish from the smoke inhalation? But then we have the autopsy reports that say, no, that didn't happen. So is it now? So we're right back to, I don't even know if that, I mean, is it possible that, um, I don't know. Let me just keep thinking. Let me keep listening because my brain is doing too much and it's not like connecting all of the dots in a way that I can express so people can actually understand what the heck I'm talking about. Here we go.
Just one last question. I am sorry. I neglected to ask this. Um, you indicated earlier there was a fuel oil furnace in this house. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is fuel oil different from gasoline?
It is.
How so?
So they're both petroleum products, but they're refined differently. If you were to take fuel oil and submit it to the laboratory for analysis, that would come back as a heavy petroleum distillate. The lab, and if you ever had Troy Hertz, he'd probably describe this better than I did, but it is a different than gasoline. Gasoline can be determined specifically, where the other petroleum distillates are put into broad categories of heavy, medium, and light petroleum distillates. Fuel oil would be a heavy petroleum distillate, along with kerosene and some lamp oils.
Thank you. Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Not to discuss the case or do any research. Media.
See, Marjorie's got it. Hold on a second. Marjorie says, "Good morning, by the way. Is it possible that she doused him with gas and then lit a match and ran?" Yep, in my opinion. Um, See, that's also possible. And this is where I'm struggling. Did she Okay, so you know how when they conduct an autopsy and he was the medical exam the forensic pathologist was testifying to this. There's other factors that go into toxicology, okay? Not just I mean, yes, obviously it depends on the medication, right? But there's other factors that go into and it's a range. Your metabolism, okay? And how was that um, medication? What form did that medication come in? It takes a little longer to break down a pill versus breaking down a liquid, okay? And because we're not going to, I mean, there's no there's no reason to entertain other ways of getting pills into your system or getting medications into your system because, quite frankly, there's no evidence of that. So, is it possible that she gave him an extra boost of medication, but his metabolism was too quick and it wore off and he woke up to being in fuego? See, I think that might have been where she went wrong. Um, if she gave him enough medication to keep him knocked out, but not enough for an overdose, right? Just a little extra, right? Um, Likely, regardless of, "Hey, Jen, good to see you, babe." Likely, no matter how much, I mean, unless you were damn near, if overdose, levels, I feel like being on fire would make you wake up regardless. Like, she gave him enough to knock him out, but not enough to keep him knocked out? That's what I'm wondering. That's what I'm wondering. I mean, yes, I understand that there is suspicion surrounding other fires that happened to properties that the Stermers owned. But if that's the case, couldn't Linda then also take advantage of that fact? and go with the defense she's going with now. Like, I'm curious, and I'm going to have to go and watch some of these, like 48 Hours and the other like docuseries that covered this case to hear about the first trial, because I'm very, very curious what all was said in that trial from her side. You know what I mean? Because all of this, both events, the fire and the being hit by a van, okay, all are something that both sides agree on that did happen, right? For the fire, the dispute is who set the fire, and for the van, the dispute is whether it was, as my kids would say, on a accident. They don't say that anymore. They said it when they were little, but I remember it's just so cute when little kids come up to you and it was like, "It was on an accident." Was it on accident, right? Or did she run him over with the van intentionally? And the thing is, in for that aspect of the crime, I'm leaning towards intentional, based really on things that Linda said. Hold on a second. And here's why. I cannot move past the fire investigator from the insurance company. In the transcript, she said it. Where that recording is, I don't know, but she said she saw him. I cannot get around that. Hold on a minute. I just can't. There's that element of her story does not make sense, like, at all. What does this do? Oh man, hold on a minute. There's got to be a better way to lay this out. Hold on. None of these are changing. What is happening here? Okay, there's that one. There's that one. Ah, there's we go. That's better. Wonder if can I move it over here? No, can't do anything about this. I did do what you talked about, Patricia, about the picture in picture. So now, let me see how I can do this. Let me close this. What's that do? No. We're leaving it like this. I'm done. Oh, boy. The fire inspector guy is on the stand now, Jen. And then, hey, Brandy. Hey, Becky P. Let me just say hi to everybody this morning that I missed because I'm so rude. Hold on. Let me go let me just say hi to everybody. Hi, everyone. Good morning. It's so good to see you guys. Thank you so very, very much for being here. And if you could do me a favor and be like this chicken and run on over to the like button, I'd greatly appreciate it. There we go. I'm gonna use that as I'm gonna fix that up and make it run on over to the like or something. I don't know how I'm gonna fix that, but yeah. The shoes are just too much for me. It's the shoes that get me. Let me see. Oh, guys, just on a side note, let me just tell you guys something. Okay. So, yes, Tony, those are toddler Nikes on the chicken. Let's just make sure. Hold on. Let me pull it up again and make sure that I'm right. Let me see. I can't tell if they're like real Nikes or bootleg Nikes or what they are, but I don't care. It's hilarious. It's hilarious to me. I need to send this over to Jones and she needs this. Um okay. So you guys know how I have been hold on a second. What is this? Oh, hold on. So you guys know how I found that song or whatever, and then it inspired me to do another video. Well, I'm kind of over my like intro with the like the bullet thingy, the smoky bullet. So I decided. Hold on a minute. Let me fix this. Um, hold on. I'll mess with this later. Anyway, so I decided that I wanted a new intro, and so I'm working on that. Like, the not the whole intro with the music, right? That I'm working on. But, when I make a video, how there's that little part at the beginning, right? Like the little 10 seconds. I'm working on something new because I just want to. Sometimes I get tired of seeing the same old thing. And also I can always find a better way to do it. But now I found this thing. Excuse me, so rude. I'm trying to testify in my own defense. Now I'm finding that I oh, let me get it for you right now. I didn't realize that I could edit stuff in Envato. So that's something new I learned. All right, that's enough about nothing that has any it's not even in the realm of things we're discussing. It's completely not on topic. Here we go.
Back on the record, any matters to address before we bring in the jury, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll bring in the jury.
That vent is filthy.
And sir, you're reminded that you're still under oath.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Mueller, cross.
Thank you. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
You and I have met before one time, correct?
Yes,
June of 2001?
I'll take your word for the date.
Okay, I'll give you, take my word, it's the 16th and 17th of June 2021, not one.
That sounds correct.
And I asked you a bunch of questions, right?
Yes,
And you were under oath?
yes,
And you told me the truth?
yes,
Under penalty of perjury?
yes.
So if we look back at that testimony, we can take that as the truth. Fair?
Depends on how much you take of it.
I'm sorry?
Depends on what you take out of it, but yes, it's the truth.
Okay. Can we agree as we start here, if you don't have a cause of the fire as being, suggesting an intentional fire, intentionally set fire, we don't have a crime of arson?
That is correct.
Okay. And we'll talk about the classifications, but you and I talked about that before, right?
Yes.
There are 4 classifications of fires.
I guess we need, I'm going to clarify with her from where he's referring.
Council knows, or.
Well,
knows.
it depends if you're talking about under the, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll allow it if you understand the
Thank you.
question.
Let me break this down. You and I have talked about this before, right? There's an accidental fire, correct?
Correct.
That could be a toaster burned up. Fair?
Yes,
We have natural causes of fires. That would be lightning strikes, that kind of thing, right?
correct,
Then we have what's called undetermined.
correct,
You just can't tell, right?
correct.
And sometimes the damage is so big and so much that you can't tell, right?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. And it's not an embarrassment to you as a fire origin and cause expert to be able to say, I just can't tell, there's not enough here.
That's
Fair?
correct.
It wouldn't be embarrassing to you, right?
That's correct.
In fact, it would probably be intellectually honest to admit, I just can't tell. Fair?
That is correct.
Then we have an intentional or an incendiary fire, it's called, right?
Correct.
And that would be, excuse me, correct me if I'm wrong, but an intentionally set fire under circumstances where a fire shouldn't happen.
Yes,
And that's what you're calling this,
correct.
an incendiary fire.
Yes,
And that's the one that supports a crime.
correct.
And out of those 4 categories, only an incendiary fire supports crime, correct?
Not necessarily.
If you can't, let's go back to
No,
one thing.
okay, not necessarily. The crimes can be prosecuted with an undetermined cause. I've seen it in the past.
Okay. If you don't have a cause of a fire, you can't find the classification of the fire, fair? You can't tell what
Correct.
happened. You said the origin is the where, correct?
Correct?
And the cause is the why.
Correct.
And if you don't have the why, you can't say a crime occurred, fair?
I don't make the determination if a crime has occurred.
If arson, I'm just talking about arson.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I think we're asking for legal conclusions at this point in time. Prosecutor's office could charge a crime based on an undetermined fire. He's already testified to it, so I think we got to ask an answer, but also we're asking for legal conclusions.
The question is simply, if you don't have a cause, the why, you can't even classify the fire.
That question's fine.
You can't even classify the fire because you can't tell why it happened, right?
Well, the classification you just said was undetermined.
You can't tell why a fire happened. You can't classify it, right?
Objection, asked and answered.
Yeah, I didn't get an answer for him.
Yeah, I'll allow it. I
Yes
just
or no?
have the answer.
If I can't tell the what, the why, then it
Yeah.
would be classified as an undetermined fire.
Okay. Let's talk about this excavation you said that you did, all right? On January 8th.
Yes,
On January 8th, you did an excavation, and as we know, the living room was the area of origin, correct?
correct.
I'm going to show you, we've already admitted this as Exhibit O, floor plan of the living room. You've seen this before, right?
I have not.
Does that represent to you what the floor plan of the house looked like?
Yes,
Okay? And you know that the living room, as you said, was the area of origin of the fire, right?
correct.
And you excavated that to get important data.
I excavated the basement that was below the living room.
The living room you showed us on that aerial photo had collapsed into the basement.
Correct,
So anything regarding the living room would have been in the basement.
correct.
And you've testified that that was 2 feet of rubble, correct?
I didn't say 2 feet of rubble.
Okay, let's look. If I may approach, Your Honor? Thank you. I've got your prior testimony from this case. Why don't we look at the part that says Daubert 1? Okay?
I guess if I can, Your Honor, as to the form of the way the question's being asked, is he asking about 2 feet of rubble today or now at a previous hearing, I think is where we're going, but I think it's confusing the question.
You have testified that the area,
If you could just clarify what he's saying now, and then, are you pursuing prior inconsistent, or?
you're
refresh
telling us
memory?
you don't know how deep the rubble was in the basement that you excavated?
No, you asked me if I testified to 2 feet of rubble.
Do you admit there's 2 feet of rubble in the basement?
Approximately 2 feet of rubble. That's an approximation. I never measured it.
Could be 3.
I never measured it.
Okay. If there's 2 feet of rubble, and we know from the living room that it's 18 by 18, you see that?
Yes.
Yes?
Between the 118,
18 feet. This was 18 feet.
okay.
And there's a little bit of more. You'd have to add the area too, right?
Yes.
Do you know how to do that? Add, calculate that area?
Yes.
Sines, cosines, tangents, Pythagorean theorem?
I'm aware of how to do area.
Can we agree, like we had before, that that's about the total 20 by 20, roughly?
Now, let me just say before he answers this, I'm annoyed at the use of geometry here. I do know area. Area is length times width. Volume, isn't it length times width times height? I was never good at geometry. We all know that story. Let me please continue.
I'm just looking at the 118, and there's no 18, but that's, 18. Yes, that's 18 by 18 with a little bit left. I didn't see the 18 at the bottom.
Okay, we say roughly 20 by 20?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that's the area of origin, correct?
Yes.
And if we talk about a 20 by 20, if we measure from you roughly about to that first row, it's about 20 feet.
I don't know how far that is. 20, the first row? It's a little further than that, I think, but you have the measuring tape.
Would you like to hold the one and we'll measure it? Thank you. If I may.
Oops, sorry. I actually didn't mean to do that.
That's the dummy end of the tape. I'm even going to hold that. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and about 20 feet right here.
Okay?
We good?
Yep.
And if I told you that 20 feet was about... Thank you. I'll go. From the jury box to about here,
Approximate.
approximately. So we have an area of origin in the living room of this whole area here, correct?
Correct.
And you can't narrow it down where the fire started amongst anywhere in here,
I
correct?
cannot.
Could have started over in this area over here, right? Could have started by the fireplace,
Not against the fireplace.
but anywhere in here, you don't know.
Correct.
But you dug out the rubble, right?
Yes.
In this 18 by 20 by 20 spot, right?
Yes.
2 feet of rubble, correct?
Approximately.
And you had a person with you, Greg Stormzan from the Michigan State Police,
Yes.
and you deposited the rubble, as I believe, on the west side and the back side of the house, correct?
I would have. Yes.
Well, you did, correct?
Yes.
Put it on the west side of the house,
Yes.
and you cleared the basement, because that's how you do it, right?
I
You gotta-
clear, not the entire basement, just the area underneath the living room.
So there would be basically a clear area of 18 by 18 in that house if somebody came after you, correct?
Yes.
You made this rubble pile, and this rubble pile should be, well, if we say 20 by 20 by 2, that's 800 cubic feet, right?
I don't know how much the rubble pile would have been.
Well, you didn't do 800 cubic feet of excavation and put that outside, did you?
I have no idea.
Did you create a rubble pile of approximately 4 feet by 8 feet and 7 feet high?
It was not a 7-foot high pile.
Let's go to your testimony at that Dalbert hearing on 162, lines 7 to 11.
Your Honor, will you approach real quick? Thank you.
You there?
Yes, on the first page, yes. Daubert 1, yes.
Well, just prior hearing on page 162 at line 7. You with me?
(162) line, what line?
Line 7.
Line 7.
You had been asked, so outside the house was the area that you laid all the debris, correct?
Yes.
Your answer. Again, we didn't lay it out, so it was placed in a pile. The pile, in my recollection, would probably have been 3 or 4 feet by 6 or 8 feet and 7 feet high. But I don't have a great recollection of the size of the pile after we excavated, right?
Correct.
Okay. So if somebody came after you, were there on the 8th, like somebody on the 15th a week later, we should see behind the house a picture of a 4-foot by 8-foot by 7-foot high pile of rubble.
I have no idea what the rubble pile would look like after I left.
Well, do you think somebody would have taken it and moved it?
No,
You
but it's
think-
possible.
You think somebody would have put it back in the house?
I have no idea.
Okay. The pile that you had, the rubble that you would have been removing, and I'm going to show you defendant's exhibit B. Tell me, these are your photos?
Your Honor, are we meaning all of his photos or just a selection of the photographs?
Select photos. The ones I gave you yesterday, counsel.
No, I understand that. Are they just
They are select photos, not every photo.
I respect that and I understand that. Are they separated from a giant exhibit of other photographs or are they just?
They are in exhibit B by themselves. You tell me if those are your photos.
So you want him to review the entire binder right now?
No,
Oh,
they're just
okay.
15 photos.
Which 15 though?
Hold on, I want to make sure. Is this exhibit B? I will once.
Do you know which ones to look at?
Yes.
Okay.
These are the photos look like that have been previously entered into evidence by the prosecution.
Some are the same, some are different.
Looks like 47 under B is the same as defense 34-9. But this one's very dark. Okay. Would you like me to continue?
Pardon?
Would you like me to continue through B on photos?
Please. All those photos you identified for the prosecutor, you had reviewed your photos before this trial, right?
Yes?
And you identified those easily as your photos, right?
Correct?
And a lot of these are just duplicates of your photos.
But I'm going to make sure.
To determine that.
56 is the same photo as 3411 with the prosecution. '57 is one of my photos, but not with the prosecution exhibits. '58 is one of my photos. It's in the prosecution exhibit 3412. '59 is my photo that is the same as People's 3410. '61 looks to be the same as People's 3418. '62 is one of my photos that is not in the People's exhibit. '75 is the same as People's 3425. '96 is one of my photos and is similar to People's 3413. I think this might be a different photo of the same shot. '123 is the same as People's 3421. '138 is one of my photos, but not in the prosecution photos.
Okay,
And that finishes up B.
that's all. Move for the admission of Exhibit B, 1 through 15.
What'd you say, 15?
15.
1 through 15.
Thank you. So if we look at photograph 62 there, you can look up on the screen if you'd like. We can see, you good?
Yes.
We can see that fireplace in the basement, right?
Yes?
Right here. So basically what we're showing is the living room area, and the living room extends out toward the bay window to the left.
No,
right?
this photo's taken from underneath the bay window.
Okay. You're saying the fireplace is directly across from the bay window. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Where you have the FP on your
So
drawing.
what I'm seeing then is entirely the living room.
Yes.
Now,
Or the basement under the living room.
the living room that had collapsed and have the 2 feet of rubble that you excavated and cleared, you and Mr. Stormzan.
Yes.
So, if somebody like Mr. Shinsky came and Mr. Shinsky took a photo a few days later, what we should see is a photo of the back of the house where you laid it out, right? Am I correct?
Yes.
And what we should see somewhere in here, in the back west side, is a pile 7 feet by 8 feet by 7 feet high, correct?
I do not see that there.
You certainly don't. You also didn't document the excavation, did you?
I did not take a photograph of the excavation once completed. That is a mistake that I have admitted to, and it's a mistake on my part.
Okay. You know the importance of documentation, correct?
Correct.
Important for corroboration, correct?
I've got some.
Okay.
It's important for corroboration, correct?
It is important to document the scene.
Because you want to have corroboration in case somebody asks you, did you actually do some excavation? You want to be able to show proof.
Correct.
That's called corroboration. True?
You can call it that.
Okay. You didn't take any photographs, right,
What do you mean, didn't take any
of your
photographs?
excavation.
Yes,
You didn't write in your report, your official Michigan State Police report, anything about an excavation, correct?
I think there may have been a section, but without reviewing my report, I can't be sure.
Well, did you testify in a hearing that you didn't document it in your report?
I may have.
And if you testified in that hearing, that would have been under oath,
Correct.
and you had reviewed your file,
Correct.
and you reviewed your report,
Correct.
and you told us the truth when you told us you didn't put it in your report.
Correct.
You also didn't even take any notes during your whole scene inspection, did you?
What is your definition of notes?
Well, things like the jury is taking down to document you did what you did. Did you take any notes, yes or no?
Dictated the scene examination directly into the report on a recorder. For years, been doing this 20 years, I typically don't take copious written notes on scene examination.
Okay. We don't have anything contemporaneous in terms of any notes of yours of the excavation itself, fair?
There are no notes of the excavation.
Okay. Even though that's such a critical aspect of fire investigation.
The notes aren't critical. It's the information in the report that's critical.
The excavation is critical in a fire excavation, true?
Did you say an excavation is important in an excavation?
The excavation process in a fire investigation is critical, am I right?
Yes.
Because that's where you get the evidence that might show how the fire progressed.
That is a step that may develop evidence.
And that is a step where you collect data, it's called.
Yes.
And that data will help you find evidence that might point to the why, the cause.
Possibly.
You can't overlook doing an excavation when you're doing a fire investigation, right?
Depends on the fire investigation.
You testified that, correct me if I'm wrong, that the reason you didn't take any photographs, make any notes, is because it was a long day that day.
I never said anything about notes. I did testify that there's no photographs that should have been taken. I don't know why I didn't take it. It's possible. It was a long day, and because we didn't find anything of notable significance in the excavation, that it's possible I forgot to take the photograph.
Well,
photographs of post excavation.
let me see if you turn to D2 there.
We're talking transcripts again?
Your book of the transcripts.
D2, what is that?
Last one. Last tab.
So when you say D, you're referring to Dauber, correct?
You can read from page 42 to yourself, line 13 to 16.
And I'm sorry, I didn't hear the expression read out loud, or,
To yourself.
okay. 42 to what lines?
Line 13 to 16.
Yes,
Okay. Does that refresh your memory that the reason you forgot to take a photograph or note your documentation was because it was a long day?
it does. Possible a long day.
You were tired
Yes,
after a long day.
yes.
So you didn't document this critical aspect because you were tired because it was a long day. Fair?
Question asked and answered, Your Honor.
Let me ask you something. You've trained fire investigators, right?
I have.
Okay. If you had a rookie fire investigator you were training, would you accept such a poor excuse as, boss, I didn't do what I was supposed to do and take any pictures and notes because it was a long day. I was tired.
What do you mean accept it? Of course I would. Because if that's what happened, you're going to
Okay.
accept it.
Wouldn't you maybe ask that person, why didn't you go back the next day?
We're calling for speculation, Your Honor. Objection.
Thank you. You would ask
I don't
that.
know what I would say, because it depends on the scene. Everything depends on the scene.
If he says that I didn't do it because it was a long day and I was tired, and he's a rookie investigator,
I'm going to object, asked and answered, Your Honor.
you would ask him, why didn't you go back the next day?
Well, I'll allow this one.
Thank you. True?
I don't know what I would say.
Okay. Is there a law that says you can only go and do a scene investigation one day?
No,
Is there any Michigan State Police policy that says you can do a scene investigation only once?
no,
Okay. And after you were the law enforcement person responsible for the scene in terms of the fire investigation, right?
in terms of the fire investigation.
So after January 8th, you didn't come back anymore.
I did not.
And you released the scene to people like Mr. Shinsky, right?
Correct?
And Len McHugh, do you know him?
Yes,
He was on the scene a couple days after you,
yes.
right? Now, I want to talk a little bit about your origin and the bases for your origin opinion. You went through a whole lot of things about how you ruled out various areas in the house, right?
Correct.
And if we look at the New York skyline, let me get back on here. If we look at your investigation, I'll get it back in a second. You did the physical investigation, all the physical evidence led you to the area of origin in the living room, correct?
All the data.
All the data. All the data, including what you said was very important information from Linda Stermer, correct?
Correct.
Linda Stermer told you that she was in the basement, am I right?
I've never talked to Linda Stermer.
You read a statement that Mr. Shinsky took an interview,
Yes,
but you relied on it, obviously.
yes,
And she said she's in the basement doing laundry. Yes.
Correct.
She hears this horrible scream upstairs, right?
correct,
She runs upstairs.
correct,
She sees the living room on fire.
correct,
She sees her husband on fire by the bedroom, you said, right?
correct.
Okay. Have you ever burned yourself on a stove or anything in your life?
Yes,
Okay. That pain is immediate, isn't it?
yes. But
That
I'm not a
pain-
medical expert. I can't testify to that.
you certainly can testify to your own experience that the pain was immediate to you, right?
Yes.
I'm not trying to be funny with you. Are we clear?
Yes, sir.
I don't think that's appropriate.
I'm not
He's-
clear what
he's-
that last dialogue was
He's
about.
smirking
Okay,
at
well,
me.
you're being argumentative, so move
So-
on, please.
You've had burns, and they were immediate, correct?
Correct.
And they were painful, correct?
Correct.
So, one of the things that NFPA cautions you is if you have a hypothesis that violates the laws of physics, that's an invalid hypothesis, right?
I'm not aware of that section, but proceed.
Okay. One of the rules of physics, we talked about Newton's laws of motion
Yes.
before.
Object, Your Honor. I think we're getting into areas that's not proper for trial at this point in time. These laws of motion, this is physics, he's not a physics professor.
He's familiar with it, and we agreed.
I'll allow some.
Thank you.
But I assume there's
Sir.
some relevance where you're going.
One fundamental law is you can't be in two places at the same time, can you?
Correct.
So, if Linda Stermer is in the basement and she hears a scream and that burn injury is immediate, that means Todd Stermer caught fire and Linda was in a different room, correct?
Correct.
Now, let's talk about some of the fundamentals of being an expert witness. One of the purposes, or one of the things you have to do is obviously collect all the relevant data, correct?
Correct all the relative data that's available.
Relevant data
Relevant data that's available.
that is available to you. What's available to you are witness statements, right?
Yes.
You can interview witnesses, nothing stops you.
No.
You can go to building departments
Correct.
to get house records,
Correct.
right? Do a lot of things that aren't just physically at the inspection site,
Correct.
and that's all data gathering.
Correct.
You can agree with me that in your fire investigation, you have to comply with the scientific method, correct?
Correct.
And you described that for us.
Correct.
I'm going to show you what is proposed. Exhibit D. You've seen this before?
Yes.
It's in your NFPA 921 book,
Correct.
and it's what you follow,
Correct.
correct?
Correct.
And that's what you used in this case.
Correct.
And this is what you followed in this case, correct?
Correct.
And this would illustrate the steps for the jury, correct?
Correct.
All right, I move for the admission of Exhibit D.
Object is irrelevant, Your Honor. It's also, I don't see why it's relevant to put this, can we not display it to the jury until the court's admitted it?
I'll look at that. I think it's relevant. I think the foundation's
Obviously, the first
What is your marking on that? What is it?
Exhibit D.
D?
Obviously, you said the first two steps are kind of the same in everything you do, every assignment. Find the origin and cause of the fire.
Correct.
So the real work starts when we're talking about collecting data, correct?
Correct.
When we collect data, you gather all the relevant evidence that you can to try to help you come to a conclusion, right?
Correct.
The next step is you analyze all the data that you've collected, correct?
Correct.
Then once you've analyzed that data, then you develop a hypothesis based on, here's the evidence I have, could it be this?
Correct.
Then you test the hypothesis, right,
Correct.
to disprove the hypothesis, correct?
To prove or disprove, both.
Okay. You're telling our jury that it's to prove it or disprove it.
When you're testing hypothesis, yes. To try to disprove it, yes.
If you can't rule it out, can't rule out a hypothesis, then you have to collect more data or develop another hypothesis, right?
Say that again.
If you can't rule out a hypothesis based on the data, then you either have to get more data or develop a new hypothesis. Isn't that what NFPA 921 tells you?
Or, so you've jumped down to testing the hypothesis, correct?
We're on testing hypothesis.
Okay. So you're testing the hypothesis to see not just if it's ruled out, but also if it's ruled in. You're testing it to see if it is, if the hypothesis is ruled out, then it's not a valid hypothesis.
It's an invalid hypothesis.
Correct.
Because you're able to rule it out from the
From the data.
data.
Correct.
And in this case, if the hypothesis was Linda Stermer was with Todd Stermer and somehow got gasoline on him, you're able to rule that out with the data, reliable data that you had that she was in the basement.
That was never a hypothesis of mine.
I'm asking you, you're an expert witness. If the hypothesis is that Linda Stermer somehow did something with gasoline that caused Todd to be on fire.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Can we vote, please?
Sorry, you guys. Wow. This is getting very, very spicy. And this is the line of questioning that's happening currently on cross-examination is one of, I think, the fundamental arguments made during Linda's appeal, is that these questions weren't asked. This following it being an accident wasn't questioned at all.
So, you're an expert witness. You're an expert in fire investigation. You develop hypotheses, right?
Correct.
And you measure it against the reliable data, correct?
Correct.
The reliable data you had, as we talked about, was Linda was in the basement at the time she heard Todd yell,
Correct.
assuming he's on fire, correct?
He's yelling and a fire is discovered on him.
Okay. If the hypothesis is Linda was with Todd Stermer and somehow got gasoline on him, that's ruled out by your reliable data that she was in the basement.
That specific hypothesis, correct.
And there's other data that would suggest that Linda didn't have anything to do with any gasoline, isn't there?
I'm not aware of that hypothesis.
Well, how about Linda's clothes tested negative for gasoline?
Well, do you want me to?
Are you aware of that?
I am, and I'm aware of other data
I want you
also.
to just want you to answer my questions. You're aware that Linda's clothes tested negative for gasoline, correct?
That is true.
You are aware that the Michigan State Police brought a canine in, and the canine did not.
I'm going to object. Expert here, say Your Honor, it's not evidence.
He's relied on that collection of data, and including canine evidence. It's in his report.
Now we're talking 703, just like we've been dealing with all over this. That's facts are not evidence.
I'll sustain that objection.
You rely on all kinds of data when you're developing your hypotheses, right?
Correct.
One of the pieces of data that you rely on is testing.
Lab testing, correct.
Lab testing. And you also rely on things like Michigan State Police canine experts being called to the scene. True?
Your Honor, I guess we're dancing around the subject again here. I mean, I think the object is relevance.
Relevance? It goes directly to the issue of
I've
relevance.
already sustained the objection, Mr. Mueller. You can move on.
Were you present when there was a canine?
Objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller, I've sustained the objection.
Okay. Are you aware, well, you were aware of the gray sweatpants, right?
Mr. Stermer's gray sweatpants?
Yes. You
Yes.
collected it.
Yes.
All right. Are you aware that they were 100% polyester?
I was not aware.
Data you could have collected.
It is possible.
Have you, in your past experience, tested the flammability of materials?
I'm going to object. I don't think he's an expert in textiles, Your Honor.
I'm just asking for his experience.
I think it's fair and within the range of his expertise. I'll overrule.
Go ahead.
I have not tested, I do not recall testing flammability of polyester.
You've tested materials.
I have not tested materials.
Are you aware of what polyester is?
It's a synthetic material.
Synthetic material made of plastics.
Plastic polymers, correct.
Okay. And you understand that it doesn't just burn, it melts.
It can burn and melt at the same time.
Okay. So we talked about collecting relevant data. Then we also have, as one of the main aspects of being a expert witness and an expert in general, is you have to keep kind of like an open book policy of document all your investigative techniques, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You told us about the importance of documentation.
Correct.
And the importance of documentation is so others can review your work.
Correct.
And then you can defend your work if people are criticizing it.
That's a portion of documentation, yes.
Portion of documentation is your peers are going to review it, right?
Yes,
Your colleagues.
possibly.
And if you've said there was an intentional fire and you think it's arson and there becomes a criminal case, well, the defendant's expert needs to look at it as well.
I never called it arson, I call it incendiary.
Listen to me carefully. If you call something arson and it results in a...
I'm going to object. We've established that is a legal conclusion, and we should not be talking about that in this case.
I agree. I'll sustain that objection.
Okay. If your opinions result in a criminal charge, the suspect or the defendant has a right to look at your stuff,
Correct?
and it needs to be complete.
They can look at all of my material.
And it needs to be complete and thorough.
They can look at all my material as is.
So they can compare what you're saying you did to what you did by your
Correct.
documents. Corroboration again, right?
Okay? Correct.
So we don't just have to take your word for it, right?
Correct.
And then finally, you have to kind of make a good faith effort, play devil's advocate with yourself, right?
Correct.
How could I be wrong, right?
Correct.
Did I miss something?
Correct.
And you did all that in this case
Yes.
to rule out all the things that you ruled out.
To rule out as many of the things that I could think of and that I had indications of.
Now let's talk about one thing here. This 921 book is the primary training guide for all fire investigations, correct?
It is the main text for training.
It is the main text that you've trained to, fair?
Yes.
It is the text that they test on when you've tested for certifications, right?
Correct.
So you've trained to this 921, you've tested this 921, and when you've taught young firefighters or fire investigators, you teach out of this book, correct?
That is one of the books.
One of the books. There are others.
There are others.
There are kind of authoritative reference guides.
Yes.
One might be the user's manual for 921.
That may be one.
One might be Kirk's fire investigation. We've seen that.
Yes.
You have that?
I don't know if I have the newest copy, but I have a copy.
You have a copy. John Lentini's book, Scientific Protocols for Fire Investigation. That's a reference guide.
That is a reference guide.
Have you used it?
I can't think if I have.
Do you own it?
I do not own that one.
All these are resources for you to go to if you have questions regarding your field, right?
Correct.
And then, of course, I think the main guide for you would be a code of ethics, right? In how you do your work.
There's a personal code of ethics. Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what we've marked as proposed Exhibit L. See if you recognize that. And you can tell us what it is.
This is a quote from the IAAI Code of Ethics that is no longer valid because there's been an update.
An update. You believe it to your core, don't you?
What?
You believe this statement to your core, don't you?
The outdated statement?
Yes.
I don't know, Jack. I think he's just established an outdated statement.
Wow. This is getting spicy. I mean, also, I want to say something really quick. chicken shite. So yesterday when I covered his testimony, at the very beginning, you'll have to go. I think I skipped through his CV, but I watched it on my own. It's not one book, babe, in one course. He's got quite a long CV, actually. Now you can have all the education and all of the training. Does that mean that you're infallible? No. Does that mean that over the years, is it possible that you got complacent? Yes. So that doesn't mean everything, but for that I just want to say, yes, it was more than one course and one book, babe.
What,
Relevance if it's outdated.
because it goes to his code of ethics that he believes in. Whether it's outdated or not, he still believes
Maybe
in
you
the
can
statement.
inquire of him how it's outdated, in what way, what's different.
Do you know why it's different now?
Yes, the IAAI committee met and updated the Code of Ethics in 2020.
Okay.
I have a copy if you'd like.
Do you believe in the principle, I'm just going to ask you that, do you believe in the principle that you should be a truth seeker and not a case maker?
Yes.
You believe that's your core?
I don't use those word core, but yes, I believe it.
Let's go to your D1 hearing at page 66. Let me know when you're there.
Say 56, 5?
66.
66.
You there?
Yes, D1, Daubert 1, page 66.
66. And from line 1 to 9.
Your Honor, I'm going to object because this questioning is based on the outdated statement.
That he said he believes in, Your Honor. I'm asking if he believes in a principle. It's simple.
He's basing it on prior testimony, so I'll allow
Go ahead.
Which lines you want to review again?
1 through 11.
Yes. Yes, on line 9, my answer to that same question is I believe it to my core.
Correct. And what that means is being a truth seeker is you are not here to just get a conviction, right?
I am not here just to get a conviction.
You're here to you're supposed to offer your objective opinion.
I am here,
Argument is supposed to offer an opinion. Form of the question, Your Honor.
argumentative, Mr. Mueller.
Pardon?
It's argumentative.
You are here to offer your objective opinion,
I am.
okay. Which means you'd be open to new evidence if you hear it.
I would listen to all relative evidence.
And be open to new evidence and change your mind if it drives you that way, right?
If it was properly produced and researched.
Okay. Now, can we agree that if you don't collect the data, you're violating the scientific method?
Available data.
If you don't collect all the available data, you're violating scientific method.
And I'm going to go with that's relevant data. Clearly, there's an infinite amount of data out there, so it needs to be relevant data.
Well, you can't determine what's relevant until you collect the data. Then you decide. That's part of the analyzing, right? This is important, that's important.
But there's a portion of common sense of data collection.
Isn't it true that if you don't collect all the relevant data, you're violating scientific method?
Objection asked and answered.
It is asked and answered, Mr. Mueller.
I think it was a simple yes or no question.
Your Honor, again,
I think he's answered it already.
Okay. If you don't analyze the data, you violate the scientific method, yes or no? We're on analyzing data, the next step.
It's a little different, but you can ask one more time.
Yes or no?
Correct. You must analyze the data.
If you don't develop hypotheses, based on analyzing the data, you violated the scientific method, correct?
You must develop hypotheses or theories.
If you don't, then you violated the scientific method.
Correct.
And then if you don't test those hypotheses, you're violating the scientific method.
Correct.
And if you fail to consider alternate hypotheses, you violate the scientific method.
Reliable alternative hypothesis.
Then you violate the scientific method.
Correct.
If you violate the scientific method, you have an unreliable methodology, don't you?
Correct.
Which means unreliable can't be relied upon, correct?
Correct.
To rely, to have confidence in, to trust, right?
Correct.
And if you don't have a reliable methodology, then you don't have a reliable opinion, do you?
This has been asked and answered, Your Honor.
I haven't even asked it.
Yeah, it is asked and answered. I'll have you move on.
I've not even asked that question ever.
Okay, one more time.
Thank you.
One more.
If you don't have a reliable methodology, you don't have a reliable opinion, do you?
Correct.
You've heard of the phrase garbage in equals garbage out?
I have heard that.
All right. Let's go to your cause opinion. Are you comfortable that you've explained the cause of the fire to this jury?
Yes.
You wouldn't change it, would you?
No.
You know, and as I remember from my notes, the cause of the fire was the ignition source was an open flame,
Correct?
and then the first fuel ignited was gasoline.
Gasoline vapors.
Okay. And that's the cause of the fire,
Correct.
which is why you then classified it as intentional,
Incendiary, yes.
incendiary. Give me a second, Your Honor. Okay, give me 1 second. Mortimer, we're back. Let's go to NFPA 921. NFPA 921 speaks to cause, doesn't it? The causal factors.
Yes.
I'm curious what this is going to be before the jury sees this, because I'm not sure what we're specifically looking for.
I'm going to show you, and this is not an exhibit, Your Honor, it's for impeachment and learning treatise.
Well, then he can impeach him with it, but it can't be displayed to the jury. It's not an exhibit.
I can read it or show it to the jury, just doesn't go back to the jury room as an exhibit.
Well, I'll allow it for demonstrative,
Thank you.
for cross, but it won't go back to the jury.
Right. Sir, you recognize those causal factors?
Yes.
NFPA 921, the premier guide for your training, lists what has to be found and determined for the cause, correct?
Correct.
The ignition source, the first fuel ignited, can we read that? And the circumstances that brought 1 and 2 together.
Correct.
Unless you have all 3, you don't have a cause of a fire, correct?
Correct.
Which means unless you have all 3, you don't have the why. Isn't that true?
The why of the cause of the fire?
Yes, that is the why.
Correct.
Okay. Let's go to 19.4.4.1. I'm happy to give you the book if you have it.
I do. $19.4. Yes, 19.4.4.1.
Let me know when you're there.
Yes.
It says simply identifying a fuel or an ignition source by itself does not and cannot describe how a fire occurred. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, that's an excerpt from that section.
That's what that says, right?
Correct?
So, what it's saying is, if we have 1 and 2 but not 3, we don't have the cause of a fire, correct?
Correct.
You've given 1 and 2 to the jury. You're comfortable with that conclusion. You didn't give 3 to the jury. You don't know the circumstances that brought that open flame to the gasoline in this 20 by 20 living room, do you?
I don't, but there's an exception in 921 that allows for that.
You don't have all 3 factors for the cause of a fire, fair?
I do have all 3 factors.
You have the circumstances. You haven't given the jury the circumstances that brought the open flame and the gasoline together. The how. True?
That has not been discussed with the jury.
Okay. That was never discussed in your report, correct?
My report from 2007, it was
Yes,
not.
the official Michigan State Police fire report of this case.
The language has changed since 2007 with these specific monikers?
Oh, you updated your report?
No, I did not.
Okay, in your report, you never listed even an open flame. We can go to your report.
I did not list an open flame.
So you did not list gasoline, or strike that. You did not list first fuel being gasoline,
I did not.
and you certainly didn't list in your official report the circumstances that brought those 2 together. Fair?
I did not.
Then you've testified on several occasions, right? In this case.
Correct.
Testified in 09, didn't you?
09, that would have been the first trial? Correct.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Oh, that's going to be an issue. Okay, so that's why they continue to call it a hearing. Okay, they're not allowed to mention that there was a first trial. This is going to be an issue, and they're likely going to move for a mistrial. I'm not sure. I mean, I remember something similar happening in the West Memphis 3 trial when Jason and Damian Eccles were tried together. Because Jesse Miskelly didn't testify, the jury was not allowed to know about a confession. And Detective Brian Ridge, I believe, is the one who on the stand mentioned a confession. And truth be told, there should have been a mistrial. But, I mean, there was a motion for one. It just wasn't granted. I'm not exactly sure how they're going to, what the remedy for this is. Ow. Did you hear that? That was my ankle popping. Ow. I'm getting old. I have like new creaks and stuff that never has happened before. I don't know. I think I have some foundation issues. Oof. Why are we looking at the gallery?
You testified, excuse me, in a prior hearing in 2009, and you laid out what you said was the cause of the fire, right?
Yes.
And you didn't mention one time an ignition source being open flame.
I can't remember what my testimony was on that.
Well, let's look at what's called PE. PE in your binder,
I've got multiple, this binder?
transcript binder.
See one that says PE on it?
The 09, correct?
Called PE, I think.
It doesn't say P.
Oh, sorry.
But it says 09. All right.
Direct your attention to page 49.
Yes,
You listed as the cause of the fire, time of day, right?
yes,
I'm sorry?
yes,
Time of day, condition of the known people in the house, which means basically able-bodied people.
correct,
And you said the fire started very rapidly, larger and more rapidly than an accident fire could have started.
correct,
And then you tied it in with gasoline on Mr. Stermer's sweatpants, right?
correct,
Which then caused you to say it's an intentional fire.
correct.
So when you testified that didn't lay out the circumstances that brought anything together, correct?
Correct, but there's still an
And then-
exception.
You can clear that up. You did not mention any of the circumstances, fair?
Correct,
Okay. Then you testified in 2010 and went through the same thing and never mentioned an ignition source of open flame, correct?
correct.
Never mentioned,
I don't know. I don't recall my testimony verbatim from 2010.
okay. Do you recall that the first time when I asked you, the first time you testified to an open flame and gasoline as an ignition, first fuel ignited, was in our hearing in 2021?
I recall that testimony.
Okay.
That being discussed in the testimony, I don't recall if that was the first time that was mentioned.
In fact, to this date, in 18 years, you've never set forth in a report or testimony the circumstances that brought forth your open flame gasoline, correct?
I think I just did it today in testimony.
Didn't you just tell us you did 1 and 2, but not 3?
No, that I haven't explained. There's an exception for the 3 with the 1 and 2 being brought together.
You did not, in any direct testimony, set forth the circumstances that brought 1 and 2 together.
Objection hasn't answered.
He keeps disputing that he did.
Because you won't let him answer the question, Your Honor.
It's asked and answered.
Thank you. Now, in terms of, you certainly know the difference as to what a causal factor is in terms of ignition source, correct?
Causal factor? Yes.
Yes, that's ignition source and first fuel.
Correct.
And you've been under oath saying that the time of day was a causal factor, correct?
I've never used the word causal factor.
It was a cause of the fire.
No, it was a circumstance of the fire.
Is there anywhere in NFPA 921 that says time of day is a cause of the fire?
No,
There's no reference manual anywhere that you've been trained on that says time of day is a cause of the fire.
no,
Am I right?
correct.
There's no authority that you've ever heard of that says time of day is a cause of the fire.
Correct.
Accidental fires happen all the time in the daytime, right?
Correct.
Then the next thing you had, and we can talk about that PE again at page 49, was 2 able-bodied people.
Correct.
Is there anything in NFPA 921, this principal guide, if there is, I'd like you to cite it for our jury and any peers who are watching, anything that says the condition of people are a cause of the fire?
It does not.
No authoritative guide, no somebody you look and respect has ever told you that, correct?
Correct.
You've never taught that, correct?
Correct.
You've never been tested where that was an answer as a cause of a fire. 2 able-bodied people.
No.
Am I right?
Correct.
able-bodied people die in fires all the time, unfortunately.
Correct.
Just like disabled people, like you told us, right?
Correct.
You didn't mention that you've investigated many fires involving able-bodied people who were seriously injured or died. Fair?
That is correct.
And then, of course, another factor you said in that preliminary hearing was the speed of the fire, correct?
Correct.
Now, you know, sir, from all your training and expertise, that how fast a fire progresses is based on a lot of different factors, right?
Correct.
One of the factors is the construction of the house,
That is one.
because that depends on the fuel loads, right? That
More than just fuel loads. Depends on fuel loads, container size, room size, configuration.
fire will spread faster if you have more ventilation. It takes oxygen to feed a fire.
Correct.
So it's not simply a fire was fast and therefore it had to be an accelerant. Fair?
That is fair.
And certainly you can't rely on eyewitness testimony, the subjective testimony of, ooh, it was burning fast.
Not by itself, no.
You were aware that when some of the first witnesses showed up, that they saw a fire coming through the roof on the north side of, not the north side of the house, on the back side of the house?
The west side, yes.
West side? Well, we don't have it here, right?
Correct.
By where the bay windows were?
It was, yeah, there were some statements of through the roof in the center of the house.
Just a tip, don't put your exhibits by a furnace.
Your Honor, can I ask that we take some of these demonstrative exhibits down if they're not going to be used anymore?
Are you done with that one? It's on the screen? Is this something new coming out?
No, this is, I can see what this is. This is fine.
Mr. Mueller, if you could give
I'm
us
gonna-
the New York skyline, please.
I'll just go black, how about that? Early witnesses said that the fire was coming out of the roof on the backside and toward the middle,
Correct.
which one of the things you relied on,
Correct?
right? And the fireplace would have been here and toward the center,
Correct.
right? Just, so it says FP, right, fireplace?
Correct.
You would have to collect data in terms of maybe how the house was constructed to have a better idea of analyzing that data and developing a hypothesis that why the fire, you say, was so fast.
Data was collected through observations.
Okay. There was other available data, correct?
There may have been.
And you had access to that available data, like building records, correct?
I assume I would have availability to building records. I did not look at any.
You chose not to. You
I did not look at any.
could have talked to Linda Stermer.
I could have.
You chose not to.
I did not.
That would have been obviously a very valuable source of data in terms of how the fire was, or the house was constructed.
Your
Fair?
Honor, can we approach really quickly because I want to be very mindful of what issue we're talking about here?
What issue is that? Oh my goodness. I say roof. What do you guys say?
Sir, were you, excuse me, were you aware that the entire living room floor was nothing but OSB subflooring?
I became aware, I can't tell you when.
Okay. Not as of January 12 when you issued your report, correct?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Let's get a timeline. January 7, the fire starts, or fire happens, right?
Correct?
January 7, you're on the scene,
Correct?
take a couple pictures, and pictures of the body you showed, and also pictures of the house.
Correct?
You took 46 pictures, would that be correct?
I don't know how many I took.
If I tell you you took 46 that night?
That sounds about right.
And then you took a total of 138, so you took from 47 to 138 the next day.
I took several pictures the next day.
Okay. And then, that was the 8th, and then the 12th, you learned the MSP results on the gasoline on the sweatpants.
That's
Yes?
correct.
And then you issued your report shortly after that.
Correct.
Okay. And the key, obviously, was the gasoline on sweatpants.
That was an important piece of data.
No, that was the thing that lynched it for you, didn't it?
That was an important piece of data.
You know what a keystone is? Ever seen a keystone in an arch?
I'm aware Keystone architecturally, yes.
Yes, architecturally, and the keystone is the piece at the top, the single
Correct.
piece that holds the arch together.
Oh my God, I'm
And
done
then
with you, MK.
remove the whole arch falls.
Correct?
Oh my
That was
gosh.
keystone, wasn't it, for your opinion?
There's an
Gasoline.
argumentative.
Allow it for cross.
Thank you.
I would never use the word keystone. It was an important piece of data.
Let's get back to the construction of the house. You didn't know the floor was nothing but OSB with some rugs on it, right?
I did not.
You didn't know there was exposed 2x4s around the framing, especially around the whole bay window area?
At the time of the investigation, I did not.
Okay, how would he know that? The whole thing was burnt away. That's number one. Number two, asking Linda Stermer, according to Wolf over here, and let's be honest, the whole entire scientific method, that can't be, unless there are photographs of it. I don't know how that would be corroborated. Corroborated.
You didn't know there was a lot of other exposed wood.
Your Honor, can we take the...
Oh, sorry. Didn't even know I was doing it. Good, thank you.
Whatever you're doing over there, just turn it off, Wolf.
You didn't know there was a lot of exposed wood, uncovered, not drywalled, in that first floor, correct?
I did not.
And that certainly would add to the ability of a fire to spread, correct?
It would.
Because as you know, if it's a lot of drywall doesn't burn, right?
Correct.
Were you aware, sir, as you were trying to rule out these hypotheses, that there was no final electrical inspection?
I was not aware.
Were you aware that there was no final mechanical inspection?
I was not.
Were you aware that the house didn't even have a certificate of final occupancy?
I did not.
That'd be important data to know, right?
I mean, it explains some shit. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my God.
In terms of evaluating electrical sources, mechanical, that kind of thing.
I did not have those information.
Pardon?
I did not have that information.
I do like that tie, Mr. Mueller, Esquire. That is a nice tie.
You said you ruled out electrical as being a possible cause of the fire, right?
Correct.
Electrical fires happen all the time in this country, don't they?
Correct.
And they can happen behind the walls, right?
Yes.
And all of a sudden you have a sudden fire you didn't even know, right?
They happen in the walls.
Okay. You do not have expertise in electrical house wiring, do you?
I'm not a licensed electrician.
You are not an expert in the electrical wiring of a house, are you?
I am not.
I think it's been asked and answered, Your Honor.
You didn't?
It's a little different, but I'll allow it.
Go ahead.
I'm not.
Okay. And on September or January 8th, you didn't hire somebody to help you with the electrical examination, did you?
Your Honor, we approach.
All right, while they approach, MK has acknowledged that his couch doubles as a fort. I have a follow-up question for MK. How do you feel about a chick who comes over to the house but won't sleep in your couch fort, particularly if it is your 4th of July couch fort? Is that a deal breaker? Just curious. Just wondering. Telling you right now. Let me hear your answer, MK, and then I'll tell you. That was, hold on. Tony said, Jen Lou, when you said that is a nice tie, I detected a slight hint of donkey from Shrek when he said, that is a nice boulder. I like that boulder. You are correct. Always. I love donkey. And in the morning, I'm making waffles.
You ever heard of the phrase, know what you don't know?
Yes.
Actually, I believe the phrase is you don't know what you don't know, but also fantastic. Because if you came to me and you said, Jen, I met this girl, I really like her, but let me tell you what happened. She wouldn't sleep in my 4th of July couch fort. I would say, run as fast as you can. Delete, block, ghost. It's like it never even happened. She is not the one. Won't even sleep in a 4th of July couch fort.
Smart to know what you don't know and stay in your lane. You ever heard of that phrase?
Correct. Yes, I've heard it.
Now, you don't have evidence, physical evidence of any ignition source, do you?
Physical evidence? No, there's no physical evidence of an ignition source.
Okay.
Well,
And you-
there is physical evidence of a potential ignition source. That's the fireplace
And candles,
and candles.
which you would have to rule out according to the scientific method
Correct.
by collecting data.
Correct.
You didn't collect data about the candles in your inspection, did you?
I did. The data for the candles were statements about the candles.
Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Let me say this. This is the face. Hold on, where is it at? He made when he asked about the staying in your lane and all the things. Oh, Cat Williams. I just adore him.
That they were,
That they existed.
okay, they were open flames.
Correct.
And one open flame was candles, right?
Correct.
One open flame was a fuel lamp, correct?
I don't know.
You don't remember that?
I don't know the fuel lamp.
Okay. And one
My colors are blush and bashful. One is a much deeper shade of pink than the other. How precious is this one gonna get, I ask you?
open flame was possible was a fireplace.
Correct.
You don't know which of those open flames were involved in this fire, do you?
I don't know of which open flame is involved in the ignition
Or any of them?
or any of them.
Okay. And you certainly don't know, well, let's talk about the gasoline on the pants. The gasoline on the sweatpants that tested positive, you said was a very, very important part of your conclusion.
I don't think I used that many varies. I think I just said important.
Okay.
Or,
'Very important? Yes?
yes.
Okay. 'Very important? Yes? Okay. 'Very important? Yes? 'Okay. 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 'Very important? Yes? 'Okay in fact, sir, you have no opinion on how long the gasoline had been on his sweatpants. Is that true?
That is correct.
Because you don't know where he was when he got gasoline on.
Correct.
You don't know when it happened in terms of what day.
I do not know when the gasoline got on the pants.
You don't know how it got there.
I do not know how the gasoline got on his pants.
You don't know how much gasoline was on his pants.
I do not know the exact amount of black gasoline that went on his pants.
And you have no opinion as to how long it was on his pants, correct?
I have no opinion how long it was on his pants.
Therefore, you cannot rule out the logical possibility that it has nothing to do with this fire.
No.
Am I right?
No, you're not.
All right, let's back out. If you don't know how long the gasoline were on the pants, you don't know if he had gotten it on the pants a week before.
I know that the gasoline was on the pants.
100%.
At that
We know
time, I
that.
do not know when the gasoline got on his pants.
We don't know the last time the sweatpants were washed.
I'm sorry?
We don't know the last time the sweatpants were washed.
We do not.
But what you're doing is extrapolating and just saying he had gasoline on sweatpants, therefore gasoline must have been in the living room.
Because he was in the living room
Okay.
and near the area of origin.
Do you have any explanation for why his sweatpants didn't catch fire if they had gasoline on them?
They may have been covered, like a blanket or something may have been over them. They may have been something pushed together so there's not oxygen. Do I know exactly why? No, I don't.
Okay, when you're saying they may have, you're speculating.
I'm offering a speculative opinion.
Okay. And as an expert witness, do you think offering a speculative opinion is appropriate?
It is an informative statement. I do not know. Go ahead.
Would you agree that experts should not speculate or guess?
Opinions should come from a body of knowledge.
A body of scientific knowledge based on the scientific method, right?
Body of knowledge.
And as we agreed, garbage in equals garbage out, right?
Correct.
So if you're offering speculation as an opinion, what you're doing is misleading the jury, aren't you?
Sustained.
If you're offering speculation as an opinion, you're violating that.
It's asked
Excuse me,
and
I-
answered. It's asked and answered.
I didn't, it's a different question.
I think it's asked and answered.
Let's talk about that red gas can in the front yard. Oh, one thing, let's go back. One thing that, in relying on Linda Stermer's statement, that she was in the basement, she came upstairs, all of a sudden she saw the fire, right?
Correct.
Then she ran out of the house, right?
Correct.
And all the information you had that she was running around hysterical, correct?
Objection, that's facts, not evidence, needs to testify to that, Your Honor.
Did you learn that from your,
You know, allow it with the foundation.
thank you. Did you read Mr. Shinsky's statement of Linda Stermer?
Yes.
Okay, did you read anything about what the witnesses said?
Correct. Yes, I did.
And they were describing her as hysterical, right?
There were some descriptions of that. Yes.
Okay. So, given that information, you can't rule out the possibility that Linda Stermer was surprised by the fire when she saw it.
Objection, calls for speculation.
Fair? Based on the evidence he has.
Well, Your Honor, he's asking you to rule out Linda Stermer's surprise. How is he supposed to know how she reacted? He wasn't there.
I agree. It's calls for speculation. I'll sustain.
Okay. Let's talk about that red gas can that you picked up in the front yard. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. You actually saw it the night before, didn't you?
I photographed. It was in a photograph the night before. I do not have an individual recollection if I took specific notice of it on the 7th.
If you thought it was important, you would have picked it up that night.
I don't know.
Well, you certainly know that in a potential crime scene, evidence can disappear, right?
Yes,
And as you testified earlier, you thought this might be a crime scene when you saw blood on the front bumper of the car, correct?
correct,
That's why you took pictures, correct?
correct.
And then, after that, you saw the gas can, but you didn't even pick it up.
I don't know if I saw the gas can or took notice of the gas can the evening of the 7th.
The next day, you picked it up, correct?
Correct.
Detective Rout, is she the one who pointed it out to you? Or she took a picture of it too?
I don't know if Detective Rao pointed it out to me or not.
Certainly possible that you wouldn't have even noticed it or thought of it important on the 8th.
I don't know what, if it was, what that question is.
You don't know how the gas can got there, correct?
I do not.
You don't know where the gas can was before it got there.
Correct.
You don't know who put it there.
Correct.
In fact, if I look at your photograph 116 in your package from B, that's the gas can in the front yard, the picture you took, correct? Yellow stickers in the bottom right.
Yeah, B, what?
116.
116. There is no 116 in here.
It would be then in your, well, the picture here, do you remember taking that picture?
I do remember the picture.
Remember looking at that picture in direct exam?
Yes,
Okay, it shows the gas can.
it does.
Do you recall taking a picture, a more close-up picture?
Yes.
And if we see this picture, close-up, see the gas can, it's all dirty and muddy,
I do,
and the spout is all muddy,
correct,
and the rest of the spout is broken. The rest of the spout is to the left.
correct.
To the left, to
As
the
you sit
left,
here,
that
sir,
broken ass nozzle
You
in the
have
ground to
no
the
idea
left.
if that gas can, 1 gallon gas can, has any connection to this fire, do you?
I do not.
Because to suggest that would be pure speculation on your part, correct?
Correct,
And would be intellectually dishonest if you suggested it, correct?
correct.
In fact, if anybody suggested that a gas can had anything to do with this case, that would be misleading the jury, wouldn't it?
Sustain that objection, and it calls for speculation.
Give me 1 second here, Your Honor, I might be wrapping up. Oh. In order to arrive at your opinion that gasoline on the sweatpants means that it was there at the time of the fire, you're with me?
Correct,
You'd have to rule out that any time period between the time of the fire and when you got there 3 hours later, gasoline could have transferred then, right?
there was no evidence of that.
Okay, let's work through that real quick. Todd Stermer was found outside the house by neighbors, right?
Correct,
Neighbors, Matheny in particular, throws clothes on him, correct?
at some point, yes.
You finally learned later that it was Mr. Matheny's coat that had the gasoline, that tested positive for gasoline too, correct?
Later, I did learn that that was Mr. Matheny's coat that was sent to the lab.
You thought it was Todd Stermer's coat, but somebody mislabeled it, fair?
Somebody mislabeled it. I don't know if it was me or somebody mislabeled it.
Okay. So, You'd have to rule out the fact that maybe there was transfer of the gas from Matheny's coat to his sweatpants.
There was no indications of,
You would have to rule that out. That's a plausible theory.
correct,
And that's why you do the whole scientific method.
correct.
Then they transferred him in this dinghy boat called the John boat. Somebody describe it.
Yes,
And they transferred him to where he was finally found, and workers worked on him, right?
correct.
You would have to rule out that plausible scenario that maybe there was gasoline in that boat.
That was not a very plausible theory, but yes,
Okay. Even though you may not believe it, you still, as a scientific person, have to rule that out through the scientific method. True?
correct.
Okay. So, and certainly, you know what expectation and confirmation bias is, right?
Yes,
NFPA cautions against that, correct?
correct.
We talked about those as being a big no-no, right?
Have we
Yes.
previously, is that
In-
what
in
you're
June?
saying? Yes,
Big no-no, expectation bias is having an idea of what you think happened and then disregarding or ignoring evidence that doesn't fit, right?
correct. It's not looking at all the data.
Confirmation bias is the flip side of the coin. Once you've arrived at a decision or an opinion, you ignore contradictory data, right?
Correct,
Both violate the scientific method, don't they?
correct.
Because if you do receive new evidence, you have to then reevaluate. True?
Correct,
That's the proper way to do it.
correct.
So, we have had testimony now that, and you smelled gasoline 3 hours later on Todd Stermer, right?
Correct.
Which led you to take the sweatpants.
Yes,
We've had testimony from 3 witnesses, Mike Matheny, Connie Calhoun.
I'm going to be objecting, Your Honor. I don't think he's aware of this testimony. He wasn't present in court to hear the testimony.
It's still setting up a question, Your Honor.
Maybe just do it more as a hypothetical.
Hypothetically, if 3 witnesses who were there, the first 3 people on scene, said they didn't smell gasoline on Todd Stermer, you'd have to consider that, correct?
I wouldn't know what other people smelled or what they detected.
Have you told me in the past that you can't really consider that because sometimes people's memory are crazy when it's a stressful situation?
Oh, I never said the word crazy.
Not crazy. This was a chaotic situation, right?
Yes,
And when people are in chaotic situations, you've said that their memories aren't so good.
I don't recall saying that.
No. Have you been trained as a Michigan State police detective or trooper detective on how to handle stressful situations?
I've had a lot of training. I don't know if anything specific on stressful situations.
Well, you do shoot training, don't you? Or didn't you?
I did.
So you can handle, if there's a shootout, handle the stressful situation, right?
Well, that's 2 different things when you're asking about handling stressful situations versus firearms training. That's two different things.
Okay. Have you had training, sir, to teach you how to deal with shootouts?
Objection has been answered, Your Honor.
Relevance?
Dances around the
Relevance.
question. Relevance?
It's
It
relevant.
goes to how a trained professional might act in a chaotic situation versus a lay person.
Overrule it, I don't find it relevant.
You know, overrule the
I'm sorry,
objection.
sustain the objection.
Okay. Even though you didn't necessarily believe that the boat could have transferred gasoline, there could have been gasoline in the boat that transferred to a sweat, you remember that?
Yes.
You still have to, you just told us you still have to analyze that as a plausible.
Your Honor, this has been answered.
I don't remember this question,
All right.
so I'll allow it.
You don't have to, or you still have to analyze it via the scientific method, correct?
Consider the data.
Right. And which means you got to collect data
Collect data.
about the boat
Correct.
so you can analyze it,
Correct.
so you can develop a hypothesis,
Correct.
so you can test.
Testing the hypothesis and the analyzation of the data collected.
Okay. Did you take a rag and wipe anything on the boat?
I did not.
Okay, that would be data, right?
That would be a form of data.
Did you get any witness statement from Linda Stermer or her children about anything about gasoline in the boat?
I have seen statements from her children.
I'm talking about, you took a statement, yeah, you heard a statement from Linda Stermer, you read it.
Correct.
I'm talking about before January 12th, when you wrote your report.
I don't know what information was relayed to me by other detectives about, I don't know, I forget the question, about comments from the family? Is that what the question was?
About the boat, specifically about the boat.
I didn't, there were,
The boat, nobody can even agree what it actually is. Is it a boat? Is it a sled? Is it a toboggan? What the hell is it? All anybody can agree on is that it's plastic. That's it. That's all. So what statements would be reliable? If they're all calling it something different, how can that be reliable? I'm just asking these questions.
the only information I was told is the boat was used to transport Todd from near the house to his final location.
Okay. And you did not collect any data from any individuals about whether there was gasoline in the boat, correct?
Objection, yes, and answered.
He said he mentioned Linda Stermer. I'm just asking him, anybody else?
Ask about the boys again. Can't remember. I think you asked about the boys as well?
He did.
Okay. You can ask that again, because I can't recall his answer.
Sir, you did not collect any data regarding the possibility of gasoline in the boat, correct?
Objection, yes, and answered, Your Honor.
I asked about various
Sounds
sources.
like a
I'm
good
wrapping it up right
winding up
now.
question,
I'm
Mr.
wrapping
Miller,
it
so
up.
assuming it's a wind-up question, I'll allow it.
Thank you. True?
I did not.
Okay. Which means you can't analyze it, correct?
Your Honor,
You
I object.
can't.
Yes, and answered.
This is, it's really cumulative at this point, Mr. Mueller, so
Yes.
either move on or sit down.
If you didn't collect the evidence, you violated the scientific method with respect to that hypothesis, didn't you?
I've collected data from statements of people about the boat,
Before January 12th.
not before January 12th.
Okay, and it's not in your report,
This is not in my report.
and it's never been in part of testimony, have it?
I don't recall if it's part of testimony.
And you didn't tell us about it this morning, did you?
No.
Okay. Give me 1 second to wrap up.
Oh my God. Now, I'm curious about who, this gentleman is. Is this our arson investigator who's helping him ask the relevant questions? Is this another attorney? By the way, speaking of attorneys, if they were in such dire straits, then how are these paid for attorneys? What's happening here? I need to know.
So Leroy, let me just kind of wrap up and summarize what we talked about. You didn't take photographs of your excavation, right?
Objection, Your Honor. These have all been asked
I'm
and
just
answered. You don't
wrapping it up.
Asked and answered.
Do you believe, based on everything you did, that you properly documented your investigation?
Yes.
Do you believe that everything you did, you complied with all of the mandates of the scientific method?
Yes.
And NFPA 921, everything they say to do and don't do?
Yes.
No more questions, Your Honor. Give me a second for my housekeeping.
And then, counsel, you moved to admit just the one, the rest were demonstrative, correct?
I move to
I
admit
think the scientific method one.
that scientific method is D.
That was D?
And A and B, his photographs.
Okay, so we got the photographs. We thought we heard an L.
L was previously admitted.
Oh, okay.
Let me,
Is that your understanding, Mr. Blair? So
Yeah, that
the-
sounds about right,
just
is what
the-
we've gone through, Your Honor.
The scientific method one will admit, the others are demonstrative, other than the photos that were already admitted. Okay, thank you. So we'll take our lunch break, jury, and I'll have you come back at 1:15 to the jury room. Please, no media, no discussions with anyone.
Interesting. I'm not exactly sure. I need to process. It's hard for me. Yes. Okay. So, Tony, are you talking about now or then? Because then, yes, and now, yes. The answer to that question is yes to both. If it's now or later, it's both. All right, give me just 1 second and I'll go get the roast. Please hold.
Jury Soft, any matters to address in our break, counsel? Any
Nothing
matters
yet,
to
no,
address?
thank you.
Anything? Okay, thank you.
Because.
Like, I feel like if I dismembered my parents in the way that he did,
Yes.
I would be uncomfortable, like, talking about, like, muscles and, like, body
Yes.
parts, like, like,
Yes.
every time I would say bicep, like, I would have a
I might
flashback of,
gag.
like,
Yeah.
what the fuck?
Yeah.
And he's over here like, "Oh, you should see my trioid, whatever the hell." And it's like, Chandler, you're so fucked up, dude.
There's something, I mean, obviously there's something wrong with him, but there's something extra wrong with him. There's something a little off.
Right, so that's what oh, so yeah, sorry. Oh my gosh, so sorry. That was the point of this whole ass story was that that's gonna be Chris Watts's thrive-looking ass and
Mhm.
Jazzle Dazzle's points of connection.
Ah,
There's like,
working out.
yeah, this obsession with like their
I work
physiques.
out.
Yes.
Got passion in my pants and I ain't afraid. Show it, show it. That's gonna be Chazzle, and they're
Sorry
counting
for
each
going on this
other's.
whole ass
No,
rant.
you did fine. They're gonna be counting each other's macros and shit.
Yes.
There's like a little pool at the crisis house.
Oh,
She's been helping me with my walking and everything.
She's been helping you with your walking.
Right. Cress is like, I don't even know the motherfucking like.
Cress is
I've
like,
seen him once.
new phone,
Yeah,
who
they got
dis?
something fancy
You
to
ruined my
do.
fucking
So,
farm.
but that was
You
the
sure
three of us.
did.
Yeah.
That's another thing. Like,
Then we
Yes.
went
selfish, dude.
back
Like, fuck
to-
you for doing that. You know.
No, later. Maybe
Right?
seven.
Take that shit
And-
somewhere else. Out of whole Wisconsin, you bring
Right.
that shit to your fucking girlfriend's fucking.
Well, he
Get outta
initially
here.
was going to take it to the dump, but his dumbass didn't realize they close over first. It's over a holiday weekend.
To my house together.
Well, that's
Rose got wrapped
stupid.
up in cats.
Still,
He's-
but like,
Stupid and inconsiderate. When Cress and
No,
Dulce
after
talked
that,
about what he did, about the farm, especially Cress, broke my heart, man. Chandler,
I
you're a fucking
know.
dick.
Was he not getting along with Rose, or?
No, he had work.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, he had work. Okay,
That sucks.
that sucks.
Working on the 4th of July.
Something.
Coolest review. I don't know how good
Yes.
you're eating, but
We're going to cats'
if
houses
you
or
if
duplex.
like
Chris-
ramen
Chris is
noodles
the
and like
farm. Yeah, we grow
mystery meat
berries.
Yep.
and
My house.
Prison pie.
That's all we refer.
Gotcha.
yeah, and like freaking cardboard
Where are we?
Sunday night about 7.
eggs, and
Sunday
I don't
night
even
about
know.
7.
Like
Rose
if that's
drop off, we get to my
better.
house.
Yeah, they're not
Then,
eating better.
yes.
And we go to my house in DeForest, Windsor. We feed the girls.
It's so
put
sad,
the
but like
clothes that she brought, the wet stuff, in the dryer.
the
Because that's what she
food
needed to do.
like makes
We get
if
the
you
clothes
if they're not
dry,
active,
it's
they
after we
will
get back,
just like
actually.
bloat up.
Yeah.
Like they grow
then we
boobs
go
and
to
shit.
dance.
Like I
Yeah.
don't even know what they feed
for the
these
fireworks.
guys. Like
The
I'm
ES is
sorry,
coming by
but
8:30. For some
It's
reason,
not good.
I was trying to leave, but
no.
I was making a joke about it that we're going to be late and stuff like that. And I drove to dance.
Oh,
Which
you
I
drove?
did.
Look at
My
you.
dad's Subaru. It's a
I thought you
blue
couldn't drive.
Right. I thought you couldn't see
You
in the
know.
dark.
When we get there,
Like
we
you need
stay
help going
for
potty.
45 to an hour. That's how I got the bottle rocket marks.
Oh yeah, you know
Oh,
that like
bottle
they all
rocket marks.
Oh,
As far
they're
as
all
I said, and I think this
swole
was a
up
lot
in there
or something.
Yeah.
in prison.
Yeah,
Yes,
that was-
Rochelle,
hats and a
GMO
cat.
for sure.
So these are sparks.
okay. Those are at dance house you got those?
Dance.
What does Ice Cube say?
I didn't know the stick. You don't
What?
get the stick. The
Ain't
stick
nothing to
flies
do
off
in the
the
pen
bumper. I
but
didn't
but
know.
eat and but read and work out
hmm
and what boys in
And
the Hood
sleep.
and sleep.
So you're over at Dan's house
Okay.
about 45 minutes to an hour.
Yeah, get my hands a little bit.
That's another
Reading
thing. Like
and
a lot
writing
of
my
people
girl.
say,
It
"Oh,
spins and takes off.
I just had another thought." But like
To the bush.
you know, like with the I know this is unrelated, but with Richard Allen in the Delphi case,
Mhm.
like that arrest has come as a shock, and so now I can't remember where I read this, but I can't remember where I read it, but who? Oh yes, I was listening to this alleged phone call with like this
Oh
guy
yeah,
who's
yeah, yeah,
also
yeah,
in
yeah, yeah,
jail.
yes.
Right. And he knows like what's going on with Richard Allen. He said that
Mhm.
he's in like suicide watch,
Mhm.
but that like he's really not doing much other than sleeping. Like that's all he's been doing is sleeping. And they're like wondering like why, how could you sleep, blah blah blah. But I was thinking about that and like I think that's like natural a lot of times because can you imagine like all of these like last 5 years of hiding, of not being able to sleep, of like all of the paranoia and
Yep, and
everyone
it's now
coming.
it's finally behind. It's actually it's
It's
you know,
done.
it's exactly like it's weird. It's like in a weird way, it's over. Like a burden
It's
has been
over.
lifted, and now you
And
can
so they
sleep.
sleep for days.
Yep.
Right. It's so weird. And that's like I'm wondering too, like, you know, when I was working out there and stuff, like that would always be something that I would like you know, it didn't mean anything like one way or another, but that would just be something that I would like take notice of, like,
Yeah.
you know, because yeah. So so it made sense. But anyways, that was my random story.
It's not a. Stop it!
So
I love
we're
your
done with
stories.
that. We're done.
We're done. We're done. Okay.
They light the bush on fire.
No, thankfully it wasn't hot enough for that.
Good.
After that, we cleaned. I gave him a bottle of wine as a thank you for letting us.
So now you're giving away your mom and dad's alcohol, you dick.
Thankfully, I still have a couple bottles at home.
For what?
While we're there,
What
Dan
is
had
thankful
beers.
about
His
having a
girlfriend was
couple
there,
of bottles
or
of wine
I
at
would say,
home?
I know, right?
What are you, a sommelier? What the fuck? I even impress myself with that word.
I know exactly how to like it flashed before my eyes.
Let me just say, 2. Wait, is it 3? No, almost 3. 2.5 years later, I'm also still impressed with the fact that I busted out with the word sommelier in this. Just thought I'd let you know. Sometimes I'm impressed with myself.
Because it's got that weird spelling too.
Yes. It's got some fucking
Sommelier.
consonants and vowels in wrong ass places.
Some cooler stuff than
Yes.
I've ever seen a person be able to own or firework wise.
You
Bruh.
don't own fireworks, you
there
weirdo.
we
You
are.
buy
And then-
fireworks. Like, calm
then
the fuck
someone in
down.
the distance, kind of closer to our house.
They
launched
just,
a
we have a
mortar
fireworks, well, you know,
artillery
right down the
fireworks.
street from our
And
house.
then I was
You got to
told that
come
we
next
have to
time
go home
for
the dogs, so we went.
Oh
Anytime.
hell
And that
no.
was
What do
What
you
do you
mean?
mean, hey?
What do you mean? Hey, we can let
9:30,
off fireworks
5:45.
anytime.
Got home.
Fireworks
Fireworks
are fun.
are a big
Got
no-no
into the
for
couch
me.
for it.
Why are you
I'm
scared?
like the Doges. I go away when the fireworks come out.
And
Oh, I
Dawn
love
gave
that.
it
I
I
grew
like.
up in a war, girl.
I
I
know,
don't want
but
to hear that shit.
I didn't
That's
think
what I'm
about
at,
that. I
'cause we're trying to
figured
finish
maybe
it
you
on
were
Netflix
okay
and
now.
kids.
I guess you
No, I
can't
don't
really
like
be
It's cat
okay.
night still.
I
It's
like
spending
to.
the night.
I
It's
like
not.
the
I
mortar
don't like
one.
And dogs
extravagant.
are pushing me,
I don't
nosing
like
me and everything.
extravagant
And so we kind of
displays
stopped
of aggression like
watching.
that.
She goes
It's
to
just
bed.
very aggressive
Unsettling.
and
I'm trying to let the dogs out
unsettling.
of
Yes.
this
I mean, they like
So it's like, I
blowing
don't
shit
know
up.
what's fun about fucking blowing shit up for no goddamn reason at all.
We
Like,
get to bed
these
upstairs
people
in
are
my
losing
room.
their limbs and shit. And it's like,
Yeah, well,
that ain't
yeah,
fun.
that's fireworks are fun. Like wars are not.
I'd say that's 10-ish, 10:30.
Well, no, people
Well,
lose their
then
limbs
the
with
younger
fireworks
dog
too.
jumped.
Well, yeah,
I've
but
seen people with no
not
fingers
like
and
Leave
shit.
cat in the bed. And I just sit out.
Like,
burn
look
a
at
bottle rocket burns
Chazzle.
like Chazzle.
The couches and
Almost
chairs
lit a
down by
bush
the
on
dining
fire.
table. I go sit there and
Exactly.
just hang out with the dogs so Cat can get to sleep.
Where we
Oh my
first were
God,
talking
Bessie
last night,
cakes.
Yes,
like the
Yes.
kitchen
Brooks
and
can
the
file
Sit down there so Cat gets
Oh
CW
Jesus, fuck! I'm
35C.
done.
and I put the ladder in front of those steps so the girls
Brooks
can't
can
up.
teach him how to represent himself.
They pee on the kitchen tiles. So
It'll
clean
be a
that.
minute before
Well,
Brooks gets
at
to
least they were
Dodge
before
because
that.
he's got another
It
case
wasn't the worst thing. They're not doing that, so, yeah.
at the end of November. He's
I
got to
go
show up in court for. You know, Tony says, I hope you're listening, Dr. B. Tony says, I really admire Dr. B for how effing cool she is, having gone through what she did. You know what? I do too. I just adore Dr. B. I do. I don't know another way to say it. It's just, you know, when you find your people and everything just clicks, that's how it was with Dr. B. And when she came out to visit, we had the absolute best time. And y'all know what we did? Nothing. We didn't really go anywhere. We didn't do anything exciting. It was October, so like the beach wasn't all that great. And, we just hung out together and that was the best. It was so much fun. I laughed and laughed and laughed. So I just had a fantastic time with her. She's a really incredible person. I do love me some Dr. B. I do love Dr. B. All right, here we go.
Then it's Monday morning.
Well, they can send him from once
Cat
he's
goes to work,
sentenced. They
7:50
get him the fuck out of there. He can
early.
come back for his
Mm.
Then I'm left to
court
myself.
case from Dodge because they have
We put a new girl on the
transfers
couch
back
for
and forth
me.
every day. You know,
Oh, that's true. That's a good
between
point.
Dodge and
I go
like
back and forth through
jails
some
and shit,
video games, and then back. Video games.
and then forth, and then back, and then forth, and then back, and then forth.
back,
I like
and
that
then-
line too, Heather, whatever. And I'm always reminded of Seamus from Harry Potter. Because he's the one that's always he's always blowing stuff up. And I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm a little bit of a
A little
firebug.
bit to eat for lunch.
A little bit to eat for lunch. Gotcha. Okay. Finger
Well,
sandwiches.
at the
What's
end
up?
of the month, I did go for the afternoon. I did go to
Here we
the
go.
farm to talk to Chris and Kat.
It's about to get real uncomfortable.
I told him what's happening with my health because I had the appointment at 2.
I just remembered.
Farm before or
After, because I told him what happened to me, and I told him the legs are probably going to be permanent, and the headaches should be fixed after the hemorrhage is cleared a little bit.
The legs are going to
So-
be permanent.
Permanent. What the fuck
Not
does
only
that
that-
even mean? They're not doll legs that pull off? What are you talking
I
about?
talked to their mom.
What the fuck are you doing, Chandler? Are you trying to itch yourself?
And
What's
Chris
going
together.
on?
And
Well, I
think
find it
Chris' mom
interesting
is
too that that's
all
like
right with me.
because watch his
She's-
body language
Yes.
as well. Like I was at the farm
I don't
is
know,
where
she
he
wants
left
me
the
to
torso,
move
so
into
all of
Yes.
a sudden
See
his back
east
is
side.
itching. Like
Yes.
okay,
I'm gonna
Chandler.
start paying her.
Yes.
When he
And the
was talking about
legs.
the fire,
At home.
when he
Is
was
that
talking about the
overturned?
fireplace, like he
has
was
Mhm.
rubbing his neck constantly, like
Mm-hmm.
Cat does?
and
Yeah,
like
it's,
that,
um,
and his face and
it's by
stuff,
Mifflin.
and it's like, oh yeah,
Party
okay,
Avenue.
that's
It's by there.
like he's kind of like giving it away. Now
And
that
when he
we
starts
know
talking
everything,
about the
obviously.
legs being permanent, he crosses and
So,
uncrosses
they're
them
talking to their
because
mom.
that's what they found
Yeah.
of his mom.
Then I
Hey, Margie, good to
Then
see
I
you,
go
babe. I can't believe I said finger sandwiches.
you
What
know,
is wrong
right
with
down by
me?
the shed, and they go swimming.
Right, like he
Right by that
literally
swimming pool is the shed, so
gives them the
they wanted to
location.
watch me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why did he think that they wouldn't go there and fucking
I
check?
don't know.
And then
All that, so after
not
I
only
noticed they
check,
was
but
watching,
fucking
I
find something. Like,
Exactly.
to him.
oh my God, Chandler. Like, it's like, did
This
you
is the
want?
weird part too, where
Uh,
he's like,
I actually cried.
look at him
Started kicking grass,
kicking
doing
grass.
the toddler tantrum shit. Then I
That's very significant.
hopped in the
It's
water.
very
again.
significant.
So it was too late.
Yeah.
I was in the water. And realized Crest
My
didn't have a top.
statistics professor would like
Was,
probably be
I talked to them more, and that's what she
cringing
told me
right
about
now
housing
because
situation, how she doesn't
there's
like
no, she would always say there's
my
no
parents,
such
like,
thing as very significant.
are.
Either it's
I guess
significant or
I
it's
don't
not.
know, so
It's
she
the
was like, well,
significance
nothing.
is
Crest was
The
the very
statistical
is implied.
significant.
No, Crest's mom is
The very is implied and
First thought, right away.
significant. That's pretty
So
much what
she's-
significant means.
They're
Important.
offering me to get a job.
Yeah, but you know,
Live
in
with them.
science,
Yeah.
it's like no, there's no such thing as
While I'm
very.
working.
Like if you're trying to
They
like
were-
fluff it up,
that's
that
kind of
means
their
you're
deal. I would have like a month to be
bullshitting.
right.
Anyway,
You can say sometimes, yes. Sometimes the
Chandler is
English
making
language
me go
allow
off
for
and around.
people to be extra.
I love it.
She's a lot of cars or something? No. Okay. There's an extra one probably.
She stays at the farm. So if she didn't need it, I could use it.
This was your
to go
plan. You thought
to a job,
that
or at least
you were going to
so-
unalive your parents and what? Cress
Also
and
for
Cal
them,
and
you know,
Dulce
near
were
where
going
I
to
live,
adopt
so I
you.
can
What the
bike,
fuck?
that would keep me, you know, these going
Well,
on.
yeah, and
If
since
it
that
get
didn't
worse,
work
I
out,
can
guess where
keep
he's
doing it,
at?
you know?
He's in
Dodge.
prison where he
Everything's
gets paid
taken
for
care
doing
of.
jack shit.
Exactly.
Where are we?
Sunday. So you were
Swimming.
swimming, we had a breakdown. What were you having a breakdown about?
Unaliving the fuck out of my
You ever have
parents.
Your legs kind of
No, I haven't.
just
Have you ever had to
I don't
cut
even know if
legs
they're
off
kind
of
of
your?
getting as bad as they
Right.
can be yet. So that's not fun.
And I think you were telling me last night it's a symptom of a concussion, right?
So
Is that right?
that's not it. It's a symptom of nerve damage from the hip to my spine. So it's permanent.
Okay, I understand that now better.
Yeah. So it's just legs. I think it's a waist feeling is probably colostomy bag down the road. And all of that.
Wow,
Right.
Cat. Bet
Sit in the
you
pool
couldn't
or
wait to
hanging out.
sign on the dotted line for this winter. Bless your little heart.
They're just talking to me. Sometimes they're being nice. Sometimes they're like making the offer, like, "Hey, if you move in, you can pay rent. This is a good neighborhood. It's a cul-de-sac."
Because
There's
where?
parking.
Where you came from was the motherfucking ghetto? What are you
So-
talking about?
Yeah,
Have you
like,
been to
east side,
Madison?
Just off of Milwaukee Street. That's Andrew.
Like Madison is like gorgeous. There's no
So
such
that's
thing
it.
as like a bad place.
So
I'm
it's
sure
a good
there is,
neighborhood.
but like
Kinda like
all
one-
of Madison
one of
is
the
like
lights.
a
Yeah,
good
like they're
neighborhood.
inviting him.
I-
This is a
I
good
live there.
neighborhood.
I
Like
used
you'll
to
be
be
safe here.
doing my own thing. And then they're like, "Well,
And I wouldn't even
I'm
let
sure
you
stopped
sleep in
by,
one of
so
those
I
igloo
get
dog
out
houses from
and I
Sam's
go-
Club.
it was
Chandler.
Monday afternoon. I go to dinner at Cat's house on the east side.
Okay. What time do you think that
You
was?
go to dinner.
Oh, Heather,
like you're
get
so
ready for the
bougie.
coloscum.
7:30, I left
He
the
already
farm,
said it.
which is
Costing me
Crest's
back down the road.
7 p.m.
You know, with his
Right.
Wisconsin accent.
That
So-
would be a symptom of a mild concussion.
We're at Cat.
Spinal. It's nerve damage from the hit to his
And
spine where he's doing a karate
she's-
chop.
She's planning on feeding me.
Planning
This is
on
Monday,
feeding
correct?
you.
Oh my God, I can't do this.
That's it. The farm, so
You're gonna
that's-
have. I'm gonna have to excuse myself from you, Chandler. You're getting sped up, bro.
we
Sorry.
Just eat. And
Yeah, speed them up to
Eat
the
and cuddle.
arrest or something. When they confront
I'm
him,
going to try to prove the gold.
Yeah.
there we go.
Then we're at
Thank
Tuesday.
you.
You're
Cat's
welcome.
working, I'm gaming, job hunt. And then
Rise
then
gaming.
I started trying to get the glass. 'Cause I'm a
Oh,
little lazy on the glass. I just kind of had chairs in front of it. I just a broom and, a little sweeper holder, you broom it in.
All right, let me stop you right there. The
uh,
glass occurred almost a week prior. So why would you be lazy about the glass if it was something you and your dad had cleaned up together? How are you lazy
Mhm.
about the glass, you fucking lying liar mouth who tells lies? Even if they hadn't found the torso prior to this, I would have been side-eyeing the fuck out of you. I would have
Oh,
called him out
yeah.
on it.
Lots of the glass.
Oh
People
my God,
recycling.
yeah.
Oh, thanks for recycling and doing your part for the
I get
environment,
most
you
of it.
dick.
There's a bunch in the cracks of the stone that I'm picking out by hand. I think I didn't injure myself from that, but
Picking it out by hand. Don't you own a
just-
vacuum?
yeah,
You didn't
Dude,
clean
he
that
cleaned
ash trap
the
too
whole-
good.
No, he didn't. But he did like put
my blood was
newspapers,
I got,
like
Swiffer in the bottle.
unburned fresh newspapers
Yes,
under like
in
burnt
July.
fucking
I brought a Swiffer in the bottle.
under burnt wood,
the-
trying to like
for,
make
like,
it seem
not
like, oh,
stone.
nothing to see here. Like,
Right.
are
Got
you
a little bit in the kitchen.
Like he was
Everywhere
staging
kind
the
of
home
like
for
pretty
sale.
much.
For sale.
Bathroom, the
For
kitchen.
sale. For sale.
It's
The
just
fluffer
staying
staging the
out.
home.
Where was the carpet?
See, Chandler,
stairs.
maybe you would have been a grand freaking real estate agent or something. But
I
here's
tried.
the problem: you'll never find out because you're never even fucking
Never.
bothered.
Well, as I live and breathe, Nadine, my boo. Hey, babe, how you doing? It's good to see you. This is an old roast with Dr. B and I. If you guys are just joining us and you're listening but not watching and you can't see the scrolling thingy. So I just thought I'd let you guys know that. Thank you guys for being here. Lunch will resume at 1:15 Eastern, 12:15 Central. And I don't know the other time zones, but if you live there, I'm sure you can figure it out. All right, let's keep going. Exactly.
Okay, I hope you're happy.
And all the way up
Now
to
you
my-
get to be
the laundry
inmate
room.
number,
I-
insert whatever the
I
fuck
just
your
tried to stop all the bleeding, but-
digits are
All
for
the
the rest
bleeding.
of your life.
Just it was
That blood was all coming
hemorrhaging
from your left foot.
Yeah, left foot.
from that tiny little thing.
Left foot hole.
Do you think
I
you
mean, we're
should go to
talking-
the
are we talking
emergency
massive
room? They
lumps of
should
blood, or are we
probably
talking,
like
you know, a little
check your
bit?
blood to make sure you have the appropriate
started
amount
those
in your
drops.
system.
Until he got to the bathroom.
Now he's gonna try to now
Bring
now
it
he's gonna
back
try
to
to say
grab
that
my
like
sock,
his parents' nosebleeds are like
And psoriasis.
So I grabbed the tweezers and I pulled it out. And then it
yeah, and yeah, that like accounts
Yes.
for
Oh, no.
squirting.
A little bit of the
Yeah,
rock.
it's
Balance
squirt.
the blood.
Right.
But,
Yeah.
I
For the spray.
think the worst was that floor. That
Selling ramen real
kind of like,
estate.
like this lid puddles.
Mhm.
It wasn't good.
Are we talking the floor down in the basement?
Well, that one.
Oh, Melissa, I'm pretty sure they'll write
then
a
I go
book together
upstairs
Oh yeah.
to
soon.
the kitchen, and it's still going. And I'm trying to get my foot in the sink just to slow it down and pinch it, maybe. And then I waddle upstairs.
Waddle. Oh my God. Let me just stop you
I-
right there,
I can't do
Chazzle. Even if I'm not interrupting my other self from in the past, 2022 me, 2025 me has something to say. How are you going to put your dirty foot in the sink? You got a bathroom, don't you? What's wrong with you? I mean, besides the obvious. And then you waddle upstairs. I think the word you're looking for is limp. That's how you know you ain't even have a real injury on that toe of yours. Stop it. Girl, bye. And I said what I said.
First aid
First
kit.
aid kit.
And once I got it kind of bundled up, it stopped for what I know. Then I go.
For
Oh.
what I
Get
know.
some tape.
What did you just leave your
What?
toe somewhere?
We have a tape box in the basement over there. And I opened it
Unattended for a while and you don't know
I
if
bled a
it
little bit
stopped
more, but the
bleeding or
basement was
started
easy.
again or what?
So then
Fuck off.
a little bit of water and I rigged it up. But I grabbed the tape box and I wrapped it.
Coolest reviews are
Um,
clearly first aid.
After
That's
that
going
was-
to be
that's
Chazzle's
Tuesday.
Chandler.
Yep.
This is going to be Chandler's talent.
Wings. I go to Cats.
Wings.
We had wings.
What time?
You nasty.
That could have been. I've been doing the BS of first aid and all that. I go to Kat's house with her mom and her brother. That could have been 5 or 6. I could give you the exact.
Did you guys pick up the wings and go there? Or?
No, I drove.
I
to
like the
Kat's.
way Dulce said B-dubs.
Would you drive?
Mhm.
When she
She
was
was
testifying, she was so
I just-
cute.
With the Volvo seat, like, I can't do it with my foot.
What?
Get, oh my
Get
god.
bent, Chazzle.
So you're talking about wings. Did you guys go pick
Wings.
up wings? Or?
Yeah, so we get there
Uh-huh.
and we're calling around, seeing what's up. James is getting home.
But
with
this
Jimmy
motherfucker
John's.
gets mild and no ranch. Can't, it hurts
Um,
my tummy.
And we're like, oh, don't eat all of it. He's like, well, I'm hungry now. Do all that post gym crap. So he grabs, he eats half of his sandwich. And then
Oh,
we
you
go
mean
at night
what you're
to
doing
visit
now?
in my
Right,
car. We go
exactly.
to
Post gym crap.
Buffalo Wild Wings.
B-dubs. Buffalo Wild Wings is like, don't ever say our fucking name again.
I don't know.
We don't want that smoke. Fuck you,
It
Chazzle.
had to be east, right? That's close. To
Yeah.
It's by a mall.
Do you even live
There's a mall.
in the area, or have
you know
you
what,
ever
we can
traveled
go out.
around your neck of the woods? Like, don't you know where shit is? You grew up there, you weirdo.
We go to
I mean, I know they
Vance,
moved,
Hey, he
but
has a concussion. Come
we
on.
oh, I
watch
forgot
this
about
movie,
being
Pretty in
concussed.
Pink or something.
He's injured.
It's about that like fashion and goes to Harvard. It's,
Is it on Netflix or is it on the TV?
What?
they have like everything there. I didn't.
They watched Legally
I don't
Blonde.
know.
Oh, I thought he said Pretty in Pink because
And
I
he
was going to
called-
be like,
He
"It is."
did.
Yeah,
Called
it's-
it. He called
I
it
was-
Pretty and Pink.
Oh my God. How could I don't know if I'm going to say anything about this, the 2022 me, but the 2025 me is incensed. You can't mistake Legally Blonde for Pretty in Pink. Chazzle? I have nothing for you, bruh. Pretty. Okay,
before
because
this,
Pretty in
actually,
Pink
Ellie,
most definitely isn't
the-
about a girl who
the
likes
upstairs
fashion
lay
and
down
goes to
in the
fucking
bed
Harvard.
A few minutes.
Just let the food settle or
Yeah,
hanging out.
I'm dead.
She's kind of falling asleep.
I'm probably going to hell.
I'm ready to get out of here.
Yeah, I'm ready to get out of here too, Chandler. You
Get
pissed
your
me the
girls
fuck
up.
off,
Me
buddy.
too, man.
Sorry.
For
I'm about to
real.
break.
Yeah,
Yeah,
water.
this is. I've had enough of your
What time do
baloney.
you think you made it home?
Say 9 at the latest.
Okay, well, he's gonna be arrested in about
water,
30
not really food, if it-
minutes.
Water,
I'm gonna scooch him forward. Just give
indoor
me a sec.
playtime, bathroom.
Oh no, don't worry about it. I'm just
Okay.
saying, because I'm like always looking at the timestamps.
No, I've been home alone this whole weekend, really, except when Cat comes.
Yeah.
So Cat didn't come that night. So now we're.
I did that with
pushing
Watts
Wednesday, aren't
too,
we?
like
Um,
watching that loud ass clock.
Well, it's hard not to with
What time do you
Watts.
think
That
you
clock
got it?
just begs you to look at it.
um,
All
probably
clicking and loud and shit and obnoxious. It's like, look at me, look at me.
kind of been
Imagine,
lately.
That clock
Imagine
totally
if, like,
stole the show.
Good morning on.
imagine if Elon Musk tweeted like
No, wait, where are
hashtag
we?
free Chazzle.
Wednesday, okay,
Oh my
Wednesday.
God. Imagine if
I-
he
In his
tweeted,
Try to
mind-
go to the farm.
Chazzle
Spam
didn't
and
work
Cress,
for me.
Spam and Cress.
Chazzle's fired.
That would be
He's
epic.
freaking out about the pants. Jane's calling me.
Ma,
I
fuck
get
you,
Chazzle, you win.
Chazzle.
farm, or to the cabin.
Chazzle's
Jane-
not
Jane's
SpaceX
door.
material.
The other people in the press,
Hi, cement
home.
shoes.
Hey, cement shoes.
Did you drive over to the farm or?
yeah.
Don't worry,
She wasn't answering.
you
the phone,
didn't
right?
miss
No,
much.
I got
Just
close
Nah,
to
you
the
did.
others, I can't just show up.
Yeah,
They
just
shoot me.
Chazzle being Chazzle and
When I drive.
Jenlu and Dr. B being Jenlu and Dr. B.
They got guns over there? Or would they actually shoot you?
No, I'm just saying. Her dad lives there. He's 90. He got a buck when he was 95 or something. So I know. If he
Oh,
didn't know what it
funny
was, he
that
could've-
you're talking about shooting where
Yeah.
you got the weapon.
He
Yes.
can use a gun. That's why I wouldn't do that.
Yeah. So Cress's dad lives
So
there.
he's like
Yeah.
like
But he's a
subliminally
Cress's
like
farmer.
giving
It's her dad's.
away
He built it.
all of
Oh,
his
okay.
like hiding
But
spots.
he's
So
also
can't
trying to
tell.
distance himself from the fucking gun he hid there.
Right. That's what I mean. Like he's so
Yes.
dumb. Like that's
He's
like
just
that's like saying like, oh,
Yeah.
all the it was
let
just a
wildflowers grow
misprint
for
in the
Yes.
fucking.
and they'll bury the split.
everybody in the entire motherfucking school got D's.
Yes.
All of us. The whole class. YOLO.
It's and here we are. I turn around.
Is
and,
he talking about making
James
jam
goes,
or something?
I get a picture of the property at the cabin. And I see that.
Who's
I
Jane?
look at the cabin. And then it doesn't look right. There's a birch tree in
Oh,
front.
Jane, her
I
mad
haven't,
friend.
I've been
His mom's
They
friend.
didn't
Oh, yeah,
look
yeah,
a
yeah.
little bit, but
That's right.
it
I
looked
forgot
like
they went
tracks
out
were
there.
pushed down into the grass a little bit. I don't know, in the picture. And Mike said there was like light tracks, like someone was there.
Okay, you need to shut the front door right the fuck now, Chandler, okay? Because let me just tell you this. We've all sat through that. And I sped that up, that
Body cam.
body cam footage with, first of all, it's body cam footage. We all know what that shit looks like. It's like a fisheye situation going on. And even I could tell nobody been out that fucking house. Stop playing with these people out here, Chandler.
I
Trying to
know,
say
dude.
you
Like,
analyzed the damn
which
ass
is
photograph. Let me tell you
which
what
is what's
photograph you
making
should
these
have.
detectives probably like boil inside. Like, I
Right.
don't know how Detective Shunk, he was
Mm-mm.
probably sitting there writing his little soul out
He
so that
was
he
probably like,
doesn't like just lunge across that table
I couldn't
and
do
like
it.
start
I
start
couldn't do it.
freaking
Mm-mm.
yeah.
I couldn't do it. Not at all. All right, here we go.
Well, he's just digging his. Can you imagine? Like the reason,
Where's the
the only
picture?
sorry, but like
No, you're fine.
I guess the detective knew that Chazzle Dazzle had to listen to this entire ass interview in front of the whole ass jury that's
true.
listening to this. So it's like I would have just let him talk, let him talk.
That's
So
true. That's
he just did it to himself, man.
I would
He
have
ain't
to
got
be
no
over
one to
here
blame.
near the door because at some point I would be getting fucking fed up. And you would
Oh,
be having to shoot me eyes like,
It looked
don't
like it was in the
say
middle
it,
of the
Jen.
trap.
Shut up.
And sometimes we do that. We
Do it.
we're falling
Don't
off.
do
can you
it.
imagine the two of us
Like
interrogating?
a double door entrance.
We would
You
get
go in
all
from
the
gate,
confessions.
you
We
park,
would have had
move to
Chandler
next,
cracked at
and then
15
you
minutes.
drive there.
He'd be like, okay,
That's
okay,
the only
okay, I'll
security
tell
you get
you.
up there.
It'd have been like
He would have
Chunk
cracked
We
in the
have done
from the
car,
Goonies.
on the car
The grass
ride,
is overgrown.
Yeah,
There's
he
car
would have.
ride
the
to
storm
the
and the
freaking
fallen trees.
station.
You can't mow
Because
it
you know what I would have
because
done?
of
I would
flowers.
have played like music that doesn't go together at
So
all,
with the bird
but I
strings,
wouldn't
the
play the
tennis
whole ass
typically
song.
put
I'd be
stuff
like,
down
oh,
if
that's
it's
enough.
very
I want to hear this
white-headed,
song
it look
next.
weird to you.
But only
Ever seen
play
the
like
log?
45
We
seconds
have
of
this
it and then
log
be like, no, I
that's
don't really feel
close
like
to the
hearing this
shed.
song. I'll play the
It's,
other one.
I would say, closer to petrified
Right.
than rotten. It's hard, like really hard.
Oh,
Oh
you
my
know who you should
God.
call?
I don't know what kind of tree, but
If
that's
you
what
need to know the
my dad and
difference
I used
between
when
like
we go.
petrified
So
and
we
rotten,
typically use the same
and
tree
hey,
as
she
well,
loves
just
rocks
see
and
that place.
rotten
Yeah,
shit
that's
apparently,
not the tree we use.
because she hangs out with Chris.
Well, it's funny that he's talking about tree trunks and
Mm-hmm.
petrified tree
Jason, the
trunks,
picture
like
of the dam,
dead
you see the bird tree.
Mm-hmm.
trunks,
Then I go to the police
torsos.
station.
Catch
Use
my
our
drift.
escort. I'm sure
Musical
they make that
torture.
thing, point very
And
quick.
then,
But
you know what photo you really should be analyzing, Chandler? Is the fucking jorts that you're wearing.
what?
They're,
Wednesday morning, you said you went
I
to
don't
the
know
police
anybody
department.
that's
Yeah, to
worn
make a
cutoff jean shorts that short since
talk to them about the parents.
1987. That's
And
about the limit.
then I met with
You need to
three
stop.
sheriffs.
I don't even think he was born in
Three.
1987
There was a
Mm.
Seeley. He's bearded.
with his
The guy that
machete.
drove me here. I'm not sure the name. And then Collins. She was also doing.
Oh, he's listing
getting
off all the
water.
cops. Like the
Canvassing.
detectives don't know what cops were doing what.
So
Get
we're
the
gonna
fuck
throw
out of
three.
here.
I get the questions answered. Then. Oh, then we go to my house. And then there's three more. The same three sheriffs.
So they talked to you at the police station or wherever you get.
Yeah, I get information and stuff
And
like
then they
that.
came to your house.
Yeah,
Okay. And that's probably about, then I came a couple hours later.
they were there questioning. You're here now questioning. And then that night, what night are we on? Wednesday night. I go to Dan and Mary's
Wednesday night.
Wednesday night.
What time do you think?
They feed me.
You feed
at
me.
Probably 7:30.
And you said
Coolest reviews there.
Dan and Mary
Liquor
or Mary Sesto and
corner
Dan
was lit.
something of it.
I mean, the crime scene photos
Mary
showed
Sesto's
it.
house.
Mary
Oh
Sesto.
yeah,
And
and they
it
don't.
seemed
They
stopped
it was a
on the same
AF.
it was well
Yeah,
stocked
it is
because they were fucking
Correct.
light drinkers. It was
For
for
dinner
other
you went there?
people, like for
well, they
company
just- they didn't
drinking,
eat.
not for.
They just wanted to
them.
brainstorm.
But here comes
Right.
Chazzle talking about they
And you could
took
have
out
used
$4
them.
grand in cash and took 87 mega
You said
pints
You
you
with
only
them.
could think of Dan and Dan's when you
Fucking weirdo.
So you said you went to the police department to talk about the parents. Just tell me.
That
what
looks
exactly
like
you
it could
talked
hold
about
cocaine.
your parents with the police department.
Oh, we're making a report. that I thought I had to do that at a station.
You were reporting, like what were you reporting exactly? Just
Max, have you seen
Yeah.
Brooks's
They're missing
music? I mean,
Then
as far
Yeah.
as
his
as far as you
videos,
know,
it's funny as fuck.
you
Especially
were able to
since
tell a lot of detail
the
on
murder
some-
weapon is in the
Do you think that you gave
music
them
videos.
Right.
as much information as you've given me?
The faulty murder
you asked
weapon.
way more questions. So you
Has
asked
the
about
recall.
the bleeding in the fireplace.
Yeah.
The sheriffs kind of gave what they need to make reports, and you just asked about home life, everything, right?
Okay, so now they're asking him like
So
if
you-
they were
you got one
thorough.
down.
Is there anything
Right.
else?
This is
So
the
the
exit
crime
interview.
Throughout the weekend, I've
Why are they
called
giving him an?
Mhm.
So I love when they give an exit interview. How do you rate us? Let's. We've got a survey.
Wednesday.
Would like
So
to
now
do.
he's
Mom
gonna
did work,
triple
you and Dad watched
triple
Wheel of Fortune.
confirm the
I'm
lie.
just gonna kinda
Like
read
you're
some
giving
of
him
Yeah.
another
We kinda
chance
ended it last
to like
night.
be like,
That's
all
what
right,
talked to
man,
you
like
since
it's
then,
all
so I
bullshit.
don't think there's much else
Here's what
that
happened.
you could tell me from last night.
Hey Tia. Mainly what?
So watching Wheel of Fortune, you run the couch,
Couch.
downstairs,
And Family
to
Feud.
upstairs,
Don't forget about
Family
Family
tossing
Feud.
ball around
Right.
for the
Don't
dog,
forget about the
past
Apocalypse
fireplace.
show and
Foot gets hurt, Dad
the
gets
new girl,
Pretty Pink.
Pretty in Pink.
Yeah.
That's actually
Mom left for work in the
Legally
morning, comes
Blonde.
home later on.
Mhm.
Dog was fine, not injured at all. Was it the dog or the ball that crashed into the glass?
We had
ball
the
bounced
8 to
the
5
dog,
grill
the shoulder, that's all broken.
warming up
Yes.
watch party.
We sat out there for the lighting of the grill for 3 hours because it started between 8:30 and 9 with the grill for burgers, which you didn't eat until noon, noon 30, somewhere in that vicinity.
You guys typically make your beds every day? Look like they're made yesterday.
We usually do sheets every few days and beds.
Oh, see, now he's grabbing his neck again.
Mm-hmm.
Change the sheets every day?
Every few,
Yeah.
they get changed
I was gonna say, that's
in the
really
pillow cases. Or the dog hair, it's kind of hard to sleep.
Yeah, they probably do have some pretty long hair.
The heat they shed.
Jeez, you're such a freaking.
Why are you so critical of the
Yeah,
dogs?
no, that's fine. I get it. I got a dog. He sheds too, but you got two of them. You know.
I have a dog and 2 cats, and sheets are once a week. Get the fuck out of here, Chandler. Stop pretending like
As
you
far
know.
as
Okay, you guys, now is the time for a most important decision. I need help because there's actually 2 songs I really like now. Well, there were always 2 songs, but I couldn't decide between them. So I just picked the first song the one that I came to first. Okay. Oh dear. Shmita says, OMG, Legally Blonde made me remember. Jen, have you heard of the show High Maintenance? It's on Disney Plus and it reminds me so much of you. No, babe, I do not know that show, but now you have me intrigued and I'm going to check it out. Good to see you, by the way. All right, you guys, now I really need your help. Okay. I need to understand. I need for you guys to pick between 2 different songs. Okay. All right. Hold on a second. All right. Let me turn it up. So it needs to be kind of loud so you can actually hear it. All right. Listen to this song and then we're going to listen to the next song and you guys tell me which you want to hear, okay? Which you think is a better song for an intro, okay? All right, here we go. I pushed the wrong button.
Little by little, piece by piece, I take back what's been stolen from me. Little by little, piece by piece, until I'm complete. my eyes on you, and you got no clue what I'm supposed to do. I can't help myself. Little by little, piece by piece, I take back what's been stolen from me. Little by little, piece by piece, until I'm complete.
Okay, there's that one. Hold on, let me share the other one really quick. By the way, you can't share, or you can't share multiple files at the same time because that it doesn't work. So don't be telling people that you can. All right, are y'all ready? Here's the next song. Okay, song number 2.
Got a two-tongue weight from my hairline to my backbone, and it's dragging me around, but I don't listen. All your critics are red, mind your own business. That's right. And around red lights, now watch me fly. Got an angel to my left, devil to my right. We're going down. Hit the road, Jack. Won't come back, no. You can find me. Made a devil in my head, now here's to the cheaters. Hey, 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 all your critics on line. This one's on me. Hey. Oh yeah, that's right. Got an angel to my left, devil to my right. We're going down.
All right, the first one it is. Thank you, thank you, thank you. See, I do too. I like this context of the second song, though. Me too. Me too. All right, so you guys have all voted. It's the first. That's all I needed to know. Thank you guys so very, very much. You guys are the best. Okay, I'm about to you know what? I'll do it on a community tab for those of you guys who wanted to know the my playlist of intro songs. I shall give it to you on a community tab. It'll be much easier for me that way. All right, here we go.
As far as the blood on your foot,
That we know it's total
how did you clean
bullshit.
that up? So we were talking. You had blood on.
Yeah,
Swiffer
what's your?
wet shit? Okay.
Oh, the Swiffer wet shit. What scent
Where
did you
that
get?
from? Cat let me borrow it. Where's it at now?
Oh well, he got it from Dulce. So what do you think? It was probably like
Fabulosa.
delightful.
Hold on. Patricia says, did you hear about what happened to the girl, Virginia? Oh gosh, Virginia G, who was in the photo with Prince Andrew. Are we talking about the photo where that came out and then he said that can't be me because I don't have sweat glands? Are you talking about that one, Patricia? Because if you are, even if you're not, I haven't heard. So please fill me in, babe. I would appreciate it. You know, I'm always in need of hearing of what happens to No Sweat Andy.
Yeah, he needs to stay the fuck away from the dog, Max. In my opinion.
Hydrogen peroxide for the tiles.
Well, that's actually
and
pretty
in his
smart.
little jail messages, he was saying that he wants to be part of a
Just
dog
the big
program
gloves
in
need a little
prison.
bit.
Ha! Okay.
No,
Did that seem to
no,
help get rid of the blood?
you're not qualified.
Well, it hurt my foot.
No, definitely not qualified with
I just made a mess.
dismemberment
When you
and
say
all
when
that
you have tiles
shit.
and
No,
Wait a
you
minute.
ain't going near a living being.
First of all, Chandler, what the fuck are you talking about? The hydrogen peroxide just made a bigger mess. How much motherfucking blood were you trying to clean up there, sir? You're supposed to clean up the blood itself, right? And then use hydrogen peroxide for the stain, dummy.
And so,
Can't even clean up a
also-
murder
Well,
scene
also,
for
why
one
is he
place.
walking?
just, like, some
Like,
Well,
why
I
is
had
he
some blood
walking
on the basement.
around
I
with
used
this
the
like
peroxide.
left foot hole to the basement, to the bathroom, to the living room, to the fireplace, to the garage? I mean, he's
Correct.
bleeding all over the place, and then he's cleaning it up. Motherfucker, why don't you just stop the bleeding first before you go
Trying
walking
to
around?
right, and you have spinal damage, nerve damage, but you're trying to hike your leg up into the sink.
Right?
And that's when Dan came over, remember? And he was like, "Yeah, he told me
Yes.
there was blood
Yeah.
everywhere. That was
Yeah,
so weird."
peroxide. There, it wasn't as much.
Jake-
Like there were, like this size.
I
pools
muted
in the
myself
kitchen.
instead of
I was
fucking
pinching
Chandler.
pretty hard.
See what you do to me, Chandler. You got me all fucked up. Came out in a fucking towel. Can you imagine you going and knocking on the door and you're because you're worried about your friend, right? And this fool pops out in a towel. Hi. I was just in the shower. No
Can you
big
just-
deal.
All I can picture is that Ring camera footage where
Yes, where
just,
he's
like,
got his
he's
hand
got
up.
that. Yeah, like
You know who he looks like? You probably don't know, but and I can't even think. He looks like the helper guy in what is
it's
that
already making me
fucking
laugh.
game? It's shit, I can't think of it. It'll come to me.
How do we show it? How do we show the?
The what?
Because
What do you
it's like
wanna
right
show?
behind us, the Ring photo.
Oh,
I
like
guess we would
this?
have to like remove ourselves too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi.
Look at him peeking in. Ugh.
I know, right?
And that dog, another dog that went unlistened to. That was not a regular dog bark. That was, ma'am. Well, Oh fuck my you. Don't gosh, open that hold door. on. This fool has negative. Hold on a minute. Hold on. She was mowed down by a bus and has just 2 days to live. Oh my gosh, that's awful. Also, hey, a million sparkles, good to see you. Yeah, remember that lame excuse? No. See, those are my travel clothes. I would never attend a party in the travel clothes. Like, fuck off. Yes, you would. Oh no. Oh no, Patricia, I can't highlight that. But wow. All right, here we go. Pheromones leaking out of every orifice. Don't help
Yes,
his
he
ass.
smells of death.
He is bad news bears. Hell no, don't open that door. Look at him. Ugh.
So cutting deeper because I had still have another piece of glass. So
the biggest pool that you saw was
this was downstairs. This was kind of on the stone, close to the glass, and then there was one right at the base, kind of where the chairs I put, like a good.
Oh,
Like
now we're going to get a
2-3 inch
diagram,
diameter.
but not a diagram. He's going to reenact it, reconstruct the scene with his
More
sippy
than
cup
that.
and water bottles.
He keeps getting lower and lower.
Yeah, he does. He's like one to
Did you
crawl
get any
under
of
the table
so
for
I
an
wrote down on
extra.
Tuesday that you
Now
tried
it's
get
going to
the
be a
glass cleaned up in
police
the basement.
interrogation
Glass
report.
glass.
Okay, hold on. So now there's conflicting reports, though. Violet says, yeah, I heard it was debunked regarding the bus and VG. All right, I'm going to have to look it up, but not right now. I have like 11 billion tabs already opened up, and I don't think that's a good idea to do anymore. And the tabs I have open, I got to have open. So I will just check it out later. All right, here we go. We only have about 8 more minutes before court's supposed to be back. I'm checking. Don't worry.
Recycling. Did you clean up at all when it
Yeah.
No, my dad was furious. So he.
You
did
lot,
stuff.
you just said you cleaned it.
Yeah, I don't know what he did.
My dad was furious.
Oh,
But
this
I
is
just
fucked up.
Sent me to my room upstairs.
This part
he
is
did whatever he
fucked
did,
up.
but it still was on the floor after he was done.
Listen to this.
Okay.
Did your dad get injured at all when the glass broke? Did he step on any of
He
it?
sent me up, but I don't doubt it. If he gets mad, he's not thinking.
So like, we don't know if your dad got hurt.
No,
Okay.
no. My best guess is that guy reached into Fireplace and cut off his arm or something.
Can you fucking believe this idiot?
No.
That was right.
You guys have like Tylenol or something?
Yeah, head
I know
pain.
you guys can't really offer anything like that.
He was probably like, "What the fuck are you
Yeah,
talking about,
yeah.
Chandler? Shut the
Migraines
fuck
for all
up!"
of them.
Right?
Talking about reaching in the fire,
Right.
like, bruh.
So all right, so cleaning up the blood, we just got the Swiffer. And
Yeah, we don't give a fuck about your headache.
Just
Let's
kinda
get to
sprayed it
the
around.
keep bullshitting us some more. I would tell him
there's
you
another-
start telling the truth, I'll give you a
Paper
Tylenol.
toweling. Yeah, just that. And then there's, I don't know.
where did all those
Yeah,
paper
he
towels
can't
go?
help but like have
In the
those
fireplace.
Some
Like he's really struggling
Yeah.
with this.
Yeah.
was everywhere in my car trash, in my
What?
trash.
The car trash.
They ended up in the car trash.
Thank
There's
you.
a bag in the car that I'm carrying around. It's a car trash.
Oh,
It's like a gallon bag.
I actually
That's more
understood that
portable
one
than the
because I
garbage
have
can.
car trash too.
So, yeah,
So I guess there's two kinds of people: people who understand car trash and those who
he's
are like
saying- He's
Jen
talking
Lou
about
and
a,
Detective Shunk, like car trash.
he's
Like,
talking
what
about
do
a
you mean,
trash
hey?
bag,
is there any reason to
trash
believe
bag
your
in the
dad's blood
fucking car.
could be
He
somewhere
threw his
in the house?
bloody paper
Exactly.
towels in the damn gallon trash bag in the car.
Till he, like, gushes
Right.
blood.
Okay.
Oh,
Gushing,
gushes blood from
Enough to run
psoriasis.
down your leg. Like,
That's not gushing either.
cover your leg, I suppose. Like, he has it on his knee.
Uh-huh.
So when he does this, it just like, drips down.
Is he on blood
God,
thinners?
Yeah,
Chandler.
it's gonna stop, but he doesn't do it when he's stressed out.
Yeah.
He just kind of like, it's his tick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does he
And now you're,
does it enough to get on the floor? Does it leave?
Oh, yeah.
Like,
oh yeah.
Before we were talking the water bottle lid and the Yeti lid, is there? I mean, like, are we talking puddles like that, or just ribbons, or?
It could be enough.
Okay.
But I'm thinking, yeah, he lit if he's there and I don't catch him soon.
Gallons.
Gallons of
blood.
blood.
Just from her bloody nose that she gets sometimes when she wakes up. That's why we've been doing.
Chandler, this is
dehumidifier.
ridiculous, dude.
This
Like,
is the most
Humidifier and
cockamamie
dehumidifier.
bullshit ass story ever.
Probably downstairs. You get the.
And we
have to do
sat through
multiple
Brittany
of them, but
Gosney
she
and
can't be in
motherfucking
the living
Diane
room
down.
because
So
that's
shut up,
dehumidifier.
Chandler.
And if she
Jesus.
does, her nose gets bad.
Her nose gets
Not
bad.
like a regular one. She gets it bad.
Bad.
Um,
Like Leroy Brown.
she either goes
Bad,
to the
bad
kitchen to
Leroy
fix,
Brown.
her
Like that.
vanity or the bathroom.
When she has bloody noses, are we talking? It's just spraying around. Is it just?
Well, it's not squirting, but it's
Just
just
enough to,
dripping,
like,
and she
notice.
doesn't notice it.
Okay.
She can't feel it anymore.
oh my.
Okay. Stop it.
Um,
I've never had a nosebleed I didn't feel.
Either one of their vehicles, there would be any of their blood,
their vehicles?
or anybody's vehicle. Let's say that.
Coolest
Maybe car
review.
trash.
That's what
Maybe
I
car
ask
Car
myself
trash would
every
definitely
day.
the past few days. My dad's car trash.
Why would they have blood in their car trashes?
Well, my mom does the bloody noses with the air conditioning, so
My mom does
They
the
like
bloody
leave
noses.
extra DA around.
We'll have to use
Just for shits
like
and
towels
giggles.
stuff, because in the hot days you can't have
Oh,
your windows
good
open. You
point.
won't drive well. So air conditioning, my mom will
Let's
have
see.
nosebleeds.
Oh, you know who?
My
Hold
dad
on,
hasn't
Matt.
had them as much as she
I'm
does,
gonna
but he
find
gets them.
something.
Okay.
His are worse than my mom's.
Does he ever get them in the house then, or?
I don't know actor names,
Mostly
you know what I
just with air
mean? So I'm just
conditioning,
gonna
but
like
sometimes with the
to
dehumidifier.
find.
Me personally, just in air conditioning,
Mhm.
I get them, but I'm not as bad.
I
as
think
my
Andrew
parents.
Garfield would
It's,
make a good Chandler.
Not bad.
We did, Patricia. We had to
Oh, let
hear
me see
Megan
that.
Boswell's baloney, but I hadn't heard her baloney yet, just yet. Not all of it. Do you know what I mean? I'd heard
Oh.
some of it, but not all of it.
Hold on. Let me show you this stuff.
Okay.
Let me show you.
Oh, hold on a minute. I think
Hold on,
Chandler. I
Dr.
think B. Hold on. This is so sweet of you, Margie. Oh, my heart. Margie says, I think my favorite thing about your show is I always feel like I've caught up. A lot of times because of my stroke, I feel like I'm lost half of the time. Well, I'm glad to hear that you feel caught up here. And if you ever need more catching up, all you got to do is ask and I'll help. I promise. Ugh. Chandler, Chandler, Chazzle Dazzle, you're just the worst, one of the worst. I
Yeah,
think
it's just
Timothy is at it. It's an overreach for Chandler.
I just want to make sure that.
And Chandler's not an unfortunate looking guy. He's just
My brother, is he okay?
Mitch,
I don't know who
Did he
that
make
is.
did he make
It's a
it?
long drive for
he hasn't
those
called.
two.
Yeah, he hasn't called me at all. So,
I don't think they've ever
Bruh.
done a trip like that.
so
You don't think your brother and his girl and his fiance have ever driven 3 motherfucking hours?
as far as up in the cabin,
Oh, thank you, Margie. I
mean,
appreciate that, babe.
Why is he acting like Chandler took, or like Mitchell took?
If it wasn't the weekend
They
before,
rode up 3 hours on a motherfucking tandem bike.
I didn't make the parade. I never got to go last year.
when do you think the last time your mom or dad were at the cabin before?
My dad went when my brother was diagnosed with diabetes.
When was that?
The weekend before my concussion, so 1, 2, 3.
Oh, how could
Not
you?
including this week. 3, 4. Yeah, 4.
They're due back any
There we
minute,
go
you
with
guys.
fucking
I'm
4 again.
watching.
4?
No, this was. I think it's the kind you're born with.
June of this year, like 3-4 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
He went up, noticed.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about
crap, and
Mitchell.
He bought a new set, something at a flea farmer at Home Depot, or it's like a 4-way converter type thing for the plumbing. It's something
For the cabin.
Yeah, for the cabin.
It's for like a toilet or?
Yeah, we have a toilet up there actually now.
Nice.
Now, what you did? Where were you? What were you
No,
digging a
there's no
latrine
those.
before?
Yeah, you want to ask for him?
Yeah, I appreciate that. Bill.
Cool. What do you say? Yeah, Bill's that work?
Yeah. I was like, I thought you said Adderall.
No, I don't know. No, not that. Just Advil. Just over the counter stuff.
Adderall would have been more fun, but I'll settle for Advil. I know you got harder stuff back there in the evidence room. Don't be stingy, cops.
Also, how shocked and like appalled that Chandler acted about the Adderall. I thought you said Adderall. No, I don't want any Adderall. Shut up, Chandler.
No, I just got
So the plumbing went to
True
crap.
serum.
no.
Is it like
True
Oh,
serum, he
that's
said.
sad, Jen, that they didn't last. That's a bummer, Mitchell.
Oh,
and his
Christian
wife.
Bale?
Have to pour water in. Every
You
time
think
we
should
go up to
play?
start the pump.
No, Christian's too old for
So some reason by
Chandler.
pouring water in, the
I'm
water
telling
never
you, Andrew
flows in
Garfield,
the
look him
toilet
up. He used to be,
apparently.
he was
So you
Spider-Man. He's the
flush it,
second
you know,
Spider-Man.
The water didn't come to the toilet.
Why do I know
So-
these
Okay,
things?
here's my
Thing
choice.
to stop
Okay.
whatever the problem
Oh,
was.
Topher Grace.
I don't know, I
Topher Grace
figure everything from it.
I don't know
From
his
that
name.
70s show? Yeah.
Ooh, Topher Grace is good. Topher Grace is good. But see, I don't know. I still say my original thing. I still say Andrew Garfield.
I mean, Topher could do it.
How did he know that there was?
But
an
he's
issue?
too old now.
Well, he went up there
He is
just to
too
go see
old.
the
Now
problem.
Google
Maybe.
Andrew
I don't know.
Garfield.
A couple weeks ago, he realized an issue. This time, he wanted to fix it.
Well, he fixed the major issue, so it won't be flooding the house.
I don't know.
Right,
he's
we
got too
definitely-
strong of-
No, he wanted the pipe
Features.
set to redo it
Andrew Garfield?
because we
And
need new
cute.
pipes because they're lead.
Chandler's not bad
No.
looking. But
I
Andrew
think we might
Garfield
be
is
good
really
with
good
plastic
at playing like
because there's no water,
awkward,
we can do plastic.
Yeah.
shy.
Oh,
Hmm.
yeah. I
Not
can see that.
not facially, but because they don't look
But
alike.
that was
Well, yeah.
diabetes.
I
But,
mean-
but I've seen him in so many roles where he's like awkward.
Neat Noodle says, on a bright note, the pregnant 17-year-old missing from Wisconsin with her 42-year-old boyfriend from Arkansas has been found safe and he has been arrested. I saw that. He's charged with kidnapping and enticement. And that is fantastic news. She's been missing for 9 weeks, you guys. 9 weeks. And it concerned me greatly that she was pregnant because the number one cause of death of women who are pregnant is murder. It's not childbirth. And typically it's murder at the hands usually of the baby's father. I can't even talk. All right, they're back.
We are back on the record in the case of People versus Linda Stermer. Any matters to address before we bring in the jury? On the bench? Yeah.
Oh my gosh. What issue do you have now, Wolf? Every time I say his name, I think about that part, that montage in Teen Wolf, where he's in class and it's just a bunch of real quick wolf, wolf, her wolves. Yeah. Mm-mm-mm. Whoa. Holy fast zoom. Batman. Oh, now they're friends. Yay. Oh, I want to hear the joke. The whole class wants to hear the joke. Accidentally on purpose unmute that mic, Your Honor. The jury ain't in here. They don't. It's fine. It's fine. We want to hear the joke.
Okay, we'll bring in the jurors now.
I don't know who the Jeros are, but we're bringing them in according to closed captioning. My goodness. I agree, Patricia. I like all the woodworking in the courtroom. It's pretty. It reminds me of a Murphy's Oil Soap commercial. I wonder if it's just going to be this witness. And remember, T-minus 4 days to Lori Vallow. I will stream every day. I don't give a rat's fat kneecap, even if my shoulder is on fire with pain, because that's what it is. It's a burning. I'm gonna sit all day. We're gonna hear all the things.
Okay.
All right.
And Mr. Blair, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir, would you agree with me that as fire consumes fuel, it reduces the mass of that fuel?
Yes.
And so something that may have been this big, 3 or 4 feet, whatever, catches on fire, it may be reduced to something much smaller than that. Clarifying question.
I'll allow for clarification.
Yes.
You were asked, I believe, some questions by Mr. Mueller about a fire starting in a room, as we've described here in court, I guess, with Ms. Stermer being downstairs and Todd being up in the living room. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is there a conceivable way that a person could be, let me rephrase the question. How does that, or is it conceivable that a fire could start in one room and somebody be in another room, but that person in the other room be responsible for pouring an accelerant or something like that in a room and catching fire?
Sorry. Objection, Your Honor. The whole thing was speculative. Talking about possibilities. He's an expert. We talk about probabilities.
Direct response to his line of questioning, Your Honor.
I'll overrule the objection that's responsive to the cross-examination.
Yes, it is possible to pour a flammable liquid like gasoline in one room, and then as the vapor from that gasoline will spread and could potentially find an ignition source. Without, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So if there is an open flame in a room, such as a fireplace, and a person dumps gasoline in that room and then runs out and leaves, it is still conceivable that room could still catch fire.
Yes.
And Mr. Mueller, in fact, brought up Ms. Stermer's statement that she was downstairs in the laundry room doing laundry. Do you recall that?
Yes.
That also works on a presumption that Ms. Stermer is telling us the truth about her location in the house. Is that correct?
Now he's asking for credibility determination. Well, we already determined her to be credible, never mind.
Is he
So
testifying?
you're withdrawing your objection?
I withdraw it.
Okay.
Ask that again.
Sure. We're working on certain presumptions here that the statement provided by Ms. Stermer is an accurate depiction of what happened on January 7th, 2007.
That is a presumption, yes.
Because what we know, based on your opinion, if it's fair to say, is that there was a fuel source, gasoline, in the living room, and it was exposed to an open flame, correct?
Correct.
Continuing to lead.
Clarify.
Yeah, there is a lot of leading, so if you can try to, I get you may need to do some for redirect, but.
Thank you. And that's kind of where I'm going. I have to lead a little bit to redirect, or else we're going to be here all day, Your Honor. So, we don't know what the source of the open flame necessarily was in the living room at the Stermer residence.
Exactly? No.
Could have come from the fireplace.
That's an option, yes.
Could have been someone threw a match on it,
That is a possibility.
or some other flame source.
Correct.
You were asked about Linda's clothing not testing positive for gasoline. Do you recall those?
Yes.
Is it possible to not get gasoline on your clothing when you're pouring gas?
Yes, it's possible.
It's also possible she could have changed clothes.
It's possible.
There are certain possibilities here that do exist that explain some of the evidence in this case. Is that a fair statement?
Leading again.
Clarifying, Your Honor.
I'll allow it for clarification.
Yes, it's possible.
You were asked about, and we're kind of cut off on this, so I'm going to kind of go on to this a little bit. Mr. Stermer's sweatpants. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And about how they did not, may or may not have burned. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Are there certain factors that play into how clothing burns or whether clothing might burn?
Yes, there's when
He literally
It's
asked.
responsive to cross-exam, I'll allow it.
So yes, when clothing, that all comes down to, depending on how it's formed or how it's placed, if there's something on it. And I briefly mentioned something, well, there could have been a blanket on his lap. That's kind of goes back to what I talked earlier in my testimony about putting leaves on top of a fire. It would like almost smother it. So if there's something over the sweatpants that may have prevented burning, or the fact, or how the sweatpants were placed. Are they stretched out? They hung on a line, or are they clumped up in a big wad? Those are all going to, that is all going to affect how or if they would burn.
Could be human intervention as well. For
Yes.
instance, if I'm on fire and I'm doing this with my hands and slapping the fire or brushing the fire out, that could put the fire out.
Potentially.
And you were also asked more questions about the statement of Ms. Stermer after Mr. Stermer exited the residence. Do you recall those?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
Do you recall the testimony that, or the statement of Ms. Stermer where she described Todd as being on fire?
Yes.
So based on that statement, we would know Todd is on fire, but his pants did not burn. Fair?
Form of question and foundation.
Yeah, but if you could rephrase that, it calls for speculation.
Fair. Mr. Stermer was on fire based on that statement, correct?
Correct.
And we have evidence that he was burned. Was that fair?
Yes.
And there is some testimony or questioning about whether or not his sweatpants would have burned away. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What we do know, I guess from what I'm trying to get at here, is while he was on fire, his sweatpants did not burn. Fair?
Objection. Form of the question again. Meeting.
Yeah, I'm not sure where you're going with it, but maybe more open-ended questions.
I'm having a hard time asking open-ended questions about this, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Without going asunder into an area. What I'm trying, I guess, to get at here is, well, you know what? I'll leave it where it is. I think I've covered it enough. NFPA 921 is a reference guide, correct?
Correct.
Are you expected to memorize NFPA 921?
No.
As being described as a reference guide, is that something you would reference if you need guidance or advice?
Yes.
When you're determining what data you collect that may or may not be relevant, are you relying on your training and experience?
Yes.
So based on your training and experience, you would know that some items contained at a fire scene have nothing to do with anything. Is that fair?
Yes, that's a decision that's made through training and experience.
Stop with the leading objection or leading question, despite the reminders.
It's clarifying, Your Honor, and I'm just trying to get to the point of this redirect.
I'll allow it. I think it's just to get through this in a more efficient manner, so I'll allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor. You were shown a large poster board by Mr. Mueller about NFPA 921. Do you recall that?
Well, a couple of them.
Couple
yes.
of them.
Yes.
Fair. One of which was talking about an incendiary fire, I believe. Is that, am I correct on that, or am I mistaken?
I don't recall that, but
Okay.
I might be wrong.
Well, I recall in your testimony you were trying to talk about an inference that you're allowed to make when it comes to an intentionally set fire. Do you recall that?
I don't think it was an intentionally set fire. It was any fire.
Any fire. Can you explain that to the jury, because Mr. Mueller cut you off before you could explain that?
You didn't need the comment.
Well, that's what happened, but fair enough. Your Honor. I'm
Both
sorry.
of you are providing improper comment. I don't think the jury appreciates it, and I don't.
I apologize, Your Honor. So again, you were attempting to explain an inference that you're allowed to draw when it comes to fires, some fires. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury what that is, please?
That was the discussion of your ignition source and the first fuel ignited, and then the third is the circumstance that brings them together. And this is not, that's for all fires, not just an intentionally set fire. In that same section, or in 921, it states that logical inferences can occur to bringing those two together. And one of the inferences specifically states where there's a flammable liquid present and you may not be able, you're likely or may not be able to find the actual ignition source.
Does it provide any other guidance other than that? Or is that the extent of it?
It guides to make sure you don't make that inference without proper evidence to say that there was a flammable liquid there. It cautions you not to make other inferences about bringing those two together.
So for instance, the inference that you're allowed to draw, if I'm clear on this, is that if there is an ignitable liquid in a room and an open source of flame, a logical inference can be drawn that the open flame set the ignitable liquid on fire, or the vapor.
I didn't hear a question mark on that one.
I'll allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, it would allow, because of the flammable liquids in the room, it allows an inference that it came in contact with an open flame.
You were asked several questions by Mr. Mueller about your previous testimony in this case. Do you recall those?
Yes.
And you had a chance to look at that testimony.
On the stand, yes.
Okay. And at any point in time during that testimony, in the 2009 testimony, for instance, in that time frame, were you ever asked by anyone about first fuel ignited or anything along those lines, if you recall?
I don't recall being asked those specific questions.
I apologize for the long pause there, but I was having a bit of lunch. But I wanted to stop right here because I think that this is an important point that this line of questioning is going to address. Hold on, now I have to cough. Okay. The reason that this is important is any witness, every witness, all witnesses are limited. Their answers are limited by the question that is asked. So if he was never asked this question, then how could he testify to it? So that is a very, very important distinction that the prosecutor is pointing out right here. Also, I'm really troubled by that gas can in the front yard. Okay. How did it get there? It doesn't seem logical that that would just be laying there. Like it was always there. It was just like they just left trash, essentially. If it's broken, like that's how it always was. Why would you leave that just laying in your front yard like that? Up by the house of all places. Something about that that just doesn't make sense given what's already been testified to about the kind of people that the Stermers are. So then you have, so that's a problem, right? And then you've got to think about, all right, let's say that gas can is part of this fire. In fact, let's say that the gas can had gas in it at one point, and that is what was used to start this fire, right? That was the ignition. That was the, what do you call it that I can't think of right now? You know what I'm talking about. I just can't think of the word right now. So if Mr. Stermer was the one that set the fire, according to the defense, right? And gas was used as the accelerant. There you go. I remembered. From that gas can, okay? And he ran out of the house because he was on fire. Don't you think he would have dropped the gas can in the house? I mean, let's think about this logically, all right? You're pouring gasoline because you're in the process of committing arson, okay? And you catch on fire, all right? Are you going to hold the accelerant in your hand, run out and down those front steps in the front yard? Or are you going to let go of the accelerant? Even somebody who's panicking, I don't think would have panicked that much. I think the reason that Todd didn't stop, drop, and roll inside of the house is because when he awoke or when he whatever happened, that blaze inside where he was so hot, so quick that there was no place to stop, drop, and roll. The only place to stop, drop, and roll would have been outside. And that's what he did. Does it make more sense that he carried out that gas can, or does it make more sense that she did? And in all of the chaos, she forgot to pick it back up. And when I say all of the chaos, let me tell you which chaos I'm talking about. I'm talking about the chaos that is Mike and Connie. They saw her in that van. They saw her driving that van. I don't think she had time to go back and pick that up because somebody arrived too quickly.
You were asked about your report and there being, or excuse me, your testimony and there being two able-bodied persons at the Stermer residence. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you said that was a circumstance, I believe.
Yes.
Can you explain kind of more to the jury about what you mean by that?
And it's true, there's nothing in any of the reference material about able-bodied people. That is more of a common sense, what was it? A common sense observation about able-bodied people being able to self-rescue.
Not a human factor. He's testifying what typical people would do. You wouldn't let me get into what Linda Stermer might react, how she might react.
I'm gonna allow it based on his expertise if he can.
He's testifying based on his own common sense, is what he even indicated, Your Honor.
Yeah.
So I guess you were explaining it was kind of a common sense thing. Can you kind of expound on that?
Well, I kind of explained to it. There's no, is there any scientific background? No. That I know of. Let me rephrase that. But it's, if I've seen in past fire investigations that there's somebody in the house who is able and discover a fire, they typically take some sort of action. Escape, call for help, go and try to save pets or something like that. There's usually some sort of action.
And when we're talking about maybe a slower building fire versus a faster fire, a slower fire such as electrical or something like that, would that be something that you would maybe expect somebody to notice?
This made me think of something else too. So, you know, that case is really recent. It's just something that's just happened within the last month of the stepmother who kept her stepson against his will, kept him captive for 20 years? Well, I was watching something about that a couple of nights ago, and I have to go back and finish it because, hold on a second. I'm so sorry. But I need to finish it. But I got like more than halfway through it. The point of all of it is, the point of my story in referencing that is how the police were even alerted to the situation is because the stepson set the room on fire. And she came and unlocked the door and wanted him to get out and come out with her because she had called 911. But he didn't. He felt like in his statement, he said that this was his only chance at freedom. And he stayed in that house for the firefighters to come and rescue him so that they would get him away from her. My point to all of that is he wasn't I mean, he set the fire. It was not an electrical fire. If I'm not mistaken, he used hand sanitizer because he learned that it's got alcohol in it. So, he learned that it was flammable. And that home was a hoarder's home. It was disgusting. I don't know how anybody could live in that. And I'm not talking that he obviously didn't choose to live in that. I'm talking about her. But I did think it makes me think about when somebody intentionally sets a fire, and in this situation, the accelerant would have been hand sanitizer. So he didn't set himself on fire, and hand sanitizer is just as, I suppose it depends on the kind that you use. Some of them are more liquidy than others, but for the most part, they're pretty liquidy. You know what I mean? So he didn't catch himself on fire. Poor Nitka Ditka. So hot. She's had a whole bottle of water and 3 Capri Suns. I can't, ever since I'm like been an adult, Capri Suns do nothing for me. Like when I was a kid, I could drink a Capri Sun, and at like my mom would let us have them for, at lunch, take when we packed our lunch. But and I would be fine with that. But now that Capri Sun ain't going nothing. All right, here we go.
It does call for speculation.
Also, Ditka, if it wouldn't be too much trouble, could you saunter on over to them goats and give them a hug and tell them Bendy Lou at the ward says,
Have you investigated
"Hi."
electrical fires before?
Yes.
I love goats.
And have you had the opportunity, and have you had the opportunity to observe the damage and what they look like?
Yes.
And so, I guess to kind of get to the point, when you rendered your opinion that this was not an electrical fire, were you basing that based on your experience?
Yes.
This kind of seems like a silly question, but you talked about the oil lamps that were at the Stermer residence. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Before he finishes asking that question or getting to the second part of his question, you know what else is interesting to me? I wonder, given the things that were brought up during cross-examination respective to the inspections done on that home and the lack of thereof, like it didn't even have its final occupancy inspection. I wonder if this fire was arson committed by Todd Stermer. I wonder, would the insurance have paid for that? If the home isn't up to code, okay, and you're the person in charge of making it up to code, you're building it, okay, and you don't have your inspections, would the insurance have even paid out anyway? Does anybody know that? Like I said, I've never owned a home, so I don't know. All right, here we go.
Do those generally contain gasoline?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
I asked if they generally contain gasoline.
Oil,
The oil lamps.
objection, call from to speculate. No foundation there.
Overruled.
I wouldn't expect to find those, because if you put gasoline in an oil lamp and light the wick, the fire is going to be bad. It's going to be very big and very quick. More than a person would expect from igniting a lamp with lamp oil in it.
Very good. Kind of goes without saying, but does gasoline emit an odor?
I can smell gasoline.
And does gasoline, is it to your knowledge, a fairly unique odor?
Liquid petroleum products have a unique odor.
You were asked about the boat hypothesis by Mr. Mueller. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
How was this boat described to you?
It was initially described to me as a toy boat.
Made of what material?
I wasn't told initially.
But a toy boat.
A toy boat.
Now, as part of your training and experience, are you allowed to, for lack of a better word, exclude hypotheses that just simply don't make sense?
Yes.
And in your training and experience, did that make sense to you that there would be gasoline in a toy boat?
It did not.
I'll try not to plow over too much old ground, sir, but you keep calling this a guide and a reference manual. This is the guide used by all fire investigators around the world, isn't it?
I can't speak to all fire investigators around the world,
How
but
about
in the United States, that is the main guide for fire investigation.
Now, you were asked a lot of questions about possibilities. This is possible about this. You remember that?
Yes.
You are a forensic expert, are you not?
I've never been called a forensic
All
expert.
right, you're a fire core cause and origin expert, are you not?
Yes.
You rely on the scientific method and scientific principles, correct?
I rely on data, sometimes scientific, sometimes other.
You don't deal in the world of possibilities, do you? Anything's possible, right?
Well, the possibilities are part of drawing a hypothesis.
And when you come to an opinion, it's based on probabilities and on evidence you find. Is that not right?
And then the hypotheses are checked by analyzing the data with it.
Right. So, you were talking about electrical fires you've investigated, despite the fact that you've admitted you're not an expert in electrical, correct?
There's a big difference between an expert and knowing something about electrical fires.
Yes. But you're an expert witness. You understand that all fires are unique.
Some of them have similarities, but there's a great vast of different fires.
So you can't paint it with a broad brush. I've seen some electrical fires, so they exhibit all these same characteristics. Fair?
I never said that.
And you wouldn't say that.
I would not say that.
Because that would be intellectually dishonest, wouldn't it?
I would not say that.
Oh, it wouldn't be intellectually dishonest.
I'm going to call it argumentative.
I think he was just responding to your past question that you were rephrasing. So,
You talked about the smell of gasoline,
Yes?
right? And you said, I can smell liquid petroleum products. There are several of those, right?
Correct.
Right. You can't distinguish that's gasoline versus some other kind of product that might be close. Fair?
I would never smell liquid petroleum. I would identify it, but I would never try to make a determination of what it is without a laboratory exam.
Fair enough, because your nose is just like every other nose. You can kind of smell it. It smells like it, but I don't know.
Correct.
And you wouldn't go out on a limb, would you?
On smell alone?
Yes.
No.
All right. You were asked questions about testimony you gave in 2009 and 2010 under oath. Remember that?
Yes?
And you were asked, well, you weren't at... You're
I'm
right.
sorry. No, I'm fine. I've got somebody over here.
You were asked questions about, you didn't get asked about for ignition source and first fuels. Remember that question?
Yes.
It is incumbent upon you as the expert who's going to testify to the cause of a fire to tell the folks who are listening what the ignition source is, correct?
Yes.
And the first fuel, correct?
But those buzzwords may not have been used. But yes. I would tell them that what the ignition source and the first fuel.
Trial is not a cat and mouse game, is it?
It is not.
All right, so it's not about you don't ask, I don't tell. Fair?
I typically answer the questions that are asked. I try not to just start talking.
You know darn right well, Wolf, that his answers are based on the question asked. He's told not to volunteer extra information. Stop playing. You know this. You're an attorney. Would you ever tell your client to volunteer information? Wouldn't you prep your client by saying, if you're on the stand and they're questioning you and the question requires either a yes or a no, only answer yes or no? Of course you would. Stop playing.
But you didn't volunteer in any of those hearings as we talked about ignition source or first fuel. Fair?
I can't remember.
I'm following up on his recross or redirect. And in terms of slower or faster fire, were asked some questions about that, remember?
Yes,
Slower and faster, those are relative terms, right?
they are.
All right. You don't use those, you're not supposed to use those, correct?
It is very subjective.
It's cautioned against by
Yes.
921
Correct.
to say anything's abnormally fast.
It is cautioned.
Right. Because there, as we explained, there are so many factors that go into the speed of a fire.
920 says you can discuss it, but you should be cautioned to making that your sole piece of data, making a decision.
Let's talk about this idea of inferring something without evidence. It's called negative corpus, is it not?
No. In negative, that is not the definition I've heard of negative corpus. I know what negative corpus is.
Negative corpus is supplying an ignition source and a first fuel where you don't have affirmative evidence of it. Negative corpus without the body, right?
Negative corpus means without the body.
Right. So you're supplying an ignition source and a first fuel without affirmative evidence of it, correct?
Well, the affirmative evidence is the fire itself.
All right. Let me direct you to, if I can, the appropriate use of negative corpus. Identifying the ignition source for a fire by believing to have eliminated all ignition sources found, known, or suspected to have been present in the area of origin, and for which no supporting evidence exists, is referred to as negative corpus. You agree with that?
That is correct.
Okay. Determination of the ignition source must be based on.
I just need to stop really quick to just point out the fact that I'm impressed that Mr. Mueller Esquire has located his Apple pen and isn't using his regular pen. That was really bothering me this morning and yesterday. That's all.
Data or logical inferences drawn from that data, correct?
Correct. Logical inferences.
And in fact, section 4.3.6.1 tells us any hypothesis that is incapable of being tested either physically or analytically is an invalid hypothesis, correct?
Yes, that's what that reads. That is correct. An example of something like that would be that aliens came down and started that fire. There's no way to prove that. Stop it. You can't prove a negative. It was a writing pen, Tony. I paid close attention because at first I wasn't sure. But then I paid attention and I was like, bruh, no.
That is correct.
Goes on to say, a hypothesis based on the absence of data is an example of a hypothesis that is incapable of being tested, which means that's an invalid hypothesis, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
And you
My-
suggest inferences that you can
My hypothesis that aliens came down and started that fire is incapable of being tested.
make based on an absence of data. The authorities that you look to say only when it's clearly defined, correct?
The logical inferences were made from data.
And it can only be used in those limited circumstances where the area of origin is clearly defined.
Correct.
Now, you previously told us that John Lentini and his scientific protocols is an authority that is referenced, correct?
I guess I'm going to object. I think we're getting crossed beyond the scope of redirect here.
No, he talked about the negative corpuses and inferences.
I'll allow it, I can go beyond the scope, but it's getting cumulative.
True? Clearly defined.
What question?
You can only use negative corpus, this absence of evidence, under limited circumstances where the area of origin is clearly defined, correct?
Correct.
And John Lentini tells us on page 128, clearly defined means that anyone, even somebody completely untrained in the investigation of fires, could look at the damage and unhesitatingly, without fear of contradiction,
I guess I'm going to object. I think this is
point at this is the authority, this is learned treatise.
the record, the book, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
I mean, how much of this are you going to?
just one more sentence. if I-
Okay, after this quote, we're done. And I'm not going to have you read the whole book to the jury.
It's 2 sentences, Your Honor.
That's why I'm asking how many sentences, we'll see if it's two.
Without fear of contradiction, point at the location and state that's where the fire started. That would be clearly defined, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, it took you with all your training to define the area of origin, in this case, as a living room that's 20 by 20.
That's correct.
And you can't tell this jury anywhere in this area of origin where that fire started, fair?
The area of origin is clearly defined as the first floor living room.
So according to the authorities that I just read, somebody, like any of us, ought to be able to find exactly, looking at that evidence, all that damage, and find out exactly that the living room was the area of origin.
Object is the argument, but Your Honor, I think that some of the questions are proper as well.
It goes right to the impeachment.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
In this case, we have a potential crime scene, you testified, right?
Yes.
We have a 7-foot pile of debris that you claim you excavated that's missing.
I didn't say it was missing. There's a pile of debris outside.
That 7-foot high pile you didn't see, did you?
I did not see a 7-foot pile in the photographs.
And you didn't record it.
I did not
Record
photograph
it.
it. Is that what you mean, recording?
Photograph it.
Correct.
In fact, so when you told us you looked for photographs of the excavation, you just couldn't find them. Remember you told us that yesterday?
Yes.
That's technically true. You looked and you couldn't find them, correct?
Yes.
Because you didn't take them, correct?
That's probably what happened.
So technically, what you told us was true, a half-truth. I looked and I couldn't find them. What you didn't tell us was that it's because you didn't take any pictures. Fair?
I don't have a specific recollection of taking that photograph. A photograph of the post-excavation.
or during excavation?
I do not have a direct recollection of photographs during the excavation.
Why don't you go look in that detective's office? He keeps all kinds of stuff in there.
Famous last words, but last question. There was no gasoline found other than Todd Stermer sweatpants in the area of origin, is that correct?
I was unable to locate any gasoline in the living room due to the heavy destruction of the living room.
So you can't rule out the logical possibility that there was no gasoline in the living room other than Todd Stermer sweatpants, fair?
Todd Stermer sweatpants were in the living room, correct.
That wasn't the question.
Well, that was the answer.
Sweatpants, you can't rule out the logical possibility that there was no gasoline in the area of origin.
I cannot.
I know I said last question. I know I said it, Your Honor, but I just have one further area. All right. Like I said, famous last words. Thank you.
Did you employ a negative corpus analysis, or however it's described in this case?
No.
Can you describe for the jury what that means, since we didn't really get into what it means?
Can you explain what a circle harvest is, closed captions? That literally was not even said. It wasn't even close to what was said. My goodness.
Negative corpus used to be used a lot in fire investigation improperly when a fire investigator would go to a house, didn't have any evidence or data of what started the fire, and jump to the conclusion, well, if I didn't find it, it must be this. It must be an incendiary fire. It must be accidental. That is improper. Now, it's typically the process of elimination is used by examining the data.
Thank you. And based on the evidence you collected, do we know whether or not Todd Stermer was in the area of origin?
We do.
And do we know whether or not his sweatpants were in the area of origin?
We do.
And those would be the sweatpants that, again, tested positive for gasoline?
Correct.
And we also, do we know if there was an open flame in the living room?
All the data suggests there is.
And what was that?
The remnants of a log in the fireplace and statements from Linda Stermer and, I believe, other witnesses.
And still ask a couple questions, Your Honor. This case has been going on since 2007, correct?
Correct.
Would that be almost 18 years?
Yes.
In that time, have you reviewed all of the evidence that may have been collected in this case?
I do not know if I've reviewed all of the evidence collected. I have reviewed a lot of the evidence.
Has there been any evidence brought to your attention that calls into question your opinion that this was an intentionally set fire?
No.
If it had, would you hesitate to change your opinion?
I would not.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Miller?
Todd Stermer was certainly in the area of origin at the instant the fire started, do you believe?
Yes.
Linda Stermer was not in the area of origin at the instant of the fire starting, correct?
There's no evidence that she is.
And you found, based on your testimony,
Leave it there,
you found her
Wolf.
to be credible, correct?
Objection, that's calling me good.
That's not, the jury decides credibility, not the witnesses.
Your Honor, if I may, he determined it as reliable. I'll say reliable.
I'm sustaining the objection.
You found her statement to be reliable because you depended on that.
I sustained the objection. Move on.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions for you.
Are you done?
We are done, yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Jury, your turn. Any questions of this witness? Okay, they're coming in.
I mean, Chicken Shite asks, "Oh Lord, is he still up there? Anything exciting come up?" I mean, no. I mean, other than the other than the judge admonishing both the state and defense, both the state and defense attorneys, because they were making inappropriate commentary during objections. That was entertaining, but I mean, we didn't really learn anything new. Um, to me, I understand this testimony. It does seem rather unlikely that this fire was the result of an electrical fire. I just it just doesn't make sense logically that it would have that an electrical fire. I could see if it was an electrical fire when nobody was home, but I just don't see how it could be an electrical fire. I thought that was kind of ridiculous. A ridiculous line of questioning, although I understood the reason for it. Hold on a sec. It's so weird. I wonder why it's doing this. Anyway, I think that I don't think we're any further along in some respects than we were. I think it's really going to come down to when the defense presents their case and when they have their expert witness take the stand, as far as, because it's really going to come down to who set this fire. I do not believe at all that the fire was accidental at all. So, there's that. Now it's a matter of who set this fire and why. Was it Todd? But I'm leaning towards not Todd. And the thing that causes me to lean towards not Todd is that gas can. It does not make sense that gas can should be in the front yard. And if Todd is the one who set this fire, and by the way, that's one of the defense's theories, is that Todd set this fire. So if Todd set the fire, then what accelerant did he use? The oil from the oil lamps? I mean, that doesn't make sense. I mean, it's too much. Like, there's too many. The defense is going to have to I know it's not their job to put up any evidence. It's really not. But if she got an appeal
One of you wins
based
the best
on
handwriting of the trial award.
I mean, if the argument and what got her to get an appeal was that it was never investigated and by her defense attorney as an accident, and it was indeed an accident, that's a problem. Which, it's interesting because that's really basically what Todd Mullis's post-conviction relief is based on. Ineffective assistance of counsel, and it's all about not having investigated the crime or the incident, I should say, as an accident, just going along with what was given to him through discovery without any independent, calling anybody that might know a little bit more. And that was, and that's the whole basis for his post-conviction relief. And I'm curious because this is pretty much what happened with her. So I'm kind of curious what's going to happen with that in Iowa. We should be getting a decision back from the judge. I believe either the 7th or the 8th.
Your questions, Jay. So you get free water. And I have no objection from council, sir. Some questions from the jury. Were any fingerprints taken on the gas can left in the front yard collected at 1:40 January 8?
I did not collect any fingerprints. I just collected the can.
Any evidence of a phone landline wiring during the excavation?
I did not locate any, but I also wasn't specifically looking for telephone communications.
That's important. The jury wants to know, why didn't she call 911? Where was her phone? MKC, this is the weird part about it. With the pants. The pants tested positive for gas. They weren't burned, but there's no type of testing that can say how much gas was on those pants. So, I don't know,
During the excavation.
Do you know what happened to the, quote, container that Todd Stermer was transferred in from near the house to away from the house? Did you ever see it?
What's been referred to as the toy boat. I've never seen it.
For this specific investigation, did you already determine origin and cause before excavating the site?
No.
Do you believe investigating a fire is best to do right away or days later?
That depends on the case, of course. In this case, I am a strong advocate of not investigating a scene at night, especially right after the active fire. Because active fire, even if the fire's out, the scene is still steaming. There's a lot of steam coming off, so fogs up camera lenses and you can't see as well. And it's just, I always prefer to do investigation in the daylight. I've done them days after, but it's always better the sooner to the event, and the sooner to the event possible is always better.
Is there ever a scenario in an investigation for you to return to the site?
Yes.
Was there any reason for you to return, in your professional opinion?
This question is going to call for 18 years of experience since the fire and a lot of hindsight. So, and that's yes. In hindsight and more experience, I could have returned. It would have taken some more hoops to jump through to get there, but I could have.
When you arrived at the house and were told it could potentially be a crime scene, did you take into consideration while doing your investigation that Ms. Stermer's interview may not have been accurate?
I would have taken Linda Stermer's interview at just face value, not just take it at face value and not try to determine truthfulness or not truthfulness, because I wouldn't have enough information, so I would just take it at face value.
Okay, thank you. Counsel, any questions in light of the questions and answers?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller?
Yes. You took Linda Stermer's statement at face value, correct?
Yes?
But her statement as to the origin of the fire also corroborated the physical evidence that you had found, correct?
Yes.
Which was the area of origin living room as opposed to the kitchen or dining room.
Correct.
So that was consistent, and that physical evidence corroborated her statements, correct?
Correct.
And her statements corroborated your physical investigation.
Correct.
Now, certainly you were aware of this boat that Todd Stermer had been transferred in,
Yes?
because it's in your report.
Correct.
You just chose not to consider it, fair?
I did not look at it.
But here's the thing about that. I don't know how that would have helped the situation had he looked at it. Because had he looked at it and had it been tested, if you could even test it for the presence of gasoline, right? Then the argument would have just been, well, the gasoline came from Todd. Just like they're arguing right now that the gasoline could have come from the boat. So it would have been a wash.
And you certainly could have requested that the gasoline can that was found in the front yard be tested for fingerprints. That's within your purview.
I could have, but I left that to the other detectives on the case.
And as to return to that question about returning to the scene, you certainly could have returned to the scene. Nothing prevented that.
Correct.
And are you telling us, based on now 18 more years of experience, you would have returned to take pictures of the excavation that you knew you had to take before?
No, I never said that. I would return to document more evidence.
Okay. You would have, I'm sorry.
I would have returned probably with Jim Shinsky.
You would have returned to document more evidence, but you knew in 2007, as a 6-year veteran, you need to document evidence.
Yes.
And a digital camera is simply just pushing a button.
Correct.
You took 138 pictures, right?
Correct.
But again, as you said, you simply forgot.
Objection, Your Honor, this has been asked and answered.
It has been asked and answered.
And any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you. And you're still done?
Yes.
Mr. Blair? Jury, do you have any other questions of this witness? Okay, I've got a hand going up. I think one.
I wouldn't say that he didn't do his job. I mean, certainly the argument there, and to answer Shmita, let me answer Shmita first. So there is no protocol in this situation, just whatever they feel like doing and when. No, there's protocol. There's protocol. But I think what the jury caught more than anything, chicken shite, is that he can.
Objection from counsel.
Hold on. He's not above admitting that, looking back on it 18 years later, having had more experience now than he did when it happened, which was 6 years experience, which is still a lot, but it's still less than 18. That there would have been, that there were things that he could have done also. For example, he took 138 pictures. Maybe he should have taken 188, 238. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean you didn't do your job.
Did you note any fuel in the cans in the shed?
I did not.
Thank you. Questions? Any questions, lawyers, in light of that?
No.
None, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. Any more from the jury? Nope. Okay, thank you, sir. You're all done. And is he excused from his subpoena obligation?
Excused, Your Honor.
Excused? Agreed, counsel?
Yes.
To excuse him? Thank you, sir. You're all done. And Ms. Siderby?
Thank you, Your Honor. Please call Cynthia Deloach to the stand, please.
Excuse me,
Yes, 15 hours.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Chicken Shite says, hold on a sec. I more meant Wolf punched it home to them that he didn't do his job because the questions were based on what he didn't do. Yes, I will agree with that. Yes. I think that he did his job. I think that Mueller, in my assessment, yes, his questions were, basically a line of questioning like you didn't do your job. However, or you picked and chose what parts of your job you were going to do. However, I think that the way it came across to the jury is he thought in 2007 that he did everything. And now looking back 18 years later, he realizes that he could have done more.
Thank you. Ma'am, if you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, I do. Okay, please have a seat. And then you can move that microphone right up to your mouth so the jury can hear you.
Okay.
And if you could start by telling us your full name and spelling the last, please.
Okay. Cynthia Deloach, Deloach.
Thank you. Ms. Ziderman?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Deloach, you don't have to tell me your exact address, but where do you live? What city or township?
Lawrence,
How long have you lived there?
since 1980.
And did you, while living in Lawrence, have an opportunity to know who Todd Stermer was?
In passing, like at the gas station where I had worked, I had seen him there. I also worked at the school, so sporting events, things like that, I knew of him.
Knew of him?
Yes.
And did you know Linda Stermer?
In the same way, yes.
Yeah. Had you seen them at school?
Yes.
And were you familiar with their children?
Yes.
And did you have children in school at the time?
My children were older than them, but my nephew was very close to one of the boys, so yes, I had seen him in numerous places.
And so when you say one of the boys, you mean one of the Stermer boys?
Yes, yes.
Do you recall where you were working on January 7th of 2007?
Yes, I was at the Marathon gas station in Lawrence.
Right there in Lawrence?
Yes.
And what was your position at that time?
I was the cashier there.
And how long did you work there?
A total of 18 years, but I think at the fire time it wasn't, maybe 5 or 6.
Okay.
So,
And you brought up at the time of the fire, do you remember the day of the fire?
yes, I do.
Why do you remember the day of the fire?
I just remember the fact we're a small town, and I worked that morning. My husband and I had taken our son to the movie in Coloma. We were on our way home. We had to pull over for the Hartford Fire Department coming down Red Arrow. We got to like Red Arrow and 681, and then we pulled over for the Bangor Fire Department also that were coming into town.
And later on, did you learn then what those fire trucks were going to?
Yes, but when they were coming into town, I had said to my husband, I said, we should follow them, because I was worried about my parents. They were old, and it was always a big thing when we heard a siren in the family. We always called my mom and dad to make sure they were okay. So we were heading towards their direction, and the fire trucks went around the curve, so we just took the big block and went home because it didn't go in the direction of my parents.
You just wanted to make sure they weren't
Yeah.
pulling into your parents' driveway?
Yes.
And you remember that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point, did you become aware that the fire trucks were going to the Stermer residence?
When we went around the curve, you could see them heading down 215, but I didn't know what driveway they were pulling into, no. But later in the evening, through my sister-in-law, is how we had heard of the fire.
Have you been to the Lawrence gas station recently?
Yes.
Is it set up the same as it was when
No.
you worked there?
No, it's totally different now. It's all opposite. Like, it's bigger. The entrance is at the other end now. The register is at the other end of the station, so everything is completely different.
Is it kind of flip-flop?
Yes, yes.
And what was your typical shift that you would work on like a Sunday?
7 till noon.
Do you recall if you saw Linda Stermer? I'm sorry, I thought you were stopping me for a moment. Do you recall if you saw Linda Stermer the day that you were working on January 7th of 2007?
Yes, I do.
And that would have been before you saw the fire trucks then later that
yeah.
evening?
Yes, long before that.
During your shift?
Yes.
Tell me what you remember about seeing Ms. Stermer at the gas station that day.
I remember her pulling into the station because she had made an outside purchase at the pump. So the reason I knew it was outside because it makes a dinging inside and we have to clear the register and turn the pump on. And I remember her pulling in like on the west side of the parking lot and then pulling up to pump 3, which would put her on the south side of the pump right next to the building. So my view was right out the window to that.
So you have a clear view of...
Yes, ma'am. With the old station, yes.
With the old station. And you said you recalled her, you knew she was at pump 3?
Yes.
And you had to look out before you turned the pump on, is that right?
Yes, because the lady that owned the station was always you had to check first in case a credit card didn't work or something. You would know who the person was if they were to like pull away when they were done.
It was a safety feature.
Yes, yes.
And tell me what you saw when you looked outside that day.
She had, I'm not as positive if it was like my mom's old car and she had a Blazer. So you you turned the glass and then you lifted up the top.
Where are you talking about where the glass and the handle would be located?
In the very back of the vehicle.
So in the rear of the vehicle?
Yes.
And you described it as like a glass with a handle?
Right, and you would just, pick it up and then the window would go up to the top.
Kind of like where the trunk would be, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you saw Ms. Stermer then opening up that glass?
Yes.
And lifting it up?
Yes.
And then what did you see?
Her putting the hose into the car. Not into the gas pump, into the gas tank, into the back window.
So when you say not into the gas tank, you mean the tank of the car?
Correct.
And you distinctly remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that point, you couldn't see what she was pumping into, is that correct?
No, I could not.
But you distinctly saw her putting the hose through the half window into the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall what you saw after that?
No, because I'd gone about what else I was doing. She was done out there, and then she had came back into the station, though, after that.
So when one transaction is done, are you alerted at that time?
Yes, it dings that it's all done.
So then, did you hear that ding?
Yes.
And did you see her at that point?
I saw her outside of the station.
And then what did she do after that?
She came into the station then.
And then what did she do in the station?
She had made a comment. I remember we both were speaking to each other about the fact that she was happy that the lady that owned the station carried things in the store that, like breakfast food, food of any type or whatever. And she purchased a few things and then she was done.
Do you recall what she purchased?
No. Mm-mm.
I'm going to show you what's been marked, what's actually been admitted is People's Exhibit 30-1 and 30-2. Okay. Do you recognize these items?
Yes, this is register tapes that when they're empty, when we're done with them, they go underneath the counter in a box. Yes.
And do you recognize the flat piece of paper, which is then 30-2?
Yes, it's a receipt.
I'm going to go ahead and put that receipt up on the screen. And I'm going to have you then describe the receipt and what we're looking at.
Just briefly to pause for fair use commentary purposes, I'd like to point out that did I or did I not say yesterday that they would have to call this cashier to testify? I believe that I did. And Linda Stermer purchased gas outside at the pump. That is all.
So I'm going to start at the top of the receipt, so you can either use it from the screen or from what you have in front of you.
Okay.
Can you tell us what we're looking at the top of the receipt here, this top section?
The top section is a purchase of gas that someone had made for $10 up top at the very top.
So when you say at the very top, you're talking the $10, you're
Yes.
talking the 10, the number 10 right up here?
Yes,
Okay. And how do you know that that's gas?
because it says unleaded fuel pump 2.
Unleaded fuel pump 2.
Yes, number sign 02. So it's, mine is higher than yours. I mean, mine shows more than what's showing up
Oh,
there.
I'm sorry. So you're
Okay.
you're higher.
Yes.
I apologize. So that is a different transaction on pump 2. Is that correct?
Yes.
I apologize. I was probably confusing you.
That's
So I'm
okay.
going to have you go beneath that $10 and then
Okay.
just go ahead and then start telling me then what is beneath the $10, which I'm going to say, which would be starting at this line. If you could then read that to me. Like, just explain that portion.
Okay, the pump 3?
Yes, the pump 3 part.
Okay, it says outdoor sale, pump number 3. It gives the date of 1/7/07 at 10:07. And it was an authorization that the pump was cleared and that the credit card had been used. And then it also gives the approval code for your the approval of the credit card.
So is the approval code this long number here that I've got my dot on? Is that the approval code?
No, the approval number is 0075 or 7598 in the amount of 1101.
I'm going to have you show me on the receipt where we're.
Scroll down. It's at the
Here's
bottom.
authorization, and here's the approval code right here.
Do you not know how a receipt
Oh, I'm
works?
sorry, Mr. Miller, can you go down farther? I'm not far down. That's why. Okay, so the authorization code you're looking at is right here.
Yes.
The 007598, is that correct?
Yes.
And then it says the outdoor sale pump 3, is that correct?
Yes.
And this is the date you're referring to of January 7th of 07 at 10:07, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at the time, were you aware if that 10:07 was the correct time?
No, it wasn't, because when the time changed in the fall, Sue, our owner, did not manually change the register.
So it would have been an hour off?
Right.
Would
so
the correct time have been, do you know what the correct time?
907.
9:07.
Yes.
Okay. And so this shows the outdoor sale pump, the approval code. Where's the amount then for the outdoor sale?
It's amount 1101, right next to the approval code.
Oh,
See, amount 1101.
Right here, right where my dot is?
Yes.
And so that would have been the amount of the outdoor sale, 1101.
Yes.
Okay. And then if we continue down, what is this long number, the account number?
The account number of the credit cards used.
Okay. And then if we then move down a little bit farther, we see taxable, non-taxable, non-taxable, non-taxable. What is that?
Those were the items that were purchased in the store.
In the store?
Yes.
And that would have been then the numbers we're looking at here, $1.29, $2.29, $1.59, $2.49, correct?
Yes,
And that would have been a total then of $7.74?
correct.
And you said this is inside.
Yes,
And how do you know it's inside?
because I rang it up inside with her card, in the inside sale.
And then if I go down to the next section where it says MasterCard, can you then describe what we're looking at here with these names and numbers?
Right, it says the MasterCard was used. It was Todd J. Stermer's card, the account number that is on the card, and then it also has the approval that it went through on that.
Would that be that authorization number?
That would be the account, yes, ma'am.
Right here, the 007233?
Yes,
Okay. And then that also has the date and time?
yes,
And what's that?
10:09, 10:09, but it would be 9:09.
909. And same date of January 7th, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, do you know what non-taxable and taxable items are?
Well, non-taxable would be anything you could eat.
So non-taxable then would be anything you could eat.
Right.
Could be a candy bar, could be eggs, could be anything.
Right,
Okay.
right,
And and then taxable would be anything you can't eat?
correct.
Okay. And I want to ask you about these numbers. So the long number I asked you about up here,
Yes,
the 55809, several numbers,
yes,
is that the same number that we're looking at then on the indoor portion?
yes, it is. It's the same credit card used.
Same credit card used outside as used inside?
Yes.
Anything else on this receipt that would be pertinent then to that indoor sale or that outdoor sale that I'm missing?
No, I don't think so.
And did you see anybody else?
Hold on before she asks that question. Also, let's think about this, that we've heard testimony that Linda Stermer's purse was located inside of the van and it had cash. Now, I ask you, if you don't want to leave a paper trail for purchasing gas using a credit card that will, everybody has seen a receipt. Everybody knows what a receipt looks like. Okay? So if you don't want to leave a paper trail that leads back to you, what are your options? 1, cash. 2, using a credit card that is not in your name, but that you are authorized to use. I'm just putting it out there. I don't know if that's what she did.
With Linda Stermer that morning?
No, there was not.
She was by herself. Is that
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Also, I would like to take the opportunity to point out, because I've been thinking about this. You know, I'd run through all the if then but clauses. Okay. So I can hear, okay, let's go with this question. How is it that she remembers the gas purchase, but not what she purchased inside of the store? Okay. Fair point. One could argue, one, that she's just mean and she's, saying something that's damning and she's intentionally you could argue that point, right? But I think the more logical, reasonable explanation for that is it's because of the way that Linda Stermer was pumping that gas. See, if she were just pumping that gas into her car, she probably wouldn't have remembered anything at all about that day. But she wasn't. She lifted the back, and in a Chevy, in a Blazer, if that's what she was driving, and I don't know how her van worked. I think the van has 2 latches. I think the door open. I think it's a open, like a door part thingy. Anyway, but in a Blazer, you can open it 2 different ways. You can open the trunk 2 different ways. You can either open up just the glass, or you can open up the whole trunk together. But she didn't. She put it through the glass. She lifted the glass and then pumped the gas into the back of her vehicle, hopefully into some container. But that's unusual, which is why it stood out to her. And I would submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, the reason she doesn't remember what purchases she made in the store is because she didn't purchase anything unusual or out of the ordinary, anything that stood out. Like she didn't waltz in there and buy the economy pack of Magnum prophylactics. Okay, that would stand out. There you go, that's all.
Nobody came to you right away, or let me rephrase that. Did somebody come to you immediately after the fire to talk to you about this transaction?
Not immediately, no.
No. How did it come about that you became involved?
There was a person that always shopped in the gas station, Deputy Wydick, and Tim would always ask me, did someone talk to you yet? And I said, no.
Okay, so Chicken Shite said maybe she was going to see Connie later to purchase street party favors, so she saved the cash. Yes, perhaps that's true. After the hot bowling date, maybe they had plans to meet up. I don't know. But if you're going to set somebody up who already might have been suspected, I mean, don't you think it's likely if there were rumors around town that Todd had set previous or had set other properties they owned on fire, right? It's likely that she heard that rumor as well and was aware of that rumor. So if you want to set somebody up who already has, the stank eye on them, what would you do? Would you purchase it with cash or would you use their credit card?
Whenever they need to talk to me, they'll find me. I would tell him all the time.
I'm going to object to that. It's hearsay.
Objection, hearsay.
I'm not offering for the truth of the matter, only that how she became involved in the investigation, Your Honor.
I'll allow it to explain her late statement.
So don't tell me maybe exactly what deputy, you said Wydick?
Yes.
Yes, so he would come into the store? Mm-hmm. He would bring it up to you?
Yes.
And at some point then, did you call somebody, or how did you become involved after you talked to him?
I came home one day and there was a card on my front door to get a hold of Mr. Maziowski at the Sheriff's Department.
And so did you do that at that time?
Yes, I had called him as soon as I came in the house and had that card.
Were you expecting that call?
No. Mm-mm.
Did you want to be involved?
No. Mm-mm.
But yet you called Detective Maziowski?
Yes, and he asked me if we could meet together. He had asked me to come that day, but I couldn't come that day. I went the next afternoon.
And then you explained to him what you explained to this jury today?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
And before we do the whole cross-examination thing, I just want to point out another thing that happens with human beings. This is the human element to crime, right? Particularly witnesses. Most people would think that if the cops want to talk to you, they'll find you. If they think that you might have an important information or any information, potentially relevant information, they would talk to you. So she probably just assumed that she didn't have anything pertinent to share. And she probably didn't even think in the moment or days later or weeks later that the fire was intentional. That's all I'm saying. Also, I want to ask Naya. Naya says no logical sense at all. I agree. Did I say that? Did somebody in the chat say that? I forgot. I don't understand the context. But it's good to see you. Welcome back. All right, here we go.
Mr. Loach,
Yes.
how long have you stated that you, first of all, you stated that you have worked at this Marathon. Is it a convenience store or is it a gas station?
It is both. It's a convenience store, gas station. It is a bigger convenience store now that has a new owner.
Okay. And the location of it was where?
On West St. Joseph Street in Lawrence.
And you stated that it has been completely redesigned?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In the 18 years that you worked as a cashier at the Marathon service station, have you ever seen anyone pull up to the gas pump, get out of their car, open up the trunk of their car?
Yes.
Have you ever seen anyone pull up to the pump in an SUV, get out of the car, open up the back hatch of the SUV?
Yes.
Okay. On multiple occasions, right?
Yes.
Didn't find anything suspicious about that either, would you?
No.
Okay. Now, on the date of January the 7th of 2007, what was the weather like?
It was a little bit chilly in the morning when I went into work. It was winter time still, so I would say cold.
Was it raining?
No, not in the morning.
And it snowed? Was it snowing?
No. We had snow prior, but it wasn't snowing that morning, no.
Was the sun out?
I think it kind of was a little bit.
Do you wear glasses?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
In 2007, were you wearing glasses?
I don't remember if I had my glasses. I think I probably did, yes.
Do you know whether or not you was wearing your glasses? That day on January the 7th of 2007?
No, I probably wasn't because I didn't need them as much back then as I do now.
Do you know what your vision is in 2007?
No, pretty well, I guess. I don't know.
You didn't know what your vision was?
No.
Did you have to?
All right. I'm going to come up with a poll. Stand by.
Wear your glasses to read, or
Like I said, I didn't wear glasses as much back then as I do now. I just didn't. My vision was probably pretty good back then.
but you had to have glasses?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, did you know Miss Linda Stermer prior to January the 7th of 2007?
I knew of her, yes.
How did you know of her?
Like I said, we lived in a small town. I also worked a full-time job at the school. So I've seen them at sporting events, school events, in-town events, you know.
Okay. Just as common residents of the area, right?
Not close friends. I didn't know her on a personal basis, no.
Okay. You've never been to her house?
No.
Okay. Never met her husband, or
No.
had you?
At the gas station. I have him and the boys used to rent movies there quite a bit.
Okay. And what all does the gas station sell?
Gas, alcohol, groceries, chips, you know.
Lottery tickets?
Yes.
Were you at the time part of the custodian of records there at the gas station?
Could you repeat that?
I say, did you have anything to do as the custodian of the records at the gas station?
No, I did not.
You did not.
No.
And you stated that the time that you referenced to on the receipt that was shown on the screen, that this time was 9:03, but you stated that that was, or is it 10:03, 10:06:55, but you stated that wasn't the correct time?
Correct.
And that was because the owner didn't want to change?
She manually, when the time changed, she manually did not remember to change it in the register.
So it was an hour earlier
Yes.
that you would say that your observation of what you saw of Miss Stermer would
Yes.
have been 9:06, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, did Miss Stermer come inside the store and have a conversation with you about any purchasing of any other items other than the gas?
She came in and purchased some items in the store, yes.
Okay, did she have a conversation with you?
She just said she was just picking, it was very nice of the lady that owned the station.
There's a poll. Do you guys know what your vision is? Jennifer says, I dozed off for a few. Has she said anything earth shattering? Well, not earth shattering, but I mean, Linda Stermer filled up, you bought $5 worth of gas in a gas can. She didn't put it in her vehicle. So there you have it. All right, here we go.
That she carried grocery items there. It was very small talk.
Okay. So the purchase of the gasoline, was it purchased inside the store or was it purchased at the pump?
That was purchased at the pump.
Was it purchased at the pump?
Yes.
With the same credit card that
Yes.
the other items inside the store was purchased with?
Yes.
Okay. Now, where were you? Well, let me just go back. After Ms. Stermer purchased the items and left, you didn't have any reason to suspect anything about any unusual activity that occurred at that pump by Miss Linda Stermer, right?
No, I did not.
Absolutely nothing that would give you any reason to think that anything was done that would be suspicious, right?
No.
She was just a common customer like all your other customers, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you heard about a fire later on that evening, right?
Yes.
But you didn't know where the fire was, right?
Not when I saw the fire trucks. No, I did not.
Okay. And when did you find out where the fire was?
When I spoke with my sister-in-law, who is my nephew is a friend of one of the Stermer boys, and that's when I found out. It was much late into the evening.
Okay. And did you make a statement that you had seen Miss Stermer earlier that day at the service station, at the gas station?
I don't think I did.
You didn't?
I don't think so.
That wouldn't have been something that would have caught your attention, the fact that you had seen the mother of one of the sons whose house had been burned, that you had seen
when I was on the phone with my sister-in-law, I said I had seen them in the morning. I had seen them in the day, but I said that's horrible. I mean, it was enough out of sadness. I had seen,
Yeah. But my question is that in a small town, you hear the fire trucks, you later on find out that the fire was at a location of a home of someone that you didn't know real well, but you knew them as town residents
right?
because of the school activities, and that you had also seen one of the parents at your location where you worked that morning. So when your sister called you and told you,
Your Honor, is this a question?
well, yes, it's going to be a question, Judge.
Very long testimonial here.
Well,
We could just
it's
ask
going to
the
be a question, Judge.
Yeah, if you could get to the question, please.
Did you tell your sister that you had seen Miss Stermer earlier that day
Asked
at the
and
store?
answered. She just answered that she did say that she said, how horrible she saw it. She already answered the question.
Did she answer the question, Judge?
I'll let you ask that last question again.
Yes. That's the question.
Yeah, just the question, your last question about, did you tell?
Did you tell your sister that you had seen Miss Stermer earlier that
I
day?
said to my sister-in-law, oh my God, I had seen her this morning. Yes.
You
And I
did?
said, what a horrible tragedy.
Yeah. And you told her that you'd seen her?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. That's all I want to know. Now, who was the other person that you stated that you had a conversation with about Miss Stermer?
I don't understand what he's getting at.
Did you have a conversation with someone else after you talked to your sister about Miss Stermer coming to the gas station?
No,
You didn't?
no.
Okay. How did you wind up having a card at your home from Detective Macioski?
Probably from Detective Wydick.
Okay. Detective
Or
Wallach?
a policeman Wydick, I don't know. A deputy, I should
Did
say.
you have a conversation with him?
Not that day, no.
But I just said, did you have a conversation?
I wouldn't really call it a conversation. He would just come in and ask me if I spoke to anybody from the sheriff's department. I would say, no, Tim, no, I haven't.
Let me ask you this. Was it a common practice for this detective to come, this deputy to come into the gas station and ask you, had you had a conversation with anybody from the police department or the sheriff's department?
It was common for Tim to say anything he wanted to people. He was a very open person, I guess.
Okay. And being an open person, he just asked you, did you know what?
He asked me if I was in contact with anyone, and I said, if they need me, they know where I'm at, is all we ever spoke.
Why would he ask you if you had been in contact with anyone?
I don't know.
One. That does call for speculation, I'll sustain.
Did he tell you why he was asking you if you had been in contact with anyone?
No.
And who was the anyone he was talking about? If you know.
This calls for speculation, I'll sustain the objection.
And at some point in time, you stated that you received a card, you had a card at your house,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
In your door
Yes.
from Detective Macioski.
Correct.
And you contacted Detective Macioski.
After I received the card, yes, I did.
What did you have to go and have an interview with Detective Macioski?
Yes.
Where?
At the sheriff's department at his office.
Okay. So what did you tell Detective Macioski?
I answered all the questions that he had for me.
He already had questions for
Well,
you?
he asked me, did I work that day? I said yes. He asked how long I was at the gas station that day. He asked if I had waited on Mrs. Stermer. I said yes. So, yes. I guess the basic questions he needed answered.
And that was it?
Yes.
You didn't tell Detective Macioski that you saw Miss Stermer putting gasoline in any other part of the car other than the gas tank?
Whatever questions he asked me, I answered to him. I don't remember exactly what questions word for word he asked, but the gas was discussed that day.
He said what?
I said the gas was discussed that day. He asked me if she purchased gas, and I said yes.
Okay. And did you tell him that you saw anything unusual about her purchasing the gasoline?
I just told him that she pulled up to the pump, she opened up her back window just like I had said, and she put the hose into the vehicle and started pumping the gas into the vehicle.
See, you're saying that that would be unusual. She didn't classify that as unusual, Mr. Kelly. Although, if it were me and I saw somebody doing that, I would probably walk my butt out to the car to make sure they weren't filling the back of their vehicle with gasoline, but that's just me. I'm not from a rural area. I'm a city gal. So if I saw something like that, I'd probably go waddle on out there. Sure would. But she didn't. All she did was answer questions that she was asked. You're being mean for no reason. You need to stop.
In the vehicle?
Yes, not through the gas tank, into the back window of the vehicle.
And you saw that?
Yes, through the window.
Where were you at in the gas station?
Right in front. There was the whole front of the gas station was windows.
Do you recall testifying?
Hold on a minute. She just told you where she was at in her direct testimony. She said the reason that she looked, the reason and where she was at the register because she had to approve it to turn the pump on. So she had to look. Sheesh. Were you even listening?
In a prior hearing in this case?
Yes, I do.
You were asked in a prior hearing.
Your Honor, I'd ask that he asks this in a proper form, and he wants to ask if she remembers testifying, and she needs to have her memory refreshed before he just starts going on to the question.
I just asked her, did she recall testifying in a prior hearing, Judge? And if she would just let me, you recall testifying in a prior hearing in this case?
Yes, I do.
You recall testifying that the gas the gas was being pumped in the car?
Through the window, I said yes.
You don't recall it?
Pardon me?
Do you recall testifying at a prior hearing in this case, right?
Yes.
And you were asked, you didn't actually see gas being pumped into anything, did you?
I did not see a container or a can, no.
I'm sorry, you said you didn't see a container or...
A container or a gas can, yes.
And your answer was no, right?
Pardon me?
And your answer was no, right? You
Yes.
didn't see...
No.
Did you see Ms. Stermer making any other type of moves other than just standing there? Ms. DeLoach, you stated that detective...
No. Tim would ask. I did not.
But you wouldn't know.
No, I did not.
And what did you do then once you saw her?
I wiped up. Like I said, she came in, the pump cleared, she started pumping. I did see how she started.
But Detective Warwick, or Deputy Warwick, that would have also been 2 years.
Station and ask if I had spoke to them. I never went.
Years after, approximately 2 years. Detective Warwick.
To him.
You never went to him?
No, no.
I don't know why the stream jumped like that. I'm sitting right here. I didn't touch anything. And I'm trying to get us right back to the place where we were, but I can't. So I'm sorry. We're stuck. I'll speed it up. So we don't have to go through this painful testimony any more than we have to. I'm sorry.
But Detective Warwick, or Deputy Warwick, that would have also been 2 years.
Also, to answer MK said, is the cat on the keyboard? Jen Lu, no. But the pedantic nature of this testimony, maybe I might have like hit my head on the keyboard. Just kidding. I didn't do that either. But I wanted to. Believe me, I thought about it. All right, here we go.
After the fire of January the 7th of 2007, right? Approximately 2 years.
When I spoke with Mr. Wydick?
Yes.
No, Tim would ask that all the time, coming in the gas station. And that was right after the fire, too, numerous times when he would come in there. I mean, like I said, I did not go to him. He came to me.
When you say he came to you, he was just coming in, as you stated, that because he was just
A customer.
an outgoing person, that he would just make a conversation.
Yes, he would come in for his free coffee and stand there and ask
Free
questions.
coffee?
Yes, they would always get free coffee.
And you were just basically engaging with him in conversation about, have you heard anything about this fire? Or have you heard anything about the Stermer's fire? He would just kind of open up a conversation periodically when he came in with you. Is that correct?
Like that, something like that.
yeah.
Not
Look, here's the deal. I think we're missing the connection here, and I don't know how I missed this before, but let me just say this. Likely what happened is this was the talk of the town. And we already know that Linda Stermer had already told people, investigators, that she'd been to the store that morning. He likely asked her if Linda had been there, and she probably told him exactly what she testified to today. Yada yada yada, whatever. This is making a mountain out of a molehill, and it's annoying.
exactly, but
Right. Yeah.
you had to know Tim.
So it pretty much was kind of like a information gathering conversation, right? If you heard anything, if you knew anything, right?
No, I think it was more or less, has anybody talked to you? And I would tell him, no, Tim, but if they need to find me, they will find me. And I would just leave it go at that. I did not want to be in that, you know.
Need you or find you in
Yes.
reference to just
To speak
because
to me,
of Stermer
yes.
purchasing gasoline, right?
Just to speak to me, yes.
Yes. And then Detective Maciowski waits until 2.5 years, and then he contacts you with a card at your residence. Is that correct?
He left a card at my residence. Yes, he did.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to clarify. So you said that Detective Maziowski contacted you in June of '09, right?
Yes,
So when defense counsel said that was 2 years, it was actually a year and a half.
correct.
And then when defense counsel said it was 2.5 years, it was actually a year and a half.
Yes.
So was that confusing?
No, not really.
You knew it was still June
Yes,
of '09.
right.
And Tim came in the gas station a lot?
Yes.
Regular customer?
Uh-huh,
Regular of Lawrence?
right. Whether he was working or not, he was in there all the time.
And at the time of the day of the fire, you just knew the fire happened?
Correct.
You didn't know any details about the fire?
No.
You didn't know what had happened?
No.
You didn't know any details of the investigation?
No, I did not.
All you knew at that time is that Ms. Stermer came in and bought $11 worth of gas and bought some breakfast or some groceries.
Correct.
So you said that owner, I believe you called her Sue?
Yes.
Had the whole front window was all glass?
Yes.
And was that part of your security policy of watching out there and turning on the pump when it dinged?
Right,
And I think
yes.
you had testified that it was then something you did to make sure you knew who it was in case they drove away.
Right, because she was getting to the point where if you didn't pay attention to what was going on, people drove off with gas, she would always tell us, you're going to start paying for that.
So then you started watching.
Paying more attention.
And you were asked the question, have you seen others pump things into their trunk areas or their rear of their gas before, or the rear of their vehicle before?
Yes, but most people, when they would come in, they would always lay like their gas cans on the ground and pump them in, you know, and then wipe them off and then put them back in their vehicle. But yes, I did see some people pull up that way.
And one last question. When you then saw that ding and looked out and saw Ms. Stermer with the hose into the blazer into the trunk area, did you continue maintaining constant surveillance until she came into the store?
No, I did not.
And what did you do then once you saw her?
I wiped up. Like I said, she came in, the pump cleared, she started pumping. I did see how she started pumping with hose in the back window. And then I just waited a few seconds, and then I just went around the counter to the right side, and I was wiping off the coffee counter.
So you weren't staring at her the
No,
whole time?
no.
Once you saw her pumping into the trunk, you started doing your work there?
Right.
And then she came in at a later time?
Right, as soon as the pump dinged, I knew she was done, and then, you know, she ended up coming in.
When did it ding? Would it ding when
When
somebody
you
hung it
hang
up?
the nozzle up, yes.
So you didn't see if she then put any gas into her vehicle.
No, I did not.
But you wouldn't know if she put any gas into her vehicle after she put it into the back of the trunk.
Correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Just want to clarify, Ms. Deloach. In January of 2000.
Gotcha, Naya. Thank you, babe.
In this matter, and you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And I asked earlier so I can get a clarification. You stated that you didn't actually see gas being pumped into anything, did you? And your answer was no. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I did not see a container or a gas can. No.
Okay. And what we don't know is whether there was any gasoline being pumped at the time Linda was looking in the back of her vehicle. Isn't that true? And your answer was, I guess I don't. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And do you further recall, and the question was, no guesses.
Your Honor, I would ask that he ask her if she remembers it and he needs to refresh her memory versus reading transcript.
Get to the question, just focus on the question that was asked and her answer if it's prior inconsistent statement.
The question that was asked, you cannot say under oath that any gas was being pumped when Linda looked into the back of the vehicle. Isn't that true? And your answer was yes. You recall that testimony?
I remember her pumping gas into the vehicle is what I said, yes.
Okay. And the next question was, you never saw a container that day. Isn't that true?
Yes, I told
The answer was yes, right?
I never seen a container.
Yes. Now, what are you talking about when the prosecutor asked you about this ding? What was the ding that you referred to?
When the pump is finished and they hang the nozzle up, it dings in the inside.
It dings inside?
Yes. So then you know they're done at the pump.
Do you know what did? What did you say? When it dings, it means what?
It means the pump is done.
Okay.
They hung the nozzle up.
Right.
Yes, and then it goes ding.
And that's heard inside.
It's from the register sound.
Okay.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
Did you tell Detective Maciowski that you didn't see any container?
Yes, I did.
You told him you did not see a container?
Yes, I did. I said I did not see. I saw the hose through the back window. I did not see it being pumped into a container.
And if gas was $2 a gallon?
Look, man, let me just say this, okay? If you need to look for something in the back of your vehicle, it is dangerous and I would even argue stupid to be holding a gas nozzle in your hand, a gas pump nozzle in your hand. Who in the actual F would do that? What is required to pump gas into a vehicle? Well, you open up the gas tank cover, right? Then you turn the lid, you pull the lid out. Some lids have that little thing, that plastic thing around them, and they hang down. Some of them are broken, and you have to put the cap on the back of your car, whatever the trunk, what the bumper, whatever, however it is, right? Who does all of that and then sticks their head in the back of their car? Or let me ask you this. Who puts their card into the pay at the pump part of it, right? It lifts the nozzle off, holds the nozzle, and then decides to look in the back of their blazer. Nobody. Stop it.
And she purchased, you stated, $11 worth of gasoline, right?
$11.01.
Okay. How many gallons was that?
I'm not sure exactly how much it was because I don't remember if it was unleaded. Was it regular? I don't. Well, 4-point-some gallons.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
And again, you didn't maintain constant surveillance, so you don't know if she then pumped anything into her vehicle.
Correct.
All right, let me look and see at what size that gas gallon is, or that gas container is.
Okay. Anything else you good?
No further questions.
And jury, do you have any questions of her? Okay, I've got questions coming in.
Okay, so here is the most typically the most typical sizes of gas cans hold a gallon, 1.25 gallon, or 2 gallon. Okay. And she pumped what, 4 gallons? There you go. MK's got it for us. Thank you, MK Lynn. You, sir, are a scholar and a gentleman, and we appreciate you. But the question is, ma'am, did you see a container? Can you tell us, can you testify as you sit here today whether or not you saw a container? I mean, did she, I don't know, did she fill a container with 3 gallons and huff a gallon? I don't know. She wasn't watching her the whole time. But who?
From the jury, no objection from the lawyers.
Here we go.
When did you interview, well, I think this was asked, but I'll ask again. I think it's crossed off. But when did you interview with Maziowski?
It was in June of 2009.
When did Maziowski go to the gas station to clarify regarding preparation for the hearing?
I don't exactly remember the day, but I do know it was when the gas station was with the new owner, so I don't remember, because I remember going in the back room with him when we did it that day, so I don't know exactly when.
Have you ever seen Todd or Linda Stermer fill a gas can while it was still in one of their vehicles before, or did they commonly take it out and fill the cans on the ground outside the car?
I don't remember really. Todd usually came in and rented movies with the boys. I never really waited on him with gas, so I don't know.
Were you the only employee working that morning?
Yes, I was.
Okay, thank you. Counsel, any questions of her?
I just have one, Your Honor, just to clarify my question. So one of the jurors' questions was, when did you meet with Detective Maziowski at the Marathon station for preparation? Was that actually for preparation?
No, it was just he was having me explain how this register tape was read.
So when you met with them at the sheriff's department, you didn't have a copy of the receipt to look at?
No.
And so it was like a second interview then to go over the receipt?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Kelly, any more?
Hey, Julie, good to see you, babe. If you ask her about
Mr. Loach, you stated that Detective Maziowski.
If you ask this woman one more question about a dadgum gas container or about the rear of a vehicle, I'm going to lose my whole cool. All of it. Every ounce of cool that I have in me is going to depart my body.
Came to the station, and it was after the new owners had acquired the station?
It was when the transition was different, yes. So it was when the new owner. So it was probably in, I would say probably 08, probably sometime in 09 when he came in to talk, because I'd already spoke with him once. So it was after that.
So did you speak to him in 09 and he came to the station in 09?
I spoke with him at the sheriff's department in 09, yes.
In 09, the very first time?
Yes.
And then he came to the station, and the station had been redesigned.
Yes.
When he came to the station.
And I don't know what year that was, but I just know he had the register tape apart, and he was trying to have me explain to him how to read that. To explain it in his terms, you know what I mean? Like the amount and, how that was used.
Did y'all talk about any?
No, I was just showing him about the tape.
Nothing about the exact amount of gallons of gasoline that was purchased?
No,
right?
I just explained to him how to read the tape.
Okay. And did Detective Maziowski ask you anything about the VCH surveillance that you all had at the?
That was never discussed, no.
Never
not
was
with me,
discussed?
no. That was something probably with the owner he did, not me.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Jury, any other questions of her?
Are you talking about a
May she be excused
VHS
from her
tape?
subpoena obligations?
Bless it.
Thank you.
Yes,
Defense agrees?
excuse this poor lady.
Excuse her? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. You're all done. Okay. Council, we'll take our afternoon break now? Okay. Okay, so jury, we'll take about a 15-minute break and
Oh my gosh, let them take a break and let us have a palate cleanser because quite frankly, I need one. Okay? If you haven't done so already, please do what this chicken is doing and run to the like button immediately. Also, where's my other one? I just need this for a little bit. Just give me a minute. Just please indulge me.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
All right, I feel better. Do you guys feel better? Okay, let's see. Let's scooch forward a little bit, see where we're at. I mean, look here. Well, I'm glad it's the weekend for you, Julie. We got one more day. Let me just say this. All right, look here. These new attorneys of Linda's, okay, I appreciate the passion with which they're defending their client. I do. I would hope that if I were ever in a situation where I was actually factually innocent, and I don't know if Linda is or not, but I would hope that I had attorneys that would defend me like this. Very passionate. Okay. I'm not taking anything away from them. At the same time, particularly with the lay witnesses, okay, the grilling them, the intentionally, although I have to say with this last witness, I think Mr. Kelly might have been just as confused as he was, attempting to confuse the witness on the stand. I think that in his zeal to confuse her, he ended up confusing himself. That's just what I think. I think that they're doing a little too much with the, hold on a second, with they're going too hard at these lay witnesses. They really are. And, the results of our poll, I'm going to say it like from Shrek. Hold on. Let me look at it. Hold on. Let me see. Why won't it let me see? Let me end it. All right. Our poll was, do you know what your vision is? 50% said, yes, I know what my vision is. And 50% said, no, I don't know what my vision is. I don't know what my numbers are either. I just know that I need glasses and that's it. I need glasses. And there you have it. Wonder what this did. That's weird. Okay. Oh my goodness. I mean, it was 18 years ago. Like, give that lady a break, poor thing. And I don't know what's going on with the camera guy, but I don't know if you guys see it. Every once in a while, the camera will shake. It's a little disconcerting. What's going on over there? I just think they're, hold on. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, you guys. I just think that they're going a little too hard in the paint at these lay witnesses, and even to a certain extent, they're belaboring the point. And see, the thing is the people that are on that jury are people like you and I. Okay, the difference between them and us is I'm sitting here watching this trial, ain't nobody paying me nothing. They're at least getting some pay. Okay, but by and large, they're regular folks just like you and me, right? And can you imagine, like, I can skip. They can't. They're having to sit through this live and in person. There's no skips. They don't, none of that. So if we're getting frustrated, like I can hear it in my voice. You see how I'm getting louder and louder and louder? That's out of control. That means I'm frustrated. I would imagine that the jury, when they continue to belabor a point like this, feels the exact same way. And I actually think when that happens, that it inadvertently, I think, tends to give the witness more credibility because you're over it. And I swear, if somebody, listen, now you have had that dadgum dirty vent on this trial. This is day 5. You have shown that dirty vent to God and everybody. Okay. We are all aware that does not look safe. I don't know what it could possibly be cleaning because it's not a vent. It looks like a return, not a return, oh, my husband's going to be so mad at me for not understand so yeah, the return, because the vents are the registers. All right. It looks like a return. All right. And that does not look like it is doing any filtering. That filter is probably completely filthy at this point. So you're making your AC, your HVAC system work far harder than it needs to. Change that. It's not healthy. Wow. I don't know, Tony. I don't know why they insist on panning over to that vent. Is there nothing else that they could pan to? Couldn't they zoom in further on the state of Michigan seal? I mean, couldn't they we know that there's a fast zoom because they've used it. Like maybe just zoom in on the sun right here, or something, but not that dirty vent. It's terrible. It's terrible, terrible. And you're right too, Lane. Lane says, and I don't know if I said hi to you either, but hi, by the way. Lane says that's very true. Plus, they can't talk about it like we can. See, at least I can get this off my chest, right? They have to sit through this frustration. They can't talk to each other. They can't talk to anybody else. They can't even, I don't even know. Like if I were deliberating on this case right now and I was taking notes, I don't know. Mine would look probably my typing would look something like Jack's typing did. My note taking would look like the manuscript that Jack typed in The Shining. Oh God, it would be bad. It would be so bad. I would be so frustrated. So frustrated. At least I have you guys here to vent. If you guys weren't here, you know who I'd be screaming at? Alice and Mac, and they don't want that. Jennifer says maybe they'll talk about it at the bowling alley later. Yeah, after they're all done deliberating, they'll just, We are on hey, Brandy, welcome back, babe. We are on a break. It shouldn't be too much longer. They should be back shortly. Oh. I'm so sorry. Okay, I just want to talk to you guys briefly about a scheduling situation that that's going to be occurring. Now, Lori Vallow Daybell. I want to ask you guys something. Just put a pin in. I'll ask it after I say this. Lori Vallow Daybell. The opening statements are scheduled for April 7th. Okay. I intend to cover every single day of that trial. I don't care what's going on in my life. I'm covering that trial. And I really, 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 really hope you guys will be here. Okay. But the trial is only going to be Monday through Thursday. Okay. There will be no court on Friday. So what I was thinking is the way that this is going, we are on day 5. We've heard from like 7 witnesses. Okay. Important witnesses, but if the state was to rest today, I don't know if I would be able to vote guilt. I think I might have to vote not guilty. Now, there's a big difference between an acquittal and actually being innocent. If I voted not guilty today, it would be because I didn't think the defense proved it or the state proved it beyond a reasonable doubt. That's it. That's all. That doesn't mean that I don't think Linda did it, but that's not the question. The question is, did the state prove it? So as I sit here today, I probably would, if they rested right now and the defense did nothing, I probably would have to vote that way. Now, I was thinking that what we should do then is on Fridays, we'll stream, whatever day. And then maybe we can do like, let's say if it gets to the 7th and we find out through the course of that week that by that Friday, the jury is deliberated, sent out on Thursday of that week or something like that. So only have 3 days or something to cover. Then maybe what I can do is do those 3 days, like Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, right? But otherwise just do it every Friday. All right. Also, what is Lori Vallow's legal name? Actual, factual government legal name. If you know. There's a reason I'm asking for this, because I have questions. I have gotten a comment, and it's the same person that comments on all of my Lori Vallow Daybell, either my lives, they're all lives, so the lives after the fact. And I appreciate the comment, but I'm perplexed also by the comment. This person says that Lori Vallow is her government name. Her government legal name is Lori Vallow. My question is, then how come it is that the state of Arizona, first of all, when they charged her, they had to extradite her. And when you extradite a person, the fundamental rule of extradition is that you prove the person that they're holding is the correct person. And the only way to prove that is with what? Their government name. Hold on. Because they're going to be bringing the juror. Okay. Now, that being said, apparently, and I haven't looked this up, but according to this person, Lori Vallow is how she is listed in Idaho. That's how she is, as part of being, in custody in Idaho. She is incarcerated. She is incarcerated under her name, under the name Lori Vallow. However, I noticed first of all, in Idaho, they requested that she be called by her legal name, not her married name. It was very clear. It read legal. That's very different than married. All right. And I noticed in Arizona, the charges are the state of Arizona plaintiff versus Lori Daybell, formerly Lori Vallow defendant. So Marjorie says she petitioned the court in Arizona for her to be addressed as Daybell during the trial. But the paperwork reads Daybell. And I know that she did petition, and I know they petitioned for the same thing in Idaho. What I'm asking is, what is her actual legal last name? Because if you look it up, it says Daybell. So I'm asking if there's some other source other than the Googles that I can look up, because I don't understand if all of her charging documents read Lori Daybell, formerly Lori Vallow, right? And you can only be incarcerated and tried under your government name. Is that not going to be a problem down the road? And the reason I'm asking about this is because, okay, so like Marjorie said, she petitioned the court in Arizona for her to be addressed as Daybell during the trial. If that's the case, which I'm not arguing that it's not the case. What I'm saying is I would understand the court during the trial, her being addressed as Mrs. Daybell or Lori Daybell. Okay. What I don't understand is why it's on all of the filings. And I'm not talking about her filings. I'm talking about motions that have been filed by the state. Read that way. That's what I'm asking. And Julie says, the issue is what documents did she have legally changed? I don't understand that question. Are you asking, Julie, after she got married, after she married Chad, prior to marrying Chad, did they apply for a marriage license? Then did they get married? And then did they file the marriage license? And then did she go and change her name file a request to change her name from Vallow to Daybell? Is that what you're asking? I don't know if she did any of that or not. That's what I'm trying to find out. Look, I'll show you what Google says. Hold on.
Okay, we're back on the record. Everyone's here but the jury. Any matters to address before we bring in the jurors?
I have none, Your Honor.
Anything?
None, Your Honor.
Okay, bring in the jury. Welcome back, jury. Ms. Zeiderby.
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Steve Wilson to the stand, please.
If you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat, and once you're settled in, I'll move that microphone close to your mouth, and tell us your full name and spell the last, please.
Stephen Willison, Willison.
Thank you, Ms. Zeiderby.
See, that's what I thought, Marjorie. Look, I'm going to say we're going to go all the way back. Well, let's just do it now because it's going to drive me nuts. Okay, this article was published on the March 8th of 2021. All right. Lori Vallow Daybell wants to be called Mrs. Lori Daybell, and her attorney has gone so far as to file documents stating how she should be addressed in court proceedings. Hours before a scheduled hearing Monday afternoon, defense attorney Mark Means filed a motion explaining his client married Chad Daybell on November 5th, 2019 in Hawaii and, quote, under the conflicts of law and full faith and credit clause of the United States Constitution, states must recognize common law marriages when such marriage is valid in a sister state. Defendant's true full name as of this date, which precedes any legal action in the state of Ohio, is Lori Noreen Ryan Vallow Daybell, or Mrs. Daybell means wrote. All state interest or argument to oppose this motion is subservient to the U.S. Constitution application in this matter. Means attached the Daybell's marriage certificate, a document that had not been released publicly, to his motion. They were married at Annie Beach Park, just minutes from their rented condo in Princeville, Hawaii. So there we go. It's not important. It was just something that was bugging me, and I just need to know. All right, let's focus, Bendy, on what the task at hand.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Willison, what was your occupation in, actually, let me just start there. What is your current occupation?
I'm an attorney.
And how long have you been an attorney?
Since 1990.
And in 2007, were you working as an attorney?
I was.
And in what capacity?
I had my own law firm that did primarily work for insurance companies on property coverage matters.
And so when you say...
Hold on, this is, I guess, the insurance guy. Let me just say this, you guys. I'm telling you right now, this is how I'm going to make the thumbnail. I'm going to make the thumbnail Lori, and then all of those last names extra tiny, okay? Esquire big. That's how it's going to read.
Say you did work for an insurance company, what was your primary role then with that company?
So we would help insurance companies determine their legal rights under the policy of insurance and determining whether or not a loss was covered typically, which most of my cases involved whether there was an intentional loss, which would not be covered by the policy of insurance, or if during the claims presentment process there was a material misrepresentation, which would also void the policy. So we would quarterback the investigation and the people, and then we would do what's called an examination under oath a lot of times, and then we'd pass our recommendations on to the company, and then they would make their own decision on the claim.
Can you explain to the jury what an examination under oath is?
Sure, it's a lot like, you may have heard of depositions, but it's a lot like that, although the court rules don't apply. There's a provision in the policy of insurance, and every policy of insurance, that says that you have to participate in this process called examination under oath, where we get to ask you questions under oath with a court reporter present, and have you give us your side of the story, explain things that we need to know about. We get into some of the details of what was going on before, during, and after the loss. It's kind of their chance to present their side of the story to the insurance company, and it's our chance to find out some details that maybe we don't have yet in the investigation.
And are these examinations under oath, are they recorded?
They are. There's a court reporter present.
And then are they transcribed?
And they are transcribed.
And did you have an opportunity to interview Ms. Linda Stermer?
Yes, we did an examination under oath in 2 parts with her.
In 2 parts? And
yes.
Do you recall the dates of those?
I believe the first one was in February of 07. I believe it was January 7, 07 was the fire. I think February 07 we did the first one. I think the second one was October of 07.
And both of those were transcribed?
They were.
I'm going to show you what's been marked People's Proposed Exhibit 35 and 36. If you could just take a moment and look through those and see if you recognize those.
These appear to be the transcripts of those examinations under oath, although these particular copies seem to have some redactions, some things that were apparently agreed to be taken out of them.
And so other than the redactions, the transcripts then are, there haven't been altered or changed other than those redactions from your original transcripts?
It would not appear so, no.
And Your Honor, at this time I would move to admit People's Exhibit number 35 and 36 into evidence.
No objections, Your Honor.
Thank you. And as part of your interviews in February and October, were you able to work with Ms. Stermer and draw out a map?
I believe particularly in the first one, we did ask, as she was describing where things were, both on the property and in the house, we had her draw out maps. I believe I had her sign them and made them exhibits to that examination.
So they're actually an exhibit then to those transcripts?
Correct.
And they're included in those transcripts?
Yes.
So I'm just going to show you a copy. And if you could just verify if that's been included in those transcripts and if that's a fair and accurate representation of what is in those transcripts.
Yes, I don't think I saw the exhibits in the binder, but yes, this was part of the transcript. This exhibit 4. And the EUO exhibit 3. 3 was the one that we had her sign on the inside of the house, and EUO exhibit 4 was the one that we had her draw of the property, driveway, things like that.
Your Honor, just to be safe, I'm going to mark this then as People's Proposed Exhibit 37, just in case it's not included in those binders. And at this time, I would move then to admit the map that's included as part of the transcript, but we'll read it separately. And there are 2 pages.
Ma'am, I do see that those are the last 2 pages of exhibit 36.
So, Your Honor, then I would withdraw the new number of 37. We'll go ahead and just not to confuse the record, we'll keep it as exhibit 36. It's just 2 pages out of exhibit 36. At this time, Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish the map to the jurors. And I do have, may the record reflect, I have 15 copies here, 1 for each juror as we're going through transcripts.
Okay.
And when you refer to an EUO, that's your examination under oath, is that correct?
Yes, EUO, examination under oath. So it's just a shorthand term of art in the industry.
And just to be clear, you had referred to this map then as an exhibit in your transcript, and then that is what that exhibit sticker is on that map.
Correct.
So not an exhibit sticker from today's hearing.
It is not, yeah, that is not a trial exhibit number. That was an EUO exhibit number. We had several documents that we collected during that process.
Thank you. So I'm going to have permission to publish then the transcripts, Your Honor. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and then put these up. We're going to start out with the February 27th of 2007 transcript.
Sure.
And we'll put that up on the screen. I'm going to start then, just have you verify the first page. You don't have to read the first page, but if you could just then verify the parties present and the date.
Sure. This occurred on February 27 of 2007. I was there. Mr. Jeff Getting was there, who was Linda Stermer's attorney. Rodney Thuma was a representative of the insurance company, was there, and the court reporter was Rebecca Kerr from Network Reporting.
I'm going to have you go to page 3, and I'm going to have you start about a quarter of the way down where it says Mr. Willison. And if you could just read to the jury from that statement down.
Line 10?
Yes, line 10 down.
My name is Stephen Willison, and I am the attorney for Farm Bureau Insurance. We're here today to take your examination under oath. That is a process by which you participate in the company's investigation of your claim and the events surrounding this loss. This is probably going to be part 1 because it's far too early to have any discussions about the details of your claim, but we did want to get together relatively quickly and talk about the details of the fire. Everything you say is being recorded and eventually will be turned into a typewritten transcript. So it's very important that all of your answers are with words. If you nod your head like you have done recently, or you say, uh-huh, or you point to something in a photograph, I may understand what you're saying, but there's no good way to type that. So from time to time, I may ask you to clarify.
I'll have you continue then through line 14 on the next page, which would be page 4.
Okay, whether you meant yes or no, or to describe what's very obviously what you're pointing at, so that we have a clean record. Okay, and then she responded, I understand. And then I went on, it's also important you understand that you're under oath today. So just like if we were in a courtroom, all the penalties of perjury apply, but maybe more relevant to your insurance claim, you need to understand that the policy of insurance says that if you were to even try to mislead the insurance company, that can be a reason to deny your claim and void your policy. Even if you were the world's worst liar and no one believed you for a second, just the fact that you tried is a reason to deny it. Okay? And she said yes.
And you said that in one of those statements that you thought it was far too early. Can you describe to the jury why you felt it was too early and why you were conducting it then in February and then again in October?
Sure. Obviously, we knew that this claim involved the loss of life and was a total loss fire and was probably going to be big and complicated. And so putting together a claim on a total loss fire can take some time when you have to, you know, if you think about every t-shirt that's in the attic and every little thing that's in your junk drawer, all has to be inventoried and valued and everything else, so that can take some time. But the facts of the fire, we wanted to get into early, and that's because we want to get to the root of it right away. If you are if in this process you're going to choose to be honest with us, then your memory will be freshest then. And if you're going to choose to be dishonest with us, then you will have the least amount of time to come up with a story. So we wanted to get the details of the loss, the fire first, and then we would come back later and talk about the claim.
And I'm going to have you go to page 9, line 11, and just have you read to the jury then 11 through 15.
I asked, now, the day of the fire, the day before the fire, who was living at your house? She responded, our 3 sons, myself, and Todd. I asked, what about Brittany? She said, no, she was living in Florida.
I'm going to have you then go to page 13, line 13 through 19.
Page 13, line 13, you said?
Line 13, page 13, line 13, read through line 19, please.
I asked, how long were you and Todd married? She said, we were married in 1993. I asked, how long had you been in a relationship prior to that? She said, well, I don't recall exactly how long we were in a relationship before that. We met in 1989. I asked, how did you meet? And she said, my work.
I'm going to have you flip to page 14, and if you could read the entire page, please.
Oh, sure. My question was, since you were married in 1993, have there been any periods of separation? She said, no. Had either of you ever filed for divorce? She said, no. Had either of you ever discussed divorce? She said, yes. When did discussions of divorce start? She said, I don't know exactly. I know that, and then I interjected a month, a year, 10 years. She said, we had talked about it a few times over the last couple of years. My question was, whose idea was it? She said, I think Todd brought it up first. I asked, and then I just need to get a little bit of the flavor of the dynamics of the relationship between the two of you. Todd wanted a divorce and you wanted to stay together, or was it the other way around? I mean, what was going on when you were discussing it but not doing it? She said, you know, I don't know that he was serious when he first brought it up. I think it was just kind of, I don't know, maybe we should get a divorce. I asked, when he first brought it up, what was your reaction? Did you agree or disagree? She said, I did not want a divorce.
And I will have you continue to page 15, if you could read that page for me as well.
At any point in time, did you decide you wanted a divorce? And she said, yes. I said, when did that start? And she said, maybe in the past year or so, and then we would talk about things and everything would be all right. And I asked, I know relationships are complicated, but was there any particular thing that was driving a wedge between the two of you? Any particular topic that was frequently discussed? She said, finances. I said, what about the finances? She said, we always seem to just not have enough money. I felt that Todd wasn't running his business as well as he could have been, and I felt he should work more. Am I doing this whole page?
Yes, please.
Okay. So then I asked, as in he wasn't doing it smart or he wasn't doing it often enough? And she said, well, I think that kind of goes hand in hand. I think if you're not doing it often enough, I don't think that's very smart. I said, that's true, but sometimes people work all day, all night, but they end up spending more than they make, and so it's not worthwhile. Other people are not working, and that's why it's, and she interjected, I just don't think he was putting enough effort. I said, okay, has there been any discussion of cutting back on any lifestyle or expenses, or selling the house and getting a smaller place, or selling off part of the property?
And I'll have you read down to line 7.
And she responded, we had sold part of our property. I don't recall exactly what year. I think it may have been 2002 or 2003. So I asked, when you bought it, how much property did you own? She said close to 120 acres. And I asked, and how much did you sell in 2002 or 2003? She said around 90 acres.
I'm going to have you slip down then to line 18 and read just the bottom of the page.
I asked, why did you sell the 90 acres? She said, so that we could build and pay off things that we owed. How much did you sell it for? She responded, I don't recall. I believe it was around the figure 99,000 is in my head for some reason, but I'm not sure if that was the exact amount. It seems that that was about, and I said, so about $1,000 an acre, and she said, I believe so.
And I'm going to have you read the next page.
How much debt did you pay off with that? She said, I don't know. I asked, was it enough to pay off the debt and build the house? She said, no. I said, so what did you do for the rest? We borrowed. From whom? Bill Fleetwood was her answer. I asked, who's Bill Fleetwood? She said, he's a gentleman here in Lawrence that Todd has done business with quite a bit over the years. And how much did you borrow from Bill? I'm not positive. I know it went in stages. I'm thinking that it was somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 100,000, but it was in stages as we needed different things. Do you still owe Bill today? She said, no. When did you pay off Bill? When we got our first mortgage on the property. I asked, when was that? She said, I believe that was in December 2003. I asked, how much was that mortgage? She said, $200,000. Keep going?
Please.
So then I asked, so you sold property and got roughly $100,000. You borrowed another 100, and then you borrowed 200. So your cost of construction was $300,000. She said, no. How much was the cost of construction? I asked. She said, I don't know. I asked, do you have an estimate? And she said, I don't.
I'm going to have you continue reading to the bottom.
You seem pretty confident it wasn't 3, and she said, right. I said, so what was it? She answered, I really don't know. I know that we paid off a lot of debt with it. I know that Todd made some business investments with some of it as well. I asked, well, what is your best understanding of how much each of those categories was? She answered, I really couldn't give you a good guess. I said, okay, do you think you had $100,000 of debt? She said, no, I don't believe we had. 50,000? She said, maybe. Then I asked, what kind of business investments are we talking about? And she said, Todd would buy military surplus, gloves, clothing, and then resell them to stores. Boots, like Mickey Mouse boots, that kind of thing. Mop suits, carbon suits, and that kind of stuff in large quantities.
And I'll have you stop there. And if you could go to the next page at the bottom on line 24, just read those last 2 lines in the next page.
I asked if they got a building permit to build the house, and she said yes.
And I'll have you read page 20.
Did you get it inspected? And she said yes. And I asked, what do you have in front of you? And she said, I went to Associated Governmental Services and got these copies of I think they're everything that Todd turned in order to begin construction of our home. I asked, to begin construction? She said, I guess you have to file permits and drawings and diagrams before you can receive a permit to even begin. It gives a layout, but there were significant changes made to it that are not reflected in those drawings. I noticed after I picked it up yesterday. Who did these drawings, do you know? And she said, Todd. I believe that Mr. Fleetwood helped him. And so then we marked that as Exhibit 1 to the examination under oath. I said, we've marked those documents that you gave us as Exhibit 1, right? She said, yes. We'll be back to your floor plan in just a minute. That tells us that you filed these in 1998, right? She said, yes. That wasn't the impression I got of how long you were building it. So what was the delay between 98 filing and beginning to build? She said, Todd had a knee surgery, and so he had to stop working on it completely, and so it sat for a few years.
I'm going to have you continue.
I asked, what did you do in 1998 to finance the beginning of construction? She said, well, the original plan was just to build it as we could afford to build it, and so we had a basement done, and we paid cash for that. Where did you have that cash? She said, what do you mean where? I said, how did you have that lump sum? I mean, she said, Todd, through working, just saved that amount and paid for it. So a rich uncle didn't die, you didn't get an insurance policy claim or something like that. She said, no. Then I asked, so how far had the house gotten before he had knee surgery? She said the basement was completely concrete, what was to be concrete, and then he had the trusses, I believe they're across the basement. The thing that was going to hold up the first floor? She said yes, and that was it. And then when did you restart? Answer, I believe that was in 2002. So it sat for 4 years. She said probably 3 or 4 years.
And I'm going to have you go to page 22 and continue reading that page, please.
And why 3 or 4 years? She said, because Todd's knee surgery, he was unable to work, and we got into substantial debt at the time. So then I asked, that kind of brings us back to you were in debt, you sold some property, you borrowed the mortgage. It sounds like you were back in debt again at the time of the fire when all this stress was going on in your marriage. Or was it just a matter that you were heading back toward that again? Her answer was, I don't think we've ever been out of debt. We'd have some paid down, but I think we were just in debt continuously. I asked, was there ever a discussion of bankruptcy? She said, no. I said, why not? She answered, because we just felt people that filed for bankruptcy are ignoring their debts, and it hurts you more in the long run if you don't continue to try and pay off your debts. I said, so at the time of the fire, what would you estimate your debt was? She answered, I don't know. Maybe I'm not really sure. Do you want the mortgage included in that? And I said, let's set the mortgage out for now. She said, okay, maybe $100,000 or so.
And I'm going to have you then go to page 23 and then start at line 8 and then just read down.
I asked her where the $100,000 was owed to, and she said Todd had received loans from family members. I asked which family members. She said his mother. I asked Sandra. She said yes. I believe that was about $30,000. His sister Kathy was the most recent, $25,000. His brother Brad, $7,000. What was Kathy's last name? Martone Stermer. When you said Stermer, you saw that I was right by Brad, right? I'm sorry, Brad Stermer, correct. Medical, she said medical bills. I asked, how much do you figure that was? She said, I don't know, maybe $10,000. A truck around $14,000 or $15,000. Mechanic who has the truck, $3,500.
And I'll have you stop there and just go to page 24. And if you could start on that page, please.
I asked how long he had the truck. She said 7 months. I asked if there was anything else. She said, I'm sure there is. I just can't think of what it is right at this minute. The truck, who's that with? She said, do you mean who it's financed through? First Community Federal Credit Union, I believe. FC, First Community, I believe. Or no, First Federal Credit Union, sorry. So I asked, what are your payments on that? She said, close to $500 a month. I asked, are you making monthly payments to mom, sister, brother? She said, no. I asked, do you owe any of your friends or family money? meaning her instead of Todd. She said, I borrowed $1,000 from my grandmother. I asked what's her name. She told me Frances Pierce. I asked if there was anyone else, and she said no.
And then I'm going to have you jump down to line 23, and that page, read that to the bottom of the page and continue into the next.
Were there any other wedge issues in your marriage besides finances? And she said, the horses that I had. I said, okay, what was an issue about the horses? She answered, I just think he would get, I just know that he would get frustrated sometimes at the number of horses I had and the work that was involved in taking care of them. He just got tired of that. What about the expenses? She said, no, he never complained too much about that. I asked, how many horses do you own or did you own at the time of the fire? And she said the number of horses that were at the property at the time of the fire was 12.
And I'll have you stop there, and then if you want to go ahead and switch now to page 33, on line 21, if you'll just read the bottom 5 lines of that and continue on to the next page on 34.
I asked her, what was the most you had been at in your marriage? She said 49. I said 49 horses? And she said yes. I asked, do you have the facilities for 49 horses? And she said, I leased land for them. And when was the last time you had 49 horses? She said, I believe it was in 2002.
And I'm going to stop you there. If you can switch to page 45 for me, please, on line 12. If you could start there and read to the bottom of the page.
I said, now we talked about issues in your marriage, we talked about finances, we talked about horses. Anything else? She said, pretty much no. I guess that pretty much sums it up. So then I asked, let me go through some other categories. Did either of you have any problems with drugs or alcohol? She said, Todd has had some addictions over the years. I said, like what? She said, to Vicodin. And when was he addicted to Vicodin? She said, about the time that he had his knee surgery, back when that permit was first gotten, when he blew his knee out. And how did he get past that? She said, I talked to his doctor and had the doctor change our prescriptions. Because I had shoulder surgery right before Todd had his knee surgery, and so the doctor prescribed both of us Vicodin. Keep going.
I'm going to have you skip down then to line 11 and read to the bottom of the page.
What other addictions has he had? She said he has smoked marijuana before and sleeping pills. I asked he used or been addicted to. She said the sleeping pills I believe he was addicted to. The marijuana, I kind of think he was addicted to that for a very long time, but then he was able to quit smoking it for a long time. He smoked it since then, but not on a daily or regular basis. I asked sleeping pills. She said yes. I said, what was he using, or when was he using those? And she said the few weeks before the fire. And do you think he was addicted to those? And she said yes. And before then, also, he had been addicted to them. It's been a couple years.
I'm going to have you go on to page 47 and continue on.
When was the last time that you saw him take a sleeping pill? She said the weekend of the fire. The day of the fire? She said, I think it was the night before, the day before. I asked her when. She said when I got home that night, he took that and then his medicine for his ear infection that he had. I said, what kind of sleeping pill did he take? And she said, Ambien CR. I asked if that is over the counter. She said, no, it's a prescription. I asked, did he take any that morning? She said, I don't know. Did you see him take any medications that morning? She said, I seen him take his cough syrup, and I know he took some pills, but I don't know which pills he took. I asked several pills. She said, I don't know. I said, you said some pills. I'm just trying to get an idea of what you saw. She answered, I just saw that he had his bottles next to him, and he opened them and took his medicine. I don't know. What bottles were there? What was in the bottles? She said, I don't know what the drugs were. There were some that were prescribed by the doctor for his ear, and, I don't know.
And go ahead and continue then until the bottom of the page, please.
All right. So then I keep going. I asked, like painkillers or like antibiotics? And she said, I think they might have been antibiotics or antihistamines. I'm not sure exactly which. Which else was there? She said, that's all I can recall sitting right there. Any sleeping pills there? She said, I don't think they weren't there. They were in the bathroom. I don't know if he took any of them. Did he act like he was under the influence of any drugs at any point the day of the fire? She said he was loopy, but he had been. He had been that way for the last couple of weeks. He had, displayed where he was just kind of doped up, kind of. I don't know how else to describe it, just loopy, and like he'd be talking and then he would just stop in the middle of a sentence.
All right, let me just pause here. I'm so sorry. I had a little bit of a situation that I needed to take care of. I'm sorry. But I have been listening to this whole thing. All right. Now, I'm listening to this talk about addiction. Okay. Remember how we talked about a therapy? Remember how the defense attorney was asking about a therapeutic level? If somebody is, using something on a regular basis, like she's saying he has, I'm kind of curious why there wasn't anything found in his autopsy report. That's all.
And then come back to it minutes later or something as if there was no pause. Just kind of weird. My son described him one day as being stoned. I asked, did you ever confront him about it? Did you ever ask him what he was using? She said, yeah. He said, what did he say? She said, not to worry about it. It wasn't any of my business.
I'm going to have you go to page 49 and continue on that page.
I asked, are there any other addictions? She said, not that I'm aware of. I asked, did Todd ever have an affair? She said, not that I'm aware of. Did you ever have an affair? She said, no. I said, did either of you ever accuse the other one of having an affair? She said, yes. When and who? I asked. She said, well, Todd has female friends, I have male friends, and we'd get angry, I guess, sometimes, and just accuse the other person or ask the other person, but never, I don't think, ever seriously. I guess just kind of, so I asked, had either of you made that accusation within 6 months of the fire? She said, yeah, Todd had. I asked, who did he accuse you of having an affair with? And she said, well, it was actually kind of funny because he came down to where I worked to surprise me one night to meet me for break, and I just so happened to have fallen at work and wasn't there at work. I was at the hospital. And when he called me on my cell phone, I answered it, and he says, are you at work? I said, no. And right then he says, who the hell are you with? And I told him my boss had to take me to the hospital. So then Todd came to the hospital and, everything was fine. But it was just kind of weird that he decides to show up and surprise me on the day that I end up twisting my ankle and going to the hospital. So
I'll just have you read the next two lines, 6 and 7.
Where were you working at the time? She said, Chemlink.
And I'll have you drop down to line 18 on page 50, and if you could read to the bottom of the page.
Any other accusations? She said he would just sometimes yell something like that, like, are you seeing somebody else? Because, we had talked about divorce, but you never had? And she said, no. Did he ever accuse you of being in a relationship with a woman? And he asked me if I was.
And I'll have you read on page 51 down to line 16, please.
With who? She said, my friend Kate Fox. I said, had you and she ever had a relationship like that? And she said, no. So I asked, and what was his basis of that accusation? Did he tell you? And she said, yeah, because Kate had attempted suicide and was in the hospital, and I was really distraught over it. We were really close, and we worked together, and I was just really worried about her. And he asked if we were lovers. Was that a serious question, or was he just telling you to stop worrying about her? She said, I think he was getting sick of me worrying about her so much, and it was, just his way of, putting things.
I'll have you read then 15 and 16 and stop on that page.
I said, okay, you worked with Kate Fox at Chemlink, and she said yes.
And then I'm going to have you go to page 52, and if you could read this page for me, please.
I asked if there were any other recent accusations of affairs. She said no. And then I asked her, you haven't accused him in the last 6 months? And she said, no. I asked, what about abuse? Any abuse in the relationship? And she said, yes. I said, what kind, when? And she said, different times through the years, just different things. I asked, let's just talk about that in the last year. She answered, the most recent was around Thanksgiving time. He had shoved me across the room, had thrown my cell phone at me, and he pushed me into the wall. I asked her, what was that fight about? And she said, part of it was me making a pineapple upside down cake to work for a potluck and not having made one for home. But I had all the ingredients to make two. I just hadn't made the one for home yet. I was going to make it on the weekend. And then that was about the time that he said, you're treating your coworkers better than your family. And then that night before the fire, he wanted to make love and I didn't. And he came into the bedroom and tried to pry my legs apart and take my pants off, but I didn't let him.
And I'm going to have you continue on that on page 53, please, that page.
I said, so was there any sexual intercourse that night or not? And she said no. And I said, how did you stop him? And she said, I told him it wasn't going to make anything better and that I didn't want to. And if he made me, I would tell the police. I had never said anything like that to him before, so at least he knew I was serious. I asked, have you ever hit him or thrown anything at him? And she said, no. I said, has he ever accused you of it? And she asked, of hitting him? Yes. And I said, but it wasn't true? And she said, right. Did you ever call the police? Did he ever call the police on you? She said, no. I said, did you ever call the police on him? And she said, yes. Before we ever moved to Lawrence, sometime prior to 1996. I couldn't give you the date. I didn't actually call the police on him. The girl was staying at our house, called the police, but I had talked with them. And at that time, he had hit me and pushed me quite a bit, and I had some marks on me, and two police officers came, a male and a female, and when he came out, the female officer was with me, and I was about ready to file a report, and he came out and said, are you sure you want to do this? Because you'll go to jail too. And I asked what he meant, and he said, well, if you accuse me of hitting you, then I'll accuse you of hitting me, and we'll both go to jail. All the grandparents were out of town at the time, and the police officer said that was true, and that if we didn't have someplace for the kids to go, that they'd have to have, I don't remember who they said, but it came down to like protective services would have to come and get the kids. And Todd says, are you sure you want to do this? And I talked to the police officer, and she said, well, yeah, it's his word against your word, and if you both say that you both got hit, then we have to take both of you in and let the judge decide. So I didn't pursue it any further, and they left, and we spent the night there in the house, and he apologized to me.
I'll have you continue.
So that was the only time that you called the police on him? And she said, well, like I said, I didn't call the police were called. But as far as abuse between he and I believe those two incidents were around Thanksgiving time and that time.
So I'm going to stop you right there. So in the duration of the marriage, she's saying that she's had two incidents, one prior to 1996 and then one at Thanksgiving time.
And the one the night before the fire.
And the one the night before the fire. Thank you very much.
That's what she wanted me to believe, yes.
And then I'm going to then have you start at line 24 on page 54, if you could continue on there.
I said, thank you very much. Who called the police around Thanksgiving? And she said, Kate Fox. I asked, what? And she said, Kate Fox. I said, what was Kate Fox doing there? And she answered, she wasn't there. She had called me on the phone to come and pick me up for work because we rode together and most every day. And I was crying and hysterical and upset, and I told her I couldn't talk to her, and so she called the police.
And I'm going to have you jump down to line 21 and read the bottom of that page, please.
I asked, this incident the night before the fire where he tried to force himself on you, what kind of situation did that create between the two of you? She answered, he wasn't happy. I said, how are you? And she said, well, I actually felt relieved that he stopped. I mean, he kept yelling at me about it and different things, but not too bad. And he told me that if I would just make love with him, that everything could be just fine.
I'll have you continue.
I said, did you at any time from that moment on She clarified, make love with him. I said yes, and she said no. I asked any sort of sexual contact at all the day of the fire, and she said no. Any more instances like that where he was trying to force it, and she said no. I asked, did you tell anybody about this incident before the fire, and she said no. I said, have you told anyone about this since the fire? She said yes. I asked who. She said, I told my mother, I told Mr. Getting, I told my counselor.
Now have you stopped there? And if you can go to page 57, start halfway through line 23.
But up until Kate Fox and I began working together, that was the most I had ever hung out with another female, and that was mainly because we worked together and we carpooled every single day.
And I'm going to have you stop there, and if you can go to page 62, please, on line 21.
I was asking about medications, and she said she was taking Lexapro since November of 06, and I was given the prescription for Ambien CR. That was my prescription, but I wasn't taking it.
And I'm going to have you then stop and go to page 63 and go to the 4th line down and just read lines 4 and the portion of 5.
This was her response. She said, the Ambien, I took it a couple of times, but it made me feel too groggy and too sluggish.
So you can stop there.
Okay.
And then I'm going to have you go to page 64, line 16. If you could just read 4 lines for me.
You described him in the morning of the fire having a tray of pill bottles by him. I meant what? And she said, no, I just said a couple of pill bottles, and I think that they were just what was prescribed for his ear.
And I'm going to have you go to page 66, line 10, and if you could read that from 10 to the bottom of the page.
66, line 10. We're in the middle of an answer. She says, I was thinking about some things, and I had spoken with an attorney that we know who had handled some of Corey's custody and stuff, and asked him that if Todd ever did decide he wanted a divorce, if he would represent me. I asked, who is that? She said, Mr. Jeff Gaggie, Gagie, G-A-G-I-E. But I don't know if you would need that, because you said within the last couple of years, and that was back in maybe 2002 or so, so it was a few more years than I was thinking. I asked, you contacted Mr. Gaggie? She said, well, actually, I was using Mr. Is it Gaggie or Gage? Do you know?
Gaggie.
Gaggie, okay. Well, I actually was using Mr. Gaggie for the rescue case of the 23 horses, and I asked, you needed an attorney to rescue horses? And she said, yeah, sometimes you do. I asked, I mean, I'm not opposed to using attorneys, and she said, sometimes you do. And, you know, Todd had got frustrated and upset about so many horses coming in all at once, and the fact that the previous owner of them had changed her mind about turning them over and that. So Mr. Gaggie was representing me on that, and I told him that Todd was really upset and frustrated, and he had spewed off about getting a divorce.
I'll have you stop there.
Sure.
And then I'll just have you skip down to line 14.
When did you have that conversation with Mr. Gaggie? She said, I don't know, probably sometime around 2002, then again in November of 06.
And I'll have you just jump down to line 19 and continue there.
This is her answer. In November, I went to Mr. Gaggie and asked him if he would do a divorce for me because I just decided that I just couldn't keep living this way. I had told Todd after that it was just too much, and he gave me some paperwork at that time. I didn't file, I didn't pay him or anything, but he gave me the paperwork that would be necessary to file. So when you ask me if I filed, no, I had never filed. But yes, I did talk to him pretty extensively about it, and I had told him about some different incidences that happened and that made me feel really uncomfortable.
I'll have you continue.
I asked her, like, what? And she said, well, Todd had been out hunting one morning, and I was sitting in the dining room at the computer before we moved it into the other room. And he came up the stairs. He was holding his gun and cleaning it. And he was holding his gun and a cleaning kit. And out of the corner of my eye, I could see that the gun was open. It was like a shotgun or a rifle. and he was carrying a cleaning kit, and he came over and he set the cleaning kit on the dining room table behind me and just held up the gun. Well, I could see the reflection in the computer screen that the gun was not pointed directly at my head, but I never turned around and faced him or anything at that point, and didn't act like I seen him exactly what he was doing. And he held it there and he said, "I'm really sorry I have to do this." And I turned around and just looked at him and I said, "You're a jerk." And he said, "Why?" And I said, "Why would you joke around like that?" And he says, "You were so scared." And he just started laughing at me. And he had told me Todd had been really studying the Bible a lot Todd had been really studying the Bible a lot this past year, 2006. I asked, "He told me?" And she said, "Pardon me?" And I said, "Did you say someone told you Todd was studying the Bible?" And she said, No. I said Todd had been studying the Bible pretty heavily over the past year, a lot more than he ever had before, and, well, just a lot. And he told me that in the Bible it says that a man who gets a divorce from a woman, if she should remarry after that divorce, then it's still considered, in the Bible, it's considered adultery. So that man who divorces that woman is considered just as much of a sinner because he caused that sin. And he says, "So I can't divorce you, but you can divorce me." So I told Mr. Gaggy that. Keep going?
Nope, I'm going to have you stop there. I'll have you read on line 19 down.
I asked, "So any more episodes like that in between November and when the fire occurred?" And she said, "Just a lot of little things. Like he would talk about divorce, he would talk about death, he would talk about suicide, he would talk about insurance, he would talk about moving to Canada. Just a lot of just different things."
And I'll have you read that on page 70.
When would he talk about suicide? She asked, "What do you mean when?" "Just different times. Like he'd say, 'I'd be better off dead. I'm so sick of this.'" I asked what was going on when he'd say, "I'm so sick of this." She said, "Being in debt all the time, not having energy to work on the house. You know, our house wasn't complete, and he would stay home, not go to work, not work on the house, not do anything." He didn't, this last year, I mean, he was an avid hunter before, and we always had a lot of meat, deer meat and that. And this last year, he hardly ever went hunting. He got 2 deers, and I think that's the least he got in many years. The boys wouldn't go hunting with him this year. I asked why. She said, "Just too busy with other things." And that frustrated Todd. And he would say things like, "The boys don't even enjoy hunting anymore, and I don't enjoy hunting anymore." He didn't play church basketball this year, and just a lot of different things. He just didn't. I asked, "Did you guys attend church regularly?" She said, "No."
And I'll have you stop there.
All right.
And then if you could go to page 75, at the bottom of the page, on line 24.
I asked, "What time did you wake up the morning of the fire?" She said, "Probably around 7 o'clock.
And I'll have you continue that on page 76.
"Did you have an alarm set?" She said, "No." I asked, "Were all 3 sons and Todd home when you woke up?" She said, "Yes." "Who all was awake when you woke up?" She said, "No one." I asked, "What did you do?" And just to clarify, this is the part of the examination where I go through moment by moment on the day of the fire. I want to know everything that happened so that we have a very clear timeline and we can start to verify the story. So I asked her, "What did you do?" She said, "Just puttered around about the house." I asked, "I really need to know all the puttering." She said, "I'm sorry, I'm trying to think what I did first thing. I always get up and brush my teeth right away. I got dressed. At some point that morning, I remember straightening my bathroom. Did you do any cooking? Did you do any laundry?" She said, "Not right away that day, no." I asked, "Are you a coffee gal?" She said, "No." Well, I went down to the convenience store and got some eggs, and I believe it seems like it was Smoky Links, maybe some milk. I said, "Okay, wait, when you left to go to the convenience store, was anyone else awake?" She said, "No." I asked, do you know what time that was? She said, I know it was before 10 o'clock. I asked, you went to what store? She said, the Village Marathon. I asked in Lawrence. She said, uh-huh.
I mean, stop, just jump down to line number 9.
What all did you buy there? She said, I bought some eggs, some, I believe it was Smoky Links. I think I got some milk, and I filled up my Blazer. I asked, so you did buy gas for the Blazer? And she said, yes. I asked, how much gas? Do you remember? She said, I don't remember. I think the total bill for everything combined all came to, I believe, around $20. I asked, anything else? She said, no. I asked, did you have any gas? Did you put any gas in a gas can that day? She said, no. I said, are you sure? She said, I know I didn't. And I asked, you know you did not? And she said, right.
I'll have you continue on page 78.
How long were you there? She said, not very long, just long enough to do that, just to purchase those things. I asked, what time did you get back home? She said, within minutes. We only lived 5 minutes away at the most. I asked, so you were home in 15 minutes? She said, maybe 15, 20 minutes. I was gone a total of. I asked, now what? She said, I began cooking. I asked, is there anybody awake? She said, I can't remember if Todd was awake yet or not. I know that while I was cooking, he was up, but I can't remember if he was up before then or not. I asked, did you start cooking right away? She said, as soon as I got back, yes. I asked, the eggs and sausage? She said, yes. And then I put coffee on for Todd because he is a coffee drinker. Okay. And at some point he was awake, and she said, yes. I asked, while you were cooking? She said, yes. What else happened? I told him when he came out into the kitchen, I told him I had gone down and gotten those things and told him that I used the debit card. The debit card for what bank? I asked. She said, his debit card from his business account. I asked, why did you use the debit card from his business account? She said, because I knew there was money in there. I asked, where does he have his business account? She said, it's now LaSalle Bank in Paw Paw. I asked, do you have any records of that account with you today? She said, I don't. I'm sorry. I said, can you get those for me? She said, I can try. I don't know if the bank will let me have them because my name was not on the account. Keep going?
Yes, please.
So I asked, how did you get his debit card? She said, I took it out of his wallet. I asked, was that common for you? She said, yes. And then I continued my question, or was that unusual? She said, no, it was common for me. I asked, was it common to use the business account to buy groceries? She said, yes. He would write me a check from there for different things. I would either deposit it into the joint account or cash it and use it for whatever we were supposed to use it for. I told him about other purchases I made with it over the course of the weekend, and he got pretty upset because I hadn't written them into the register yet, and the fact that I had used it a few times. So I asked, so what did you buy over the weekend with it? She said, I bought a disposable camera. I asked why. She said, my grandmother had her 90th birthday party on Saturday, and I walked off and forgot to take my digital camera. And so I grabbed a disposable so I could get some pictures of family, and I filled prescriptions at Walgreens and at Walmart on Saturday.
And I'm going to have you stop there, and I'm going to have you go to page 81. Yes.
About 5 minutes or
Oh,
so,
that's fine.
unless you're getting near the end, but I don't think you
No,
are.
so I mean, we can end it anytime, Your Honor.
Want to do it now?
That would be fine. We can do it now if you want, if the court would like to.
Okay. So, I don't think anyone's objecting, right? Okay.
All right, so we will end here and finish up this scintillating testimony tomorrow. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it very, very much. If you haven't done so, please do me a favor. Give your girl a thumbs up on the stream. I hope you have a great rest of your Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday. We've almost made it through the week. I'll see you all tomorrow morning. Have a great rest of your day. Bye.